It's 1080p. I hope that's okay.
Yes, cool. I mean, you know.
Okay. Hello.
What up,
Welcome to PBS. No. Anyway,
PBS kids?
I know I'm scared. Do I want the comments up on the side or not? But anyway,
Yeah. We got some
yeah,
comments rolling in. It took a minute yesterday.
yeah.
Then we had a
Well,
bunch of comments. Once people popped in, they popped in.
yeah, they
I
did.
looked
They
at
popped out and showed niggas.
because like for the first 30 minutes, it was like we ain't had no comments. Then after
Yeah.
that, I took the
I
things like
swear, as soon as we were
1,400
almost
comments.
about to close out, like when we got to the end of the other guy video, like his third
Mm-hmm.
one, everybody showed up. It was like, damn.
Yeah.
How can we close
Well,
out now? Speaking of, we went live yesterday and we were talking about Deontay Kyle and his comments and how the menses were up in arm
mm-hmm.
about the theory of a good woman being an asset to a man's life or a person's life.
That was weird.
What is it? Didn't you
Oh,
just is it? I guess. Go ask go
what up,
get them
Inya?
Pringles. Get them salt and vinegar Pringles. No. Hold on.
Now do your thing, do your thing, man. But yesterday we had 1.8K. We had 1,800 chat messages and reactions yesterday. So chat was
Is that
popping
for
off.
real?
Yeah, I'm looking at the stats
Get the
right now.
blue one.
Looking at the stats, and close to the end, we got up to 12 concurrent viewers. So as
Wow,
it
look
went on, it grew
at
as we
us.
went. Yeah, it grew as we went.
Look at us go. But yeah, it was a good conversation. I thought it was
Hmm.
interesting. I've been shifting the way I listen lately. I
Hmm.
mean, I still like to argue and stuff,
Oh yeah,
but I do like to listen. Just, extra disclaimer, I'm going to listen to whatever people say and I'm going to
yeah,
make conclusions about who they are based on what
and
they say.
that's
And I welcome
reasonable.
people to do the same about me. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm working on listening in a different way. Just what you do online, you do everywhere. I don't care what people say.
Yeah.
So I feel like if I want to have that skill in the moments it counts, I have to do it all the time, even when I don't have to.
I like it. Yeah.
So I've been trying to work on doing that more instead of listening to pick apart an argument or say what I think I'm right and or I think they're wrong. I'm trying to listen to understand their worldview better
Okay.
before I
I
go
like
in.
it.
Like we can have a debate or a disagreement, but I need to make sure I have that laid out first because I don't want to make assumptions that I understand what someone means if I don't even understand where they're coming from. I think it's just harder. It's a
Yeah.
lot more room for disagreements, misunderstandings. So
Okay.
I'm trying to work on that. So I'm gonna still say ignorant shit probably, but
Black.
I also think it's useful because I think sometimes people don't know how they sound.
I mean, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, because
People
it's
don't.
not a
Most people don't have
habit.
a good mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not a habit when someone's talking to you to listen to what they're really trying to get you to believe with their statement. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so is this what you want me to believe? Sometimes when people hear that back, they're like, that's not what I said. And you're like, okay, well,
Yeah.
I don't really know what else to think. So,
No, I
trigger
got you.
warning, trigger warning
Now,
for
now
this
in
conversation.
there, in your soliloquy, you said something about, and I lost it. But you
Ah,
said something about you're trying to listen differently. Like, how would
yeah.
you describe the new way that you're listening?
Kind of in that way, like when I hear someone, I try to not only hear directly what they say, but infer the rest about
Okay. Like
what
reading
what
between the
they're
lines type
saying
joint.
tells me. Yeah, like because a lot of people won't say this is what I believe and then go into their opinion. A lot of
Right.
times people would just start stating their opinion. So it's my job to listen to them to understand what they believe first.
Okay.
Because
Got
they may not believe what I believe. Just like when we were listening to the guy
got you.
yesterday, it's easy to listen to him and say that's stupid, he's wrong, which he was, and it was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But before I even listened further, I wanted to understand what belief he was coming into the conversation
Yeah.
with, which was that clubs and certain
Man, you called
areas,
that. That
yeah,
was
are
crazy.
unsafe. Yeah, so I've been trying to listen better that way because I think sometimes even in real life, in relationships with real people, most people are not going to tell you what they believe, how they believe. This is what I think a relationship should be. This is what I think
Mm-hmm.
you should do for
Yeah.
me. You're not going to get that. So you
Got
have to learn to listen to get it. And that's just
you. Yeah.
something I've decided that I have to do, and I can't
Mm-hmm.
expect people to be like me or more direct
Yeah.
or so I have to good girl. So I have to learn to listen behind the words
Good
before I
girl.
move forward. So that's what I've been working on.
Uh, time to go get your milk.
Yeah,
You
let
know
me
she's trying
chug
to
some
dominate.
milk. Because if I drink some milk right now, bubble guts hit me in 15 minutes and the stream's gonna be
Immediately.
over. I'm just letting y'all know. Stream gonna be over. I don't know if
I
he wants us to bring him up or not, but go ahead.
Nah, he would have said something in the back. Plus,
Yeah,
because he's got that avatar, that means
yeah,
he's got control. Yeah.
yeah. Okay,
He's the final boss.
right. So yeah,
I'm
that's
the
just the
captain now.
difference, and it's benefited me in real life already
Yeah.
exponentially to listen
Oh
that
yeah.
way.
It feels like the difference between like listening to like stated intent and like lived. It's like I can't think of the words. I had a whole phraseology, but it's
Right.
like stated versus lived,
Yeah.
basically.
Right.
But you do it still through language. I'm listening to what you say, but
Mm-hmm.
behind what you state is also what you actually live or
Yeah.
demonstrate. Stated versus
Or
demonstrated.
how
That's
you think the world is organized in
yeah,
some way, how you
yeah,
think it should go, and when people don't
yeah,
do it the way you think,
yeah,
you're confused or you take it
yeah,
away. So
yeah,
I
yeah,
I'm just trying to do that better.
yeah. Because based on what you say, you can see what they're actually demonstrating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you can
So
deduce a belief about
yeah,
how they think things should go in social
mm-hmm,
relationships, especially. Like life would
yeah,
be so much easier if people would just be like, this is what I expect from you. I
yeah.
think a partner
No.
should do A, B, C, D. This is what it would look like in action. Like that would be great. That would
Mm-hmm.
be great. But you're
Yeah.
not gonna get
Whatever you love.
What up, y'all? What's happening? I
What's
got
that.
happening?
Nothing
goosebumps on my
much.
arms right now, like how to rock,
Terracotta.
you know. Terramana.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
So well, we're just opening up, and I was just talking about how we were giving disclaimers. Any disclaimer you want to give? Anybody want to give before we get into yeeting dicks into the sun?
No, good. Y'all
Um,
not
dis- disclaimer.
disclaimer. Don't
Um,
put a disclaimer on here.
Disclaimer.
wow, I'm not gonna do that. Disclaimer. I'll only be here for about 45 minutes, so I'm going to cram as much inflammatory shit into that 45 minutes as possible. Um,
Okay.
I'll go pin a nine.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Well, we had some newbies come in towards the end of the stream yesterday. So we thought maybe today, considering who knows what algorithm this one's going to be tossed into midstream, we just thought maybe a disclaimer might be. If you come in here and say some dumb shit, we're going to pick it apart. So,
Yeah.
I look forward to it. So,
Okay. Mind if I ask you a question?
I've been
mhm.
off stuff.
How did yesterday's conversation land on you? I'll tell you my impression afterwards, but how did it land on you? I don't want to send you down a
How did
specific lane.
yesterday's conversation land on me? Um, it's not surprising. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. It's not surprising.
As
There's a
expected.
part of me that hopes that people can parse a little bit better or organize things a little bit better so that they can see, because no one communicates perfectly or
Right.
wholly or completely all the time. So it's just, same frustrations that I generally have, but, I try to have a little bit more grace these days.
Okay. I am with it.
Maybe disappointment probably would be a good word.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with
Not
that.
with anybody in particular or any particular talking point.
Mm-hmm.
It's just yep. It's kind of like if you keep going back to test to see if it's ready, and you're like, I don't know, gotta cook a little
Yeah.
longer. Kind of like that.
I got you. I got you. That's kind of after I was done. Like I kind of struggled with the conversation because I was like, man, like there's two things. One, I realized like from the thumbnail, looking at the
Mm-hmm.
thumbnail, it's
The
from a
dummy you made.
POV. Yeah. So like it's almost like from my POV,
Yeah.
and I can see those two guys arguing about the topic, but I'm still there, standing there too. So I
Mm-hmm.
realized yesterday that I lived out my POV from the thumbnail
Mm-hmm.
because I'm arguing patriarchy and feminism, and I'm still not helping the black lady in the back that's getting drugged out of the house. So it was so weird. It was like
The
meta.
guys end up arguing with
Yeah.
themselves.
Like one dude's arguing about black women need protection, they deserve it, black women are good. Other guys like don't go to the club. I'm arguing about those two. Meanwhile, the
It's like
issue's
the
going
Spider-Man.
unaddressed.
Who's
Yeah,
doing it? Wait,
yeah,
patriarchy, white
yeah,
supremacy,
yeah,
capitalism, and it's like
yeah,
this
yeah,
three
yeah.
Spider-Man just
Buy
like all
land,
pointing.
buy land.
And you're like, you know what? I'll just do it myself. Lady in the
Yeah.
back. You know what? School. School.
Thanks, guys.
It's all right. Maybe Batman will roll up in a minute. You know. So
Shoot,
yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
the way
that
to
was an
describe it.
interesting thing.
More of the same. I think that's kind of how it is, though. You know,
Yeah.
that's kind of how you experience it in real life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like most people aren't going to jump in. They rather argue about how it should have been handled after the fact, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just more of the same.
Yeah. It's so weird. Like even if it wasn't me, it's just somebody else. Like you guys shouldn't be arguing. Like somebody else would be. It would be a constant string of reactions to the reaction and the
Reaction to the
initial
reaction.
action. Yeah, but there's nothing about the actual action. Like the actual
Yeah.
action still happening, and nobody's addressing that.
Nobody's figuring that out. Reaction inception. It's like exactly what
Yeah,
I call it. It's basically like reaction inception, where you're just like in limbo. you're,
yeah,
you're reaction limbo, kind of. Everybody's reacted to the reaction of the reaction. So it's just,
man.
yeah. But
I
yeah.
thought that was interesting. Thought that I
Mhm.
was like, God, it's still, even though it was kind of a male centered conversation, but like even the
Yeah,
fact
of
that it's a male
course.
centered conversation was still weird. Like he's guy saying like, okay, black women are
Women, yeah.
good, and
Or a good black woman is good for you.
or a good black woman is good for you. Yeah, either way,
Yeah.
like even still, it's more niche down than that, but even still, like this, he had a compliment in there, and then dudes have a problem with that because whatever reason,
Sure do.
and it's like that's the
Even though he put a
conversation.
qualifier too. He didn't even say
Yeah,
all black women were good,
yeah, he didn't. He
you
said a
know.
good black woman, which it should be like a good person, woman.
Yeah, good
It's
person.
a good person in your life should enhance it, or otherwise are they good? But it should be so self evident in what he said, but people still,
Eh,
it still causes problems.
yeah. I see it happen too much in real life arguments too with couples,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
and with real couples, not just myself, but I'm privy to a lot of couple squabbles, I guess, because of my ability to be an observer. But it happens a lot in couples. You come up and you say something, and they're like, "Well, what about when you do it to me? Or I go through
Yeah.
it too. You do the same thing to me. So why are you bringing this up right now?" You know, that
Mm-hmm.
happens. That's probably one of the most expected responses to negative feedback. You know, or criticism or
Mm-hmm.
advice is usually, "Well, you do it too. Well, what
Yeah.
about me?" It's like, you
Yeah.
know, so
Okay.
I feel like that's kind of basically what happens. And then that ends up turning the focus onto the person who's bringing in the what about. Now you're
Mm-hmm.
taking my grievance and turning it into it being about you. We actually never get to the point or any problem solving because now I have to assure you that I understand that you're affected and these things happen to you. And, it's a, cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Hard not to take debate. I don't take debate anymore, but
Mm-hmm.
that used to be a problem. Like in a relationship, I would take that bait, and then instead of it being about what we came to the table about, it's about how I make them feel too, and when I do the same thing, and it's like, now I just shut it down. If it does,
Yeah.
if it tries to get spun that way, I'm like, well, that's fine, but I brought the grievance to the table, so we're gonna focus on my point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have an issue with what I do to you and how it lands on you, you can bring that to me at another time. That is not right
Mm-hmm.
now.
Okay.
So
That's
that's
fair.
kind of what I
That's
have to
fair.
do. Right.
It gives them agency to bring their own grievance, not in response, but as in its individual action. And if you still
Right.
can't bring it up at a later time, then
Because
it's
it
not that
probably
important.
don't. Because it's also possible that it doesn't bother you. It bothers me. It doesn't bother you when it happens to you. Like, it's possible.
Yeah.
But I notice men will do that a lot. Men will do that a lot. I think
Yeah.
bring their grievances up on the back of another grievance because a lot
Mm-hmm.
of times they're just kind of like, oh, I'm not gonna, keep my head down,
Yeah.
power through.
Yeah.
So
But if
I
you're gonna ask
noticed
me to
men
do
do
this
that.
emotional labor, then I'm gonna ask you to do it too. Then
Yeah, so I have to be like, nope, that's not how this works. That's
and
not
I'll be
how
like,
this works.
yes, it is.
Because I'm not because there's some things he does to me that only bothers
Yeah.
me. Doesn't bother him.
Yeah.
There's some things I do to him that if I do it doesn't bother him. If he does it to me, it bothers me. So it's
Yeah.
also a fallacy to just think that the point is that we both do the same thing to each other in equal amounts. And that's, it's not doing the thing that bothers you is the point, and if it doesn't bother you, then why would you bring it up? That don't mean I can't bring it up if it bothers me.
Yeah, I can only see that making sense if it's the same action, which is likely
Yeah,
not
like
gonna
deal
be
breaker. Right.
right. Right now. So if it's like the thing you snapping on me about is the same thing you've done to me before,
Mm-hmm.
then yeah. But if it's not, which is usually the situation, it's like, well, you have a grievance, so I'm just gonna counter with
You
another
do it
grievance.
too. Well,
No, I'm not
sometimes it's
even
like, well, a lot of times it's you do it too. It's
right.
like you do that to me, because
Right.
it's like sometimes I'll say, well, I don't really care for when you come in and you do it say this at the last minute or something. He's like, you do it to me. And I'm like, okay, but you never said it bothers you. So one, I'm not aware, maybe I'm not even aware that I'm doing it. I'm not aware that it bothers you. And me saying it bothers me is not the time for you to say that it bothers you.
Right. Which is why I kind of think in reality it's not that situation. It's just that you're bringing up a grievance, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Anytime a
So
grievance comes up,
yeah,
that's like the knee-jerk reaction to throw it back and say, well, you do it too.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it
But it's
bothers
not
me when
really
you
that.
do it,
Yeah.
but it's like, but you've never came to me and said it bothered you. So why should I believe that it bothers you? And even if I could believe it bothers you, we're not going to talk about how it bothers you right now because we're talking about how it bothers me.
So
So
can we have like a few minutes for this conversation?
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because we've run into this a couple times, and I
Right.
have better language for it now. So you know how
Mm-hmm.
we've like weaponized therapy speak.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're starting to weaponize the tools of rhetoric,
Mm-hmm.
like the fallacy,
Yeah.
like because in debate and rhetoric. Sure,
Mm-hmm.
you can have
Right.
these fallacies,
Right.
but in relationships, that word I don't think should apply because it's not a fallacy. It's
No.
coming from somewhere. It's
No,
not
I wouldn't
false.
use that in the moment. I'm just using that to
Right. I'm
talk
just
about
like
the third
yeah,
person. Right.
yeah. I get it. But I was like, even in the third person, I just want to like point out that it might be because you shared those TikToks. So
Right.
I'm not even pointing this at you. I'm pointing this towards the culture that
Right. Of
weaponizes
course.
language
And
and
from different schools of
bastardizes.
thoughts and takes
Right.
them out of the school of
Yes.
thought without the structure.
Yes.
Right.
Because when people do that, they don't retort with something that's untrue.
Right.
So it's not a fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a deflection.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
nobody's calling it a deflection. They're like, well, it's a fallacy. No, it's not a logical fallacy. You
Right.
do this thing, and you brought that up, and I'm like, well, you do this thing, and I
Well,
brought that up.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
that action is a deflection for sure. But I
yeah,
think the
yeah,
idea was what I was calling like a false idea, a bad idea about it at its core relationships are we do the same thing to each other equally. I think that's the best way I
yeah.
can describe that is a
I
fallacy.
get you, but I
Yeah.
also get that that's also an assumption that the other person feels that way. There's other thoughts that could be had in that person. If
Of
you're going to
course, yeah.
ask, yeah, yeah, yeah. It could be simply that I think now that you're trying to be a hypocrite because now you're asking me for something that you won't do yourself. Well, you say
Right.
that it bothers you when I make you late, but you make me late all the time.
Right.
So what are we actually asking for? You're asking for inequitable treatment or something, and that bothers
Right.
me.
That's a feeling. Yeah, that
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you're asking for it. And that's why when it comes up, I always say that's fine. Like I can accept that you feel you may actually
Mm-hmm.
feel some type of way about it. But to say, just to set it pat the straight, this I brought this to the table and I need to get the stuff I brought out. So if you want to come back and talk about how however long I've been making you late, it really bothers you inside and you haven't said anything about it,
Mm-hmm.
I can't unpack that right now. But you're you
What
you're
up, Bo?
free to we can unpack it after I, state my original thing. So I always leave room for that to be true.
Yeah,
Because I know a lot of times men just don't speak about what bothers them,
yeah.
in real time, or people don't take criticism well, so they just don't
Mm-hmm.
give it. But I do think it's important to set that boundary of like, no, we can't use me bringing stuff to the table as your opening to tell me about things that you don't like. You're always welcome to bring to me what you don't like, or say it in the moment when I do it. Even if you don't want to bring up all the receipts for the past 7 years, you can just,
Yeah, and
we
that's
can
fair. Yeah,
we can
and I
come
would
have
say, like if it was like me or you, it just
yeah.
wouldn't work
Mm-hmm.
because it's a perfectly fine for me. It's perfectly fine for you to do that. as long as
Mhm.
you're not using it to not address my original point.
Yeah.
Because it could, I can legitimately have a gripe that you're doing this thing to me, or
Yeah.
you're asking me for this thing, and I'm like,
Mm.
I'm not going to give you this thing unless I'm getting it also. That's
Yeah.
that's a negotiation. So if you're saying
Yeah.
no, you just have to capitulate, and we're not going to
No, it's
address
never like
your thing.
capitulate.
No, I
No.
mean, yeah, let
Yeah.
me finish the thought. Like if you're saying we're going to address my thing only here, and you can have your feeling and you can go sit with it at a later date. Nah, if you want to address your
Yeah.
stuff here and my stuff's related, it can
Yeah.
be addressed here too.
Yeah. All you do is, I mean, I think in that case, you just make sure you address the feeling. Like, I believe that what I do bothers you. Like, because a lot of times when you say, I'm like, so does it bother? Like, you do the same thing. Okay. Does it
Mhm.
bother you when I do that? It's usually like, yeah, it
And if
does
it
bother
doesn't,
me.
yeah, to your
Yeah.
point, yeah, if it
Then I'm
doesn't
like,
bother you, then it's a
okay,
deflection.
well, we can talk about that after. Like,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
want to, because then what happens a lot of times is that shit don't be bothering him.
yeah, yeah. So I get you. On the surface, all I'm saying, on the surface, I'm with you. A lot of people just
Yeah.
reflexively deflect
They
to
just
defend.
deflect to just like
Yeah, deflect to
avoid the
defend.
argument because I'd be like, okay,
Yeah,
now
yeah,
so what when I do, I just don't know. I don't know when. I'm like,
yeah,
all right,
yeah.
deflection,
Nah.
face
So I'm
ass.
with you. I'm with you in general. I just wanted to caveat that because
Yeah,
I
that's cool.
already see people TikTok destroying the concept because it's not a fallacy, and I saw it happen in couples retreat or couples
Mm-hmm.
therapy
Mm-hmm.
where the other person's grievance couldn't be shared because of how one person felt.
Yeah,
Like, well, I've expressed how I feel, so you're not allowed now to express a
yeah, but
counterbalance. You just have to sit in my feeling. And I'm like, no, we both have feelings.
right,
You're not going to take away one person's experience only
yeah,
to console the other person. And it typically goes towards, well, because women are more verbal, women are
yeah,
taught
because
and bred
we
to
have
be more
those
communicated about their feelings. So the
right.
woman typically initiates that dialogue. So it's like
Yeah,
it's almost always going to be the man that gets slighted. Like, no, your things can't be
yeah,
addressed
because
right
she's
now.
always like initiating. But I
Hmm.
think when I see other couples, like a lot of times the person will try to make room for it. But the main thing I try to push is like you can start confrontation. I think that
Yeah.
pressure of always feeling like you're the one who has to maintain the okay, let's sit down and talk about feelings,
Hmm.
like that, knowing how much the other person hates it. That's a lot of, pressure. You get tired of it. You
Hmm.
kind of just like, why can't you start this? Like, if I'm really doing shit you don't like,
Yeah.
why do you feel like your feelings aren't enough? And there's a lot of reasons for that, obviously, but it's just like,
Yeah.
I just noticed that in men, a lot of times they will use the confrontation that the woman starts to now
Yeah.
say the things that they feel. And
Yeah.
that's why I was saying yesterday kind of feels like that manifesting
Hmm.
in
Yeah.
the same way of like, well, we can't talk about you if you don't acknowledge how I feel over here too, because the
Yeah.
same thing's happening to me in a different way. It's like, okay, so all you can do is say, okay, I understand that y'all are suffering in y'all's own unique way under the same
Yeah.
thing. Now let's go back to what we're trying to talk about over here, and then we can circle back around to that if you want to have that
Yeah.
conversation. And it just felt the
Nah.
same. I just felt the
Yeah.
same frustration that I feel
I
in real
get it.
life when it happens.
Yeah. I get it though. I see the linkage between the two concepts.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing needs to apply. If because the way men are socialized and the way women will even say the way men are socialized, if you're not going to make space for a man's emotional output when you're bringing emotional output to the table, you're opening up the table for emotional output, but then you're
Mm-hmm.
going to shut his down. I think you are negotiating the terrain of relationships unfairly on the micro
Yeah.
or the macro because
Right.
men will not bring up emotional topics to the
No.
emotional table. It's just not the way we're socialized. It's not the way we're taught. We don't feel safe
Right.
doing it. So when you do bring it to the table to a man, whether we're talking about the like you said, man to woman conversation or
Right.
this big broader gender conversation, and men finally do share something, well, that's a deflection. We're going to have to acknowledge the feelings that men have when we open up an emotional space. And if we're
Yeah.
not going to do that, no, you just have to accept what women are feeling. We're never going to have the conversation.
No, you have to validate their feelings. I think that's
Yeah,
the important thing before you redirect to okay, we can circle back around or we can talk
yeah,
about it later or we can talk about that after this. You do have to acknowledge their feeling. And I
yeah,
think that's the biggest thing. You have to acknowledge like, okay, it bothers you. I hear that. Like,
yeah,
okay, we can circle back around. And a lot of times that's enough. Like
yeah,
if you
yeah,
just breeze past it, they're gonna be like, they're
yeah,
just shut now. Like if you just
yeah. or you're not suffering, or
Yeah,
that's
you're
not a
lying. You're
problem, or
just saying that. Like,
yeah,
okay, how
yep,
do I even do that? Or you get
right,
pulled into that trap of like, "Oh, what do you
exactly,
mean I do it?
right,
Then it's over. It's a wrap.
yep,
The only way I've found to safely navigate that is to just to be like, okay, it bothers you, and
yeah,
then that's the only
yeah.
way.
And I would even say write it down. Like, okay, well, as soon as we talk about this right here, I've
Hmm.
written down what you said I do, and we can talk about that directly afterward, or we can set some time tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you're going to open up a table for yourself, also
Hmm.
be willing to do the emotional labor to
Yeah.
open up the table for his grievance too. That's all. I just
Right.
want to
And to
caveat.
be fair, my
Yeah,
statement is based off my partner because that man be
yeah,
tired of me.
yeah.
Usually by the time I done said my shit, oh,
Mm-hmm.
he's like,
He be ready to go. Yeah,
I need a break.
tapped out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's done. So yeah, that I think that is a more blanket, better way to say it. But yeah,
yeah,
I know my partner is not trying to do that shit right after it at all.
yeah.
He need that 15-minute wall. He need that little breather. So
Yeah.
if he
Nah,
don't
what's
glaze
up?
over by the time I get to paragraph 4,
Paragraph 4, page 2. Jesus
he
Christ.
glazed over.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
So okay.
Yeah, which is cool. That's
So
why I'm like cool with saying we can circle back around to it another time.
Jesus
yeah, but
Usually bring it back up too.
yeah. So I know that experience, and it's almost kind of like to beat his grievance into submission, though.
That's what it feel like
Um,
to us. Yeah.
yeah, I think in the past when I would take the bait and let him bring his at the same time I was bringing mine, it would turn into a fight over whose grievance is
Yeah.
right or
White
more right.
supremacy.
So that's why I've had to learn to not take that bait because even though it
Yeah.
feels right to say, well, you say yours, I'll say mine, it turns into a debate, I think, because of that setup.
Mm-hmm.
Versus if you're like, okay, I'm gonna do mine and then you're gonna do yours, it makes it less about fighting each other's grievance in the same conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I hear
that's
you,
why I
but
think
at
it
the
works.
same time, if you dominate the whole thing to the point to where he just glaze over and tap out,
Yeah.
Well, that's because
Exactly.
if I'm expressing my grievance,
right?
he might go
But
he do glaze though sometimes
right,
because he's
right,
like
right.
shit,
So
it's
that's what
just
I'm saying. Right.
he's
So that's what I'm
expressing.
saying. That's
Heavy
why.
load.
So that's
Yeah.
not helping either. To the point to where it's like I get the okay. It might turn
Yeah.
into a debate if y'all actually share, but at the same time, if it's supposed to be a thing where y'all would talk about it, because this is where I would disagree as far as it being the same as like yesterday.
Right.
Um, it is the same. It's the same action. Like what we was
Yeah, the
talking about, which I
mechanism
was
of how it transformed was the
Yeah.
same,
right,
Same
but it wasn't the
mechanism. Yeah.
same. Yeah.
right. It's you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I was talking about violence and shit. We gonna get to that because hopefully I can get to the little bit of the video before I go.
Okay.
Oh, it ain't
So,
no video.
well, what the hell is the
We
Don't
just
worry
talking
about
about dick.
it.
I thought it
There's
was
no video. But go
I thought it was something at least like a question or a topic
It
of that
kind of
shit.
It is.
piggyback
It's a
after
topic.
the video,
Uh,
yeah, but it's not based off a
It's a whole
reaction
lot of
or
topic. It's
yeah,
a
yeah.
girthy topic.
nah, but it's
Don't
it
blaze
is
over
the
that.
same type of action though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So it's not like a certain dynamic where men wouldn't experience that level of violence or we wouldn't have
Hmm.
to worry about if we're talking about you do this to me and then well you do this to me, that's the same action. So I believe
Right.
that can be discussed in the same because we're talking about that.
It
Mm-hmm.
can if you've got those skills to not turn it into a power struggle. I think it can be.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying it can't be. I just know that I'm not capable of that because I've had years of not showing myself to not be capable of that. I am not capable of doing it that way without it turning into I'm right, you're right. And ultimately it just turns into more damage because nobody feels hurt. I'm not capable of that. That doesn't mean somebody out there is not capable of it. I'm just not. So that's why it is better for us. It works better for us if they're separate conversations because sometimes, a lot of times, the grievance that I'm just expressing how I'm experiencing you, and I just want you to know that or hear it. And sometimes, when it's expressed, it's like sometimes it will roll into their point of view when what
Mm-hmm.
happens when I do it to them and how they experiencing it. Sometimes hearing it is helpful, but we do have to be set to make sure the first person who brings the grievance can get their thing out
Yeah.
before that's
Yeah.
introduced, or it turns into a tit for tat. Who is hurt more? And that's just, for us, it just don't work.
Yeah.
We just don't have that ability for whatever reason. I think it's the fear of
Yeah.
not being heard, or fear of being ignored or not
Yeah.
seen, that takes over when we try to
Yeah.
do it the other way.
I get you.
So I don't disagree that
And I
No,
it
think
yeah,
can be
I've been on
done.
both sides. Yeah, I've been on
Yeah.
both sides. So I understand what you're saying.
Because I'm already charged if I'm bringing it to you. Because I know you don't want to
yeah.
hear the shit anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I already know
And,
you glazed over when I said we got to talk. So
and I think baked into this is that this is an emotionally charged thing. Like sometimes this happens on lesser things where the deflection isn't even necessary, but the same
yeah,
dynamic is happening. But it's like it's so
right.
inconsequential, or it doesn't matter as much to the parties. But like once it gets to the point where there's an emotional weight to it, sometimes you got to pull out and just let it hang. You just got to hang in the air.
Just let it happen.
Yeah.
As long as
Let it
nobody's
happen.
like being crazy, I'm not like being disrespectful or anything. You just, yeah. So once again, I think that was important. If I'm coming to you, I'm already charged. I'm already emotionally charged up enough to bring it to you and have a conversation. So it's probably best to, you got to
Yeah,
let the pressure lid off a little bit before we start to try to get to.
because
Yeah.
then you get to the point to where niggas is saying, so define believe. Because I hate that
Right.
question, and that question is
Oh
charged.
God.
Because then you have to define do, and then you have to define
So what do you mean when you say I do that to you? Like, what do you mean?
What do you
You do it to
mean
me.
you?
Right.
Like when you say I do that to you,
Do you
define
mean
you.
like you as a person or as like a spiritual being?
Or EWE, like a sheep.
Or like is you like
You.
everybody in the house or like you?
Or is it like you? Like so
Royal you.
Literally, I'm laughing, but I've done that. Like that's
Yeah.
how stupid it gets if we try to do it
Yeah.
at the same time. I can hear myself in that, like just getting so you're not hearing me. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, because
Yeah.
this is a power struggle now, and I'm gonna fucking win. What are you talking about?
See.
Yeah.
Toxic.
So, okay.
Toxic.
Well, I got more. So the title of the stream is Are Incels the New Eunuchs? Dickless by God's Design. That's definitely in the Bible in Matthew chapter 19, verse 12. The scripture is crazy.
Obviously, Bree had nothing to do with that title. Y'all can blame me. Anybody
Yeah,
listening, y'all can blame me.
because who put the scripture in there? Like, okay.
Me.
I know, because I didn't think he was going to in the title.
Why not?
It's perfect. It's great.
Yeah.
I just was not expecting to see that. So
Come on, they was cutting off and throwing foreskins at people. Like, come on. We can talk about. Yeah.
What? They throwing for. Okay, yeah, he do like the foreskins. Let's go and let's.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
so
God's all
I
about
don't
the
remember how this conversation even really started. I think I was having a conversation in real life with Lois and one of my friends, and we were talking about something else completely. I think we were talking about Jezebel and Esther, and we started talking about eunuchs in the Bible. And I was like, God, that guy really fucks with eunuchs. Like, he fucked with them the long way, and he's cool with dicks, not so much vaginas. When he come into the crib, you cannot have fucked your wife for 3 days. The people in heaven, the 144,000, they can't have had puss. He likes the eunuchs, be eunuch spiritually or literally, physically.
Yeah.
He fuck with the eunuchs.
Yep.
What's that about? And that's how the conversation kind of started. And then I started talking about how in societies that were really patriarchal but had goddess worship at the core of them, the goddess worship in the eunuchs was like tight. So if you had a goddess at the head of your kingdom's religion, it was gonna be a lot of dickless men out here. They was chopping the dicks off. And I was just like, that's interesting to me. That's interesting parallel. Goddess worship, no room for dicks. And I feel like a lot of our culture now is kind of mirroring some of that. You never go full Babylon.
Yeah. So you gave me a thought. I do think what the issue with the United States maybe, or I guess England and the United States. So it's patriarchy, but it was male worshiping patriarchy. So there was no balance, which is why you end up with feminism, because there was no balance. There was no place for women like to get that esteem and worship in the
Yeah,
Like other cultures understood, like both everybody has to feel
they
cared
have to
for,
have
loved,
that
respected. There has to be
space.
a status. There has to be some status for everybody in some
Hmm.
domain,
Right, because the
and
women
we
were
lost
just as
that.
economically not empowered
Yeah,
in any of those
absolutely.
societies, but
They
they
weren't
they were
politically
empowering the tip.
powerful, weren't military powerful, but they women have power, have always had power.
Yeah, yeah, because they were the what do people call it? Tell the future. I can't remember.
Like,
Oracles.
yeah,
They
Oracle
were the
seers. Yep.
oracles, and they were the seers and the
Yeah,
prophetess, and they
highly
temple
respected. Highly
people. Yeah,
respected.
temple workers. So they had a,
Yeah,
I guess, a sacred space where they could be powerful and
yeah.
expressive. So
And most other places had deities like that were goddesses, like they had
right,
feminine goddesses too. So there was representation for womanhood in other cultures, and then somehow we went full patriarch. Like never go full
never
patriarch.
never go full pay. So what is it? Never go full man on man or full?
Yes, it's something. I don't know, but there's something there. Because we talked about, well, like, was it IG talk? We talked about the triple male godhead. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
also weird. Like there's a very male centric, male dominant. It's like it's too much maleness. Like there's no
Yeah,
room for, like you said, there's no room for the vagina.
America's too gay.
Yeah, it's something. It's
Power
we're
stealing, you
very
guys.
what was that clip we played by oh, what's his name? His name Omar, the dude that played Ghost. He's like,
Oh yeah, Omari.
yeah, I
Omari.
want to
Yeah.
love Omari Hardwick. Yeah, I want to love on men. I just want to inject myself in the lives of men. Like that's
I'm sure you do.
American patriarchy with religion sprinkled in. Is that
Yeah.
conversation?
So that's kind of the whole idea. And in the question of if eunuchs were loved by God, kings
Mm-hmm.
obviously love them.
Yep,
Can men with dicks be trusted to
absolutely not.
to usher women, help women? Um, God seemed to like to use the dickless. Kings did too. They always
Yeah,
knew if he got a dick, he can't really be trusted around the women. I think the kings in those his kingdoms were like, yeah, I know men.
yeah,
You can't have them
can't trust
here
them.
with
No,
dicks. They gotta
absolutely
go.
not.
What do
Yeah.
you think of that? What feelings does that call forth, Yellow, for you? I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying what do you feel when you hear something like that?
Yeah. What's the feeling behind the faces?
I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like
What do you
specifically
mean?
you two. Like specifically you two. Like not just y'all as a collective. Anaya, you're not a part of this. Just specifically you two. Fuck.
This is why I don't take people to concerts with me.
You know what I'm saying? Just come on,
No,
All
man.
this
yeah, definitely.
judgment.
Yeah, definitely don't take me to church with y'all.
I don't go
It,
to
so-
church. I ain't never gave a fuck.
it sounds like.
I ain't never gave.
Cause what the hell? Y'all know you talking about glazed over?
Man, listen.
Soon as
Now
y'all
you
start
seen the
talking,
title. Now you seen the
Yeah,
title.
yeah. You
nigga,
want to pull up and support? I appreciate it. You know what I'm
I thought it was some type of something connected to it. Y'all was just talking about some shit. Yeah, y'all some weirdos.
saying?
All right,
Yeah,
and so we'll
I
move
get
on
what you're
to.
saying though. No, I get. I
yeah.
mean, I get what you're saying though. It does feel
Mhm.
like that. Like having a
But
dick is the worst thing you
okay.
can have right now. But
Hey, but for real, I got it, Yellow. Bring Deontay
Yeah,
Kyle into this because it's the same conversation. Women, like I can't, I have to fight off the man, and then I have to fight off the black man
my
as well.
man.
You
But
can't have a kingdom. You can't have an Umar. You can't have a school. You can't have men around because there's no safe men unless they're gay.
mm-hmm.
They
you
have
know what I say to
so
for real, bro? It's more y'all
what?
than us. If you want it so bad, take it.
What the dicks?
Whatever. Whatever
Oh,
type of
okay.
freedom y'all want, y'all out us for the one. You want it so bad, take it. This is where I was at, Bree. This is probably why you was that my response to this was what it was. I'm over it. Tired of hearing why y'all can't, why y'all won't. Oh my God. So what? Okay. I live
Fatigue.
here with you. I seen it. Yeah, this is my fatigue kicking in. Cause I've heard that. It's like he knew. I just seen the thing. I had to peep it. I was like, I'm thinking about how many streams we did. We've got like 400 some videos here.
Yeah, probably.
He on episode 67. He's saying the thing we heard in 2022. That's what my fatigue coming in with it.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole they're not safe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I'm not moved by y'all not being safe no more.
Mm-hmm.
Because especially that's why the specific part of him saying, uh, because you don't know how much a black woman enrich your life. And then it's like, well, you had to know that he was talking about the good black women. I'm assuming that any woman shouldn't experience that. Should bad women get assaulted?
I'll keep
I
Should
my
they
think that
have
answer.
was
to
the. I think
experience it?
that the
No,
statement
but yeah,
before
that's
that
what
was
right,
you.
right,
Once you see them as humans, then you can open up having better
right,
relationship with them.
right.
So I don't know if he was saying that. I don't think the quantifier was of which women deserve to be whatever. It just
I
when you
mean,
can
that's
see
why I was
human in someone, then it opens up more relationship with.
right,
Mm-hmm.
but that's also why I was saying he was pandering to. So this is a you know what I'm saying snowball of opinion.
Got
But
you.
that was kind of why you get my reaction from that because it's like okay, all right, okay, oh brother, this right, oh what this guy come like okay, all right, because that can make me clear. Okay, then at that point I've got the message that I need,
Okay.
so I'll click off. I've agreed with you. Now you wanna do the tap dance and show to get the views and clicks, and I'll let you have that. This is why I'll back out. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Respectfully bow out
Mm-hmm. I
because
would.
I don't care how awesome they are. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like them being great specifically doesn't because they're not. So don't tell me that's a reason why they deserve protection or they'll enrich your life because now you rolling up too much stuff into the same thing. I
Too much
don't
dip
I
on the
don't
chip.
yeah, too much dip on your chip, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm not trying to really yeah, that's why I say I hear you and I understand
Mm-hmm.
exactly what he's saying. But then to do the well, if a man walk into a club with a bunch of women, you can be like, yeah, hey, what did I do to deserve this? And this is awesome. And if a woman walk into a club of all men, she in danger. And my first thought was if she walked to a club of all men, nigga, she probably walked to a gay club. So she probably safe. She probably safer than walking in a club with all women.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I'm burned out on the sayings as well too. You know what I'm saying? Because I heard that a whole bunch of times. She just like bear in the woods,
Mm-hmm.
uh, all the other shit. I was tired, y'all. Tired, boss.
What's up, shy
Sick
cutie?
of-
Like
Hello.
I'm gonna use you, Yella. Like don't take it personal. I'm gonna use you to like as a point. I think like the conversation, like two breeze, like incel thing. That's why women can't be safe. Is because men who are still in sexual competition can't empathize with women in a way that would make them safe. So unless you're removed, like physically incel, like not incel, physically eunuch,
Mhm.
or like socially eunuch, like you're just not after women. That's not a part of your programming. You can't be a true ally for women because, like you and me, like you're fatigued of the conversation to the point
Right.
I don't even care about your safety anymore just from hearing about it for 2 years. And me, you say patriarchy and feminist stuff, I tap out of the conversation, which means just because of the fact that we're not eunuch, we're not safe. So like that's to the conversation, it still applies. Like so, from the woman's lens, I could see why it would only be
So
socially, culturally useful for men to be
so let me
eunuchs,
ask. So let
but
me
from
ask.
their
So because you would tap out of the conversation, does that mean you would ignore the action?
yeah,
No. No.
yeah.
Well, because I don't think most people are. I think the conversation, just I think the same way men
The
say, well, we're in these
conversation can
spaces.
be exhausting. The conversation can be exhausting, and you not feel that type. That's why I'm kind of calling like BS on that. Just because I don't want to hear the conversation no more doesn't mean that if I'm walking down the street and I see some fuck shit happening, I may ignore it. Because here's the truth and reality: all the empathy in the world ain't gonna make them safe. It's not going to bring safety for them because guess what? None of us are God. None of us are a creator. None of us generate the biology or whatever type of brain function that these motherfuckers have who hurt people. You can't. They're not. The production line on bad people is never going to end. I've been saying it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So all the empathy in the world is fine. All the men can line up and be. All the men can line up and be empathetic. That want to be empathetic, but that's not going to be all of them because some people are just built to be terrible fucking people. We not talking. These also aren't the actions of people who do feel this way. Like do feel like, you know what I'm saying? We talking about a certain type of people.
Mhm.
Mm.
So if you saying that,
I would say, I don't know.
I mean, what are we talking about then?
I think that the conversation that is being trying to be had is not about the things that everybody overtly know is
I
wrong.
mean, but here's the thing though. There's
It's not about
that's what I'm
punching a
saying.
woman in the
There's
face
also
or
a wall to that, Bree, and that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
There's also a level of, well, okay, we had the conversation, we heard about it. There's also this step of there's nothing we can do about that. As
Yeah,
much as we
I
want
think
to.
sometimes the conversation is about an awareness of what is what.
Right,
Just
that's what I'm
trying
saying.
to
Yeah,
this is
right.
this is that. But isn't I think a lot of times the conversation gets moved into the realms of stuff we already know what that is. Like we already know what a man punching a woman in the face is. We already know what a man
Mhm.
raping a woman is. Like we know most men and women know those things are bad. Like I don't think most men are like out here arguing that. The issue is the gray area
Mhm.
always. And I think that's where the conversation is trying to be had about, okay, what are the, let's try to figure out why this behavior is problematic, if not overtly that. It's not overtly anything. That's what I was saying yesterday. It may be just like middle stuff. Like, is it problematic? Is it generally okay? Let's have that conversation. And there's a lot of things that we have in our culture where men feel like, that's okay. Like maybe that's okay, those gray areas, but women are like, that's not okay.
But
So
my
that's
thing
the
is this:
realm, and I think the conversations are being had.
but if we talking about this situation in particular, and if
Which
we
one?
connecting, if we talking about if we talking about women not being safe, right? Or this idea of like dicks are bad, so that means men are unsafe. That means men are bad. I'm trying to make a general like last connection. I got like 5 minutes, so
Gotcha.
forgive me if
Gotcha.
I am kind of, you know what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying,
Throw it in
bunching.
there. Let's go.
Right,
you can always catch the
Throw it
more
all
filled
in.
out thoughts later. Yeah.
right.
You said
If
you're gonna pack it in.
yeah, we're gonna pack it in, veins up. But now if it's all like if that's the idea,
Mm,
then there would never be an actual gray area there. Because all of this is, if all of this is men is bad, dicks are bad, women should be worshipped, the patriarchy is bad, that means whatever's happening, the instinct of me being around is just patriarchal. If you have to, we have to worry about every microaggression being unsafe to y'all, then guess what? We're no longer safe. We're not safe. Because then it's just all y'all safety. And that's why I'm like, y'all never gonna get that.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't
Because
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
right. So that's why I'm like, there's a certain point where I guess their awareness is cool, but then we also need to work on the awareness of, do not count on men to change that, because there's nothing we can do about that. There's police people, there's people in positions to do shit about that. The average man ain't gonna be able to do nothing about that unless he catch the situation in real time, which is the one thing the police usually can't do. Which typically, that's a 50-50. Now, if y'all want to have that conversation, that's
Yeah,
cool too.
I think community oftentimes, if there was real community, I think that could be a better buffer than police. I've always heard police are historians. So I had a white
Yeah,
man tell me that. He said police
yeah,
are historians. They come after the fact.
yeah,
It
they're
really comes
really
down to the people who are around you in the moment to have some kind of code or protection to really establish to do anything about a lot of stuff.
shit.
Police aren't the answer.
I know that playing the sim. God damn it, I'll be
All right,
riding around. I'll be like, that ain't shit happening. Like, there's nothing
yeah,
happening in the places I'm in.
all right.
And
Just
then I get a
factually,
call.
police generally arrive after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
so they can't be the answer to real time checking.
So it needs the people to be around to
Yeah, it's the
call.
people who are
Right,
around that
right.
would be real time checking, or at least mitigation. If they can't completely do anything. I don't think that's all a man or woman job. I'm not saying that, but realistically speaking, if police are historians, then it's up to really your fate is in the hands of you and the people around you at the time whatever's happening is happening.
Yeah, and I'm just I'm with that. It's hard to digest the idea of it's. I don't like it. Like it's a bad thought to even have. I get that. I don't like the fact that there's nothing we're ever going to be able to do about women being safe.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
because
don't think
it's
I don't
not
think safety
it's
is
not in
required
our hands.
in every single place. I think there's things you can do to mitigate. Even when I ran some ideas through, Chat GPT or talked about it, I mean, obviously culture plays a bigger role than we think. I think a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times, I think when we have these conversations, I'm not referencing a better black culture where women were safe. I don't think there was really just like based off what that, if I just take what that lady said yesterday, even in the video, you're fighting the man and the man at the house or in the community. Like, I don't know if black people have ever really had a culture that has mechanisms of some sort of mitigation for harm. It's probably the better way to say it. I don't think
Uh-huh.
anywhere is safe. So I don't want to say safe. But I don't think built into our culture was a lot of mechanisms for safety
Where is it
or
though? Like,
any level of safety. I think
but then
it's just all exploitation.
I also look at any other where's most cultures that they mitigate safety.
I think there are cultures where it's built in. That's why I didn't say safety, like complete safety. I don't think complete safety exists anywhere. But I
Mm-hmm.
think that culturally you can have built in, like if the norm is not like if the norm you're striving for, if the ideal in your culture is to not do harm, that is a way to build in, behaviorally more not unsafe, like towards not safe unsafe behaviors, and also having a community that is in agreement about what the ideal is, and if someone is not performing, they would maybe not talk to them or whatever way. It don't have to be shame, but generally you can't be with us, or you have to go to the outskirts, or we will hold you accountable if you do something. I don't think the black community has that. And I think there are communities that have it. I'm not gonna go sweeping and say race because it's too nuanced. But yeah, I think you can have a culture of ideals that have people striving toward a more healthy way to be. I just don't think black culture has had that really, because we talk about what a lot of people see as black culture is already so maladaptive,
Mm-hmm.
like ghetto culture or poverty, or ratchet, or just one lady called it antisocial. Like black culture is very
Mm-hmm.
antisocial. So I just think that's all I can speak to. But I tend to agree for the most part. Like there are redeeming things about black culture, but a lot of what black culture holds up is not inherently, it's just not safe
It's ass. It's
or
ass.
good.
It's
So
ass.
I think that in itself changing could probably change a lot. It won't fix it, but I think it would change a lot. I don't know. What do you think, Rashawn or Yella?
Yeah, I wanted to let Yellow Rock out because he said he only had about 5 minutes. I'll just hold back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Then that's gonna add a whole nother layer of resistance then. Because if it's what I'm saying, if you can't get most men to understand that their presence is not generally safe, you're not gonna get most black people to understand that their behavior is not generally safe. Because then
Yeah.
you're gonna get told 150 reasons why it's okay for them to do that. And most of it's gonna be because of the actions of other people and
Yeah.
not them
Blame game.
doing those actions.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. The reality of resistance is there. But, I think when people are trying to have the conversation, that's
Yeah.
kind of what they're talking about. It's not about, we know, yeah, it's like an awareness, or just the only thing which can be had from a conversation, which is awareness or insight. I mean, a conversation alone really isn't enough to do much besides change a viewpoint, a frame, or encourage awareness or something like that. I mean, that's all a conversation can really do, online or offline.
Yeah, I think that's my only argument towards Rashawn's thing, is that he said tapping out of the conversation would also make you tap out of the action.
Yeah, because you're not gonna change what you're not aware of or you don't understand. So I kind of agree too. Like, if the first step to changing something is an awareness or understanding, if you're not willing to have a conversation, then you can't even get there. So there's really no way you're gonna move different.
Right. Like if we took it out of gender, like I think
Right.
you would rock with me. Let's make it a personal race. I'm tired of hearing about racism. I don't want to talk about racism anymore. Okay, so how are we going to fix racism? But I don't want to talk about it. How are we going to fix racism if we can't talk about it because you're fatigued, because you got black fatigue?
Because at some point there is having the conversation is one thing. Fixing it is another. We can talk about what we finna do. That's why most trips don't make it out the group chat. We can talk about what we finna do. But if the conversation ain't about making a plan to do it, then I hear what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
So I can have a conversation about it, but then I also know me. Like, my brain understands it and sees it both ways. Because if we're talking about racism, then we need to stop racism, not just the racism that you feel like affects you. Niggas ain't ready for that conversation. Because if you want to end racism, we need to end racism. We can't have convenient racism from the people who claim a racism.
But that's because people don't have a full understanding of it, right?
Right. But that's what I'm saying. It's never going to be a full understanding about it, because when you start talking to black people about racism, they're not going to see how they do it too. It's the same idea Rashawn was pointing out, how we buy into white supremacy. They're not going to see it.
Right. Because of the same mechanism that happens in all these conversations. Like, I think the one guy was saying, like, how white women, for instance, when we try to hold them, you do it. You're a perpetuator, whatever. Well, but because of this, I can't hold that blame. I can't hold that blame because of patriarchy. So that's the same thing that you're talking about. Is the same thing that people do to stop the conversation.
Yeah, now, I would have this whole thing with. I like how it goes full circle.
Now and I can have that patience with one person, maybe two people, but because they're more than likely to work along with me, because we are already on the same page anyway. The thought that I would have to put in that type of effort with a mass group of people and change hundreds of years of standing and feeling, that's why, like, I ain't trying to be like that. That's why the conversation with sinners went by. That's why I feel a way about sinners. There's no way to move that. There's no nuance in that conversation because it's built on too much that's already there. So
too much dip on the chip.
Yeah, it's too much dip on the chip, nigga. I'm good. This is gonna break as soon as I try to pick it up. And ain't that the worst? Because now you gotta put your whole hand in there. It's terrible. But I'm gonna tap in with y'all later.
All right, yellow. All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, peace out.
I actually saw a video quote regarding that same theory of sentence. Let me find it. No, I like what he brought in too, but there's so much to this, and I think there's so much against completely having this conversation because there's so many barriers and points of entry that have barriers to them, and we're so far behind. I would say the comprehension of the issue, like scholars, like the dude I was arguing with in the chat about buy land. There have been so many scholars, like scholars. Like degrees on top of degrees, like 33-degree Mason degrees. They just got degrees stacked on top of degrees. These people have not solved these problems.
Yeah, because most of the emotional grenade, emotional landmine.
And it's also the multi-tier dynamic of culture stacked together. Because it's not really a melting pot. We're not blended. Where everybody's not assimilated. No. These are so many heterogeneous cultures that have different standards and codes and sometimes languages or dialects. So there's
Hmm.
so religious aspects. All this stuff
Hmm.
works against trying to get
Across
a
this,
cohesive
right?
code. And now
Yeah,
we have gender differences, like where the genders don't really align like they
yeah,
used to. So it's like there's so many barriers to having this, but there's like
yeah.
four different points that Yella said that I wanted to address, but I want to follow your lead on this one. Where would you
No,
want to go
it's
into the conversation? Is there anything like specific you want
we
to jump
could
to?
no.
Or
I just think that a lot of that is like I've with my experience of men.
Mhm.
I think it's much the same. You
Yeah,
know, that's a that barrier he's presenting is the barrier I feel with men in general.
yeah,
Not in any particular conversation, even in a relationship. It's just like the dip, your chip gets overloaded so easy. It's
yeah,
like you're eating dip with thin
yeah.
lays. And
Them
I'm over here with a pita
cantina
chip. I'm over
chips.
here with
Yeah,
Stacy's pita chips. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yep,
Y'all over there with the lays.
yeah.
And that's a barrier
It is.
to that's always there because of the cultural or alexithymia or the just resolving to, well, men are just not like that, men are just not emotional. But it's like every time an
Mhm.
issue comes up, the emotional dip
Yeah,
breaks the chip, but it's never recognized as emotional dip. It's just like, well, it's all these
yeah,
other reasons why. And it's like, no, it's how you feel about it all that's
yeah.
compounding and compounding and compounding and compounding. And so if
Mm-hmm.
anybody brings it up, you're so it's already so loaded for you.
Mm-hmm.
But recognize that maybe it's not as loaded for everybody else. That's
Right.
a feeling,
Mm-hmm.
and that's just the barrier I feel like I always have. Even though earlier in the conversation when I was talking about what I've found to be good, a healthy way, like we've gotten through that barrier of having the conversations without derailing into power struggles and blah blah blah.
Right.
But a lot of it was that he just didn't have the stamina because of the loaded chip that was just always there.
Yeah.
And so at some point it's like, okay, well, you know what the fuck do you want me to do? I can't just not ever come talk to you because you're so loaded all the time. You got to
Yeah.
unload, and I can't be the one to do that for you.
Yeah.
You
We
can't
have to.
unload on me every time I come to unload. It's like, it's like a trigger thing. It's almost like a trigger you don't have access to. Like I got to trigger
Mm-hmm.
you for you to unload.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I think online has proven that mechanism. I'm not going to say that's only a man thing. I think
Yeah.
that's a black people thing. It could be other races. I'm not other races. But I
Right.
know black people don't really unload unless they're triggered.
Right.
It's almost like we have to be triggered to
Yeah.
do it ain't even unpacking. It's just yeeting the suitcase, open suitcase
Yeah.
across the room.
Because it's not organized. It's
It's
just
not.
tossing. Like, yeah. You piss, throw the suitcase. It hits a wall. It bounces open. All the clothes come flying out. Your
Yeah,
undies is
maybe
on
a holes in
the.
the wall, maybe not.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Who maybe
I
somebody
agree.
was standing in front of the suitcase and got
Right.
hit. Maybe not.
Maybe. Yep. No,
No.
I'm with you. There is some point to that, but there's something in our culture that we have to talk about. Like that's what I'm saying. There's so many barriers and points of entry because even the way we handle conflict is a part of the conversation.
Right.
Because this is a confrontational conversation.
Hmm.
Like we're talking about sexual assault and sexual safety,
Yeah.
and so it's already uncomfortable.
Right.
And you're saying, okay, well, men are the primary purveyors of this activity, at least in the way that women feel most impacted by,
Right.
or at least that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the men's.
Yeah, we're talking about the
Is
men's,
yeah.
and
So
how
what?
historically it seems like even men in
Mhm.
power always knew, which I still would say
Yeah,
patriarchy, like you say, why certain subset of men, black men, suffer under patriarchy because men in power know men, and they're like,
yeah.
take their
You're not a
dicks.
unit, which is again buck breaking. It
Right.
was I'm going to take away your sexual prowess.
Right. Yeah.
Like that was the entire thing. Like that's what I was talking about yesterday about men suffering under patriarchy, under the sexism part as well, not just because
Yeah.
of race. It's that thing. It's the buck breaking part.
Right.
And like that's what I mean. There's that dynamic is not gone.
No,
It
it's
just
not.
looks different.
And that's why I would never put white women under y'all
Yeah.
in patriarchy.
Which was crazy to hear yesterday. Shout out to D Rails.
Right.
Which
Yeah,
was
I would never
crazy.
do that because the
Yeah.
men have to be. I mean, there's a certain class of people who get eunuchs, even in those
Yeah.
societies where they made eunuchs, it was a slave
Yeah.
class. It was the lower class men who were, castrated by the kings so that they
Yeah.
could be their slaves and only be loyal to them.
Yeah. So I'm
So
gonna do
yeah.
a visual analogy on like yesterday's conversation. Like, I'm gonna come back to today's conversation.
Oh, the
See,
infamous.
yeah, the consent versus force.
I call this
See,
the where is the gray area for men start?
right. So culturally, though, white and under the concept of white supremacy, the white men are in consent. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, we should take the Indians' land. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, we should go to America. That's a great idea. Let's give them smallpox. Like, yeah, that's a great idea. It's consent based amongst the
Right,
white men.
right.
Now, they get the white women under cooperation. I'm not really sure if we should have humans as slaves. No, they're not slaves. They're a cattle.
Right. But it's
They're
not
two-leg
me,
cattle.
so I guess
Yeah,
everything will
I'm
be
not really
okay for
sure, but
me.
okay, as long as you say so, honey. That's
Right.
where white women are.
Right.
Then there's a lot of minorities in the compliance. The people of color,
Yeah.
they're in
Well,
the
it's not
compliance.
my
I
turn
don't
today.
want to, but if I'll do it if you really want me to. I don't want to get in trouble because I saw what you did to those other people.
Right. And it's not my day today. So
Right.
I'll just kind of chill.
Yeah. Yes. Now this coercion is where I say black women are. I hate this, but I can't say no. I got these kids.
Right.
I want to go on these trips. I can't say no because I have to. I've
I
got to
got to
get
get this
stuff done.
money.
I
Yeah.
got to get this money. I got to get this money. So I'm gonna compromise on a lot of value things, and that's why I say black men are at the bottom. I hate this. We're tapping out, but I can't fight back. You heard the language just from Yella. What
Yeah.
can we do? You heard it from me yesterday.
Fatigue.
There's nothing we could do. We can't do anything about it. That's where black, and that's what Summer Show said. No, you're not the white women of the black community. You're the white woman. You're not the white men of black community. You're the white woman of black community. Because I hate this. I don't like it here. I can't physically fight back. I can't do anything. That's
Yeah.
why this is
This is,
sideways, the pyramid that I say the social hierarchy's on and
yeah.
where we land.
And this to me is like white supremacy, what you just laid out. Like that's
Yeah.
white supremacy. And that's why, yeah, I agree. Because black men are definitely being forced. And we
Yeah.
see that in the stats and with how
Yeah.
police, which is the force of white supremacy, the
Yeah.
police, who do they attack? And that's
Yeah.
why we had some differences. We're not gonna rehash all that, but
Yeah.
yeah, I definitely think with each frame, and sometimes you had a conversation, it's tempting to throw it all in the bag and try to unpack it, but you just can't. Just like I was saying
Yeah.
with the conversation, we cannot unpack both of our shit at the same time.
Yeah.
You got to let me focus on it the way I'm trying to say it, and that's cool.
Yeah.
You can criticize me, and we can move on. But if we just throw all the shit in the pile, we ain't gonna figure it out. It's not, and it will have to be systematically broken down bit by bit.
And I think because of this dynamic here, where we land, like the black women under coercion and black men under force. When I talked about yesterday, I was like, we're coming from different starting points. That's what I meant. The black women are a step closer to white supremacy.
One ladder rung. That's what I was
saying.
And
it's one ladder rung.
Yeah, it's one.
I know, but it impacts the conversation because you will speak to us as if we're being coerced.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I hate this, but I can't say no. Black men are like, no, we can say no. We just can't physically fight back. And that's a distinction that actually makes a difference. Right. Like, we're not about to dominate them.
And I think that's true.
Buy land. We're not about to buy land out of our status.
And I think that's true with white supremacy, but that's often how I feel about like when we have the feminist talk. Like, I'm not really a feminist. It's not that I completely disagree with it. I just I'm not fully buying into all aspects of it. But I think that's sometimes how it feels when we talk about men, how we feel about men too. A lot of how we deal with men. It's like, I physically cannot. That's where I feel like,
that's where y'all feel
like with men. Yeah. And so it's really frustrating when they're like, well, do this and do that. And you're like,
right.
But if if I'm outside and he drags me into a car, I'm done. I can't do anything about it.
Right.
It's like, do you not understand why that's do you not understand why that's a huge problem? And what do you mean? What can I do besides be taller and bigger and like a man?
Right.
So I think when you talk about gender-based violence specifically, I think there are other aspects of feminists where I think men have equal, things to add to that conversation and suffer more equally. But I mean, gender-based violence, there's no need for us to pretend that we're starting from the same place, as you say, like on the spectrum. There's no reason to pretend. You know,
Yeah.
that's not to say that men don't get violated and all that stuff, but we maybe y'all are somewhere closer to coercion, and we're just at force, but there's no need to pretend that anybody's on a different level than they are. But like you said, I think that difference is the emotional loaded chip.
Yeah.
It's just a fear of not being heard,
Yeah.
but also being silenced and not knowing
Mm-hmm.
how to speak.
Yes. And where people are positioned should dictate the instruction that you give them, or they're not going to land in the right place.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to be oriented. They're not going to, like you said about well, just do this. Because you're not oriented in the lived experience of a woman. Like when a guy says, just do this and you'll be safe. Like, just don't go to the club. Because you're not oriented properly, your
Right.
directions will not land her in a safe place.
Right.
You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Like that's why the orientation matters. Like even when women give advice to men about stuff, it doesn't land because you don't understand where we're coming from. And the
Right.
same in reverse, when men are trying to tell women, I just move like this, a lot of it doesn't land because we don't understand how y'all feel either. It's like that nail thing.
Yeah. Right.
Like, don't
I
just
mean,
pull the nail out your head.
being at the bottom for any group, whoever in whatever power structure where you're at the bottom, being at the bottom definitely is a skew that I think,
Yeah.
even though it's one step, I think it is a huge difference, right?
Yeah.
And even when you talk about stuff like eunuchs and men not being safe around women, this also tends to be the biggest point of contention.
Yeah.
If you look at Diddy in this whole conversation, this conversation is about coercion versus force.
Yeah.
And even when we had the conversation in the past about Diddy, I think that's where this infamous spectrum came up.
Might have been.
I found that the men got lost somewhere between coercion and compliance.
Yeah. Because that
Versus
gray area. Let
the
me pull that back up. Let me
that
see.
that's why I like to call the game. Where do the men get? Where does it disappear for the men?
Yeah, we
You
got lost in
know,
that for sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
men and it's interesting because once you get to the space of the unknown, it's like y'all, I don't know, I can't speak for y'all, but the way
Mm-hmm.
I experience it is y'all feel that there's a gap
Mm-hmm.
that other people seem to be like very clear about.
And other people, you mean women?
Women, yeah.
Yeah.
And then y'all like, y'all don't see it. It's like being colorblind or something. And I feel like it's
Yeah.
like super frustrating because it's like, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
Right.
Like I
And
see
here.
this word. It's like if you took compliance off of that spectrum completely and like
Yeah.
people didn't say it and people were having a conversation about it. And y'all would be
Yeah.
like, okay, I only see cooperation and then coercion. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Yeah. I get you. And you're right that we're blind to it because this is a social blindness. You
Right.
women teach us to be blind to that area.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I know that probably is hard to accept, but also it works in reverse. Like you all are blind to the same area when it comes to men.
Right.
I saw
Yeah.
this demonstrated on this real tunes on IG. He put the situation where a person was kind of, and I'm not, when I say pressured, I mean somebody just
Mm-hmm.
didn't take the first note. They were just like, well, what about if like they tried to resist, they tried to overcome the objection, like sales
Right.
tactic. Both times, a man capitulated and a woman capitulated.
Mm-hmm.
The men couldn't see because it wasn't coercion. There was no implication or threat of
Yeah.
force.
There
It
was no
was
threat. It was
yeah,
compliance.
yeah. But all the women saw it as coercion
Mm-hmm.
when it was a woman giving in. The
Mm-hmm.
men saw it as compliance. But then when we
Right.
flipped it, when a man gave in, the women couldn't see coercion. They saw compliance, and the men saw
Mm-hmm.
coercion.
Right.
So it flips based on your gender. The one you align
Mm-hmm.
with, you give a softer stance to. So that's
Right.
again
Because
one of those another
it's
barriers.
about empathy or implied
Yep.
empathy or giving room for intentions or giving room for an inner thought that's separate from what they're showing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of what people like, the benefit of the doubt thing I talk about. Like, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
maybe they were uncomfortable about it and they're just being nice.
Yep.
I think that's, people give room for that more when it's their own gender versus when it's the other gender. It's like, not really.
Yeah.
But before we go into the points you had pulled out, I wanted to see what this was because
Yeah. Let's
I
go.
mean she put it in, so I
And
was
then
just
she
like,
left. Sucker.
yeah. So I'm not watching again.
Live like it's the last time for
Well, I don't have to listen to this because they're not
Can
talking.
you read that for me?
Yeah, some of y'all are disturbed, even mad by Remick. First of all,
The vampire is sentenced.
I'm trying to make it bigger, but
Forgot
I
it
think
was
I'm
in.
making it worse.
Yeah, TikTok just does the window. It ain't gonna make the
Okay.
actual.
Oh no, that's better. Okay.
They suck.
Some of y'all are
They suck.
disturbed, even mad by Remick because he's a white vampire who wanted and coveted Sammy's gift, but ignore how pastors, executives, community leaders across communities do the exact same thing. Sinners isn't simply a critique of whiteness, it's an indictment on black respectability in the ways power masquerades as care, how even our own can devour us in the name of love, care, and salvation. This is partly why Sammy fled when he left his father's, whose hugs were never warm enough for him to stay. He didn't want to be devoured by his father's salvation. Okay, and I think a lot of people got that from the movie, so I'm not really sure what they're talking about. Like, literally, one of the first shots in the movie is Sammy hugging his father and having a flashback to Remick doing the same thing. That's literally like within the
Yeah,
first 2 minutes of the movie. So for
yeah,
me, I don't know, that was blatantly obvious that there were parallels to Christianity and pastors and
yeah.
vampires. So I stuff like this is just like you're still once again telling me how your comprehension of a movie is. That's not to say mine is right.
Hmm.
It just tells me
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
didn't see in the movie. If
yeah,
you feel like this is a controversial opinion, then you miss the symbolism of the first 2 minutes of the movie.
yeah. I would also say I think they're reacting to reactions. I think this is like reactionception. I don't think
Yeah.
I think they saw what you saw in the movie, but they're watching reactions and don't think that they got it for whatever the reason.
Yeah.
Like y'all don't
And
get
then
it.
that's and I think
Y'all
that's
ain't
what
do
the
the
fatigue
knowledge.
and I think sometimes that's what the fatigue is. Like
Yeah,
reacting to reacting and how that's reorienting people's worldview.
yeah,
Because now you're having a worldview that's not based on how you see the world and how you perceive the world. You're deciding that the world is how people react to it. And I'm just like, I don't
hmm,
know if that's a good reorientation of,
yeah,
it's like anticipating the reaction and then reacting to the anticipatory
yeah.
reaction. I don't think that's a good space to be in. Like,
No, but I think we're training ourselves
yeah, to be
to
that.
that orientation.
Yeah, yeah,
We're training
I do.
ourselves to skip the original stimuli, like even to the black woman thing. Okay, a black woman and sexual assault.
Yeah.
We move past that. We're trained now to skip the primer and
Mm-hmm.
move to the layers of facade.
Yeah. It's an emotional once again, black people don't express unless they're triggered. And I think the reactions have found that hack and have
Mm-hmm.
commodified that.
Yeah,
That is the hack to black people. You trigger them, they will give it all to you.
yeah.
And
Started
now it's
blurting stuff.
yeah, and it's just like even now, like you see, we've been doing this for a couple years, and it's like now you have a thing everybody's talking about, and you'll have people pull up somebody else's reaction to the reaction to react to the reaction.
Yeah,
It's like you wanted to react to Deontay, but you pulled up Anton, who was reacting to Deontay, and now
right.
you're reacting to Anton's take and clip of
Mm-hmm.
Deontay, which
Yeah,
should tell you is problematic because he's already going to clip it to his reaction, but
right.
now you're reacting to his reaction, so you're not even getting the full context.
Yeah. That's why I like Yella's method of actually going to try to find the original, and I try
Yeah,
to do that as well if I can, because
but
sometimes
you
there's certain
also got
people I
to
want to
listen
react
to
to.
more of it
Yeah,
than
you do.
sometimes even a clip will give you.
Yep,
You know,
that's
and we're just
facts.
losing more context. Like at the
Yeah,
end of the day, we're losing more context.
yeah,
Save the context.
man.
Hashtag save the context. We're losing
Uh,
it.
So I got 4 points I can dive into, unless
Yes.
there's a space you want to start.
No, you could start. Yeah.
Okay, so I feel bad about this.
Okay.
I feel bad about because I said it yesterday and I heard Yella say it today, and I know what it is. It's learned helplessness.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing we can do about it, and I don't believe that because
Right.
people think, behave, and feel based on the ways that we're trained.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it would be difficult, and maybe in the moment, I can't solve the world's problems today myself, but nothing that has changed was made instantaneous. It was like long term and sometimes multi generational efforts that change
Yeah.
things for the
Yeah.
bad or for the good.
To
Like
change and
even
really the change in perspective was the biggest part, which is why a lot of
yeah,
civil rights movements was speeches.
yeah. So
Just to
I
get
wanted
perspective.
Yeah, I wanted to acknowledge my learned helplessness. I don't think that there's nothing that can be done about the safety of women. It'll never be ideal and perfect.
Right.
But to what we were talking about when you said there was the goddess worship,
Yeah.
there were cultures that recognized that harm was a part of life, but
Mm-hmm.
they helped mitigate that with what I was talking about. There are degrees of reverence and degrees of respect and dignity you can offer people in other domains
Right.
when you are unwilling or unable to like completely divorce yourself from all sins, which is impossible. It's gonna you're gonna your culture is gonna have some ill.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It's a
But
part
you
of it.
again, so all this the sexual, I would say, deprivation that women have endured over the centuries, cultures built in mechanisms where women were revered. Like especially when they
Mm-hmm.
became mothers,
Mm-hmm.
they were revered. Even in the black culture, married mothers were revered. Once
Yeah.
it stepped outside of marriage, it's definitely shamed.
Yeah.
But within marriage, women had a way to get dignity and
And
value
sort of
and
freedom.
reverence in the black community.
Liberation. I would say
Yeah,
sort of a liberation. Because now you're free to do whatever you want in the marriage bed, or even sexually, like you're free. You should be.
depending. Yeah,
Yeah.
how it's on their interpretation, who you with,
Yeah.
who you submitted to.
But yeah, I think that's true. And even in the like those communities that
Yeah.
had goddess worship, it was a funnel for female desire, sexual
Hmm.
expression, emotional expression.
Yeah.
I think that is the power of religion. I don't think that's changed because like y'all say, oh well, it's pastor leading, but women need that space. We need
Yeah.
that space. We need that community expression. We need the midsummer moment where we sit on the floor and cry together and scream at each other's faces because our boyfriend was cheating on us, so we can put him in a suit and burn his ass up. Okay.
Wow.
We need
Yeah.
that moment. We need that moment. Okay. We need that.
Yeah.
So, I think it's we need those mechanisms. And I know a lot of people have sworn off religion and a lot of
Yeah.
the outlets that typically would give us that, but we haven't found a better alternative.
Nah.
It's
Yeah.
the online spaces where people are doing it now. And I just feel like that's like for everything we thought the church was bad for. I don't know if this is
Yeah.
going to be a net
Doesn't seem to
positive.
be too much better. I
No,
would
I
say I
don't.
think we gave up a lot of good trying to think we were going to create perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah.
think we abandoned a lot of good, like because there was a lot of harm in there's a lot of harm in the church,
Oh
but I
yeah.
think a lot
But
of
now we
the
see it's harm
yeah,
here.
not having a code and culture
It's
harms
not.
more than having a code and culture, and like predation is
Yeah.
going to exist,
Right.
but not having a code, culture, and community while predation happens, I think is
It's
far
worse.
worse.
And
Yeah.
I think we blamed a lot of predation on the structures that
Hmm.
had mitigation and
Yeah.
had room for not, room for predation. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say it just. It's like even in the Bible, he had the outskirts for the people who wouldn't have anywhere. Like you leave this edge of
Hmm.
your garden so people can walk by
Yep.
and take some, and you leave this corner
Yeah.
of this place for the people. I think he always had space. Like they're gonna be around. I
Hmm.
mean, you can't do nothing about them, but hopefully you keep them on the outskirts. Hopefully
Yeah.
community pushes them on the outskirts so that they do the least amount of harm. They're right on the chat GBT calls it liminal spaces, or
Yep.
just kind of in between spaces, and not so much in the middle. And I think we blamed a lot of the harm on structures, but now we see that the people are carrying the harm with them. The
Yeah.
mindsets
Yep.
carry the harm, not
Yeah.
the structure.
Yeah. And if even if like, and I know a lot of people at that point when you say what you just said will get into the chicken or the egg argument.
Mhm.
Well, they got that predation from being in the structure. Maybe so, but now we're here, and like the harm is still present.
The
So
harm is
whether it
still
came from
present.
there or not, whether it came from slavery or not, whether it came from the church or not, it's present now when we're not in slavery or the church. So now we just have to deal with the behavior.
You have to take account for it. I think
Yeah,
that's where
take
the
account for it.
accountability comes back in.
Yeah,
And even biblically, I mean, we're talking about the Bible, but it's
yeah,
like
yep,
when sin was made, God, from that fall onward, he had to take account for it.
yeah,
With the structure and how he let people move, and as new things came up as as these beings evolved and they found new ways to fucking sin, he
yeah.
had to then make account for the new. It's like
Mhm.
shit. But that's a part of it. Like you have to take account of it, and I think sometimes that's the conversation. Is like, okay, especially now, I know people feel like it's so overwhelming and it's so. But if people left church in mass, in religion in mass, And then we thought, okay, we're free. And now people are like coming to the table and round table, like, hold on, we still fucked up. Like, what's going on? Like, I think that's kind of a lot of what's going on. So it's
Yeah,
trying to get to the realization of what phenomenon is this? Like, what
hmm
is this right now? Like, what is happening now? We got out of the church, everybody's free, and everybody's online, and it's not gatekeeping, the voices aren't shut out, but still we're hearing these same things.
yeah,
What is this? And
yeah.
I think that's a lot of what's happening right now. But I see Bo had a comment you starred.
Yeah, yeah. He had just said, I'm glad y'all are having this conversation. Dr. Curry talks about this. He used the R. Kelly example. Everyone calls him a monster, but no one is talking about the years of childhood molestation by his sister. And I have a hard time with that, Bo. I honestly, like myself, I have, because of women, every time something happens and a woman is the perpetrator, they'll talk about how she herself was victimized
Mm-hmm.
and how it changed her, Stockholm syndrome, this, that, and the other. So, what I learned was that if somebody had been suffering traumas, especially starting in childhood, and especially like sexual assault and sexual traumas, it could change them and they start like hurt people. They can become the type of person like
Users.
that preyed upon them. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I accepted that understanding. But then I see men who were preyed upon and abused. And I never, it's hard for me to see them get the same type of empathy and understanding. Like, I can, okay, no, you did these things of your own volition. We understand where the harm comes from, but I never hear the same type of compassion towards them. They're just instant monsters. So I know there's a lot of gender dynamics in that,
Mm-hmm.
but I struggle with that because it's like, yeah, there are, like, okay, let's like Cassie. They're like, okay, she participated in a lot of that willfully, but I also understand that she was abused.
Yeah.
So how much of the abuse
What's
is
compliance?
excuses, like the complaint, how much of the compliance was, well, I see how all these men are scared of him, I probably should be scared too, so I'm going to comply and act like I like things, and maybe I'm going to send you text to make like we're in a relationship. I
Yeah.
can't say I can't
It's
understand
hard
the
to know.
psychology of the abused person, because I'm going to make room for the man and the woman who's been abused to, although they have victims themselves, I have some compassion for them.
Mm-hmm.
And but I still think they need to be held accountable for their crimes. And if they weren't crimes, then they still should be looked at like, well, you at some point you have to have the bravery or the
Yeah.
courage to do differently. And if you don't, I can understand why you didn't. But
Yeah.
you still have to live with those consequences.
Yeah. I think that's a big part of why she didn't come forward with like taking him for rape or something like that. Cause she's like, well,
Yeah.
I was complicit in it, to
Yeah.
some degree. And that's probably why she just was like, well, I'll go civil because I was complicit in it. I can't
Yeah.
really completely say I was forced to do it.
Yeah.
Um,
And she
you
dated
know,
other people in that time. It's like,
yeah. So I think that's part of the reason some people maybe in that middle space don't know. Am I a victim? Am I
yeah,
a perpetrator? Like, did I agree? Do I even have room?
yeah,
And even by law, coercion is in law, but not compliance.
hmm,
Complicity is not
yeah,
always in the law. So
yeah,
yeah, a lot of people do fall. Actually, I think the reality is a lot of people who are victims do fall in the compliance space. And I think
yeah,
that's why so many people don't come forward because they're like, am I really? Like, I mean, I feel terrible about it, but I did do this and I did do that. I think a lot of it is confusion,
yeah.
that weird gray area and they're not sure where they land.
Nah.
So I think sometimes that's also baked into why a lot of people don't come forward.
No, I'm with that. There's a psychological principle. I'm trying to get the name of it. And I know this is what predators use. I don't know if they learn it
Mm-hmm.
from training or what, but it's called the foot in the door technique.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people will start with a small ask,
Mm-hmm.
and these asks will like, it's like grooming.
Yeah, they
They'll,
groom. Yeah.
yeah, they'll slowly introduce bigger or more elaborate or more like conflictual asks. But
To
because you've
confuse the
already
victim.
started,
Right.
exactly, but you've already started saying yes and acquiescing and thinking this person as a friend, you'll be like, okay, you'll excuse away some of the
Yeah.
weirdness until you're in a place where you have started saying yes to so many things that you wouldn't necessarily agree with, that you
Yeah.
feel complicit, but we
Exactly.
recognize it as grooming and manipulation. But it's hard because again, you did say yes to it. So it's
Right. Because
where does the
complicit,
agency start
because
and stop?
complying isn't in the law, and predators know that.
Yeah,
They're like, well, if you're
yeah,
complying, I'm off the hook. But if I coerce you or force you, I'm
yeah,
going down,
mm-hmm,
But if you're complying, I could probably get away with it. And they know
yeah,
that. I mean, they know
yeah,
the line. I mean, a real predator knows the line. So they're
yeah,
gonna make sure they skate it. And
yeah,
that's why it's really hard. And especially dealing with men, the grooming conversation,
mm-hmm,
compliance, complicity, like all of those more subtle tactics, I feel like they're invisible to a lot of men. I'm not gonna say all
mm-hmm,
men, like men who have taken the time to listen and talk about it and obviously care, like doing deeper thoughts and dives are obvious.
mm-hmm,
I think they're aware of it. I don't doubt that. But the average everyday man, like I just nah, and I
yeah,
think that's where you lose them.
yeah,
They
yeah,
just not gonna go there with you. And I think that's also the feeling that the women who talk about incels and eunuchs and are men safe, I think that's the energy a lot of times we're reacting to, not the
mm-hmm,
guys who actually come to the table to talk about it. It's the lived experience you have of real men who, when we talk about, oh, do black men benefit from patriarchy, I know where that conversation comes from. Like, I know why a lot of women actually feel that way, even if you say like statistically it's not true that men benefit from it, which I don't believe. But when you deal with some men in real life, oh, it just feels like they want to believe it. They want to
mm-hmm,
believe it benefits them, or they'll try to pull that card when it's beneficial, or just how they carry the energy of they own you, or you're theirs, or they possess you, or
mm-hmm,
you're their property when you're their one, like all of that stuff. I think that
yeah,
energy is what makes women feel like, okay, then y'all do benefit from patriarchy. You definitely
mm-hmm,
plan it out. I mean, but from having these kind of conversations, I know that people can be, complicit in the thing that's hurting them. So
yeah. That's right.
I think it's a lot of that going on, but I also see how as a woman it's like when you hear men say, well, we don't benefit from it, it's like, well, y'all sure do be trying to throw that shit in when it's convenient. Like,
Yeah,
you're mine, you belong to me. And even if y'all don't say it, y'all sure do fucking act like it.
yeah. And I think with that specifically what you're talking to, I think there are things that we call patriarchal that we should call something else
Yeah.
because that's not necessarily about power. That's like hegemonic masculinity, like the gender roles and gender norms.
Yeah, but I
Like,
think
'cause-
those gender roles are, I mean, technically those classic gender roles are a part of patriarchy. And I think that's why women are calling it that.
right, but like that's a concept, and the concept
Right.
started after human behavior was already in effect.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
right, so people created the concept to explain something that people just do.
Yeah, feminism is just a way to observe a phenomenon. It's
Right,
like
right,
most Marxists, which why I don't really fuck the long way with Marxists because
right, right, right,
they never give solutions. They're
right.
just ways to explain phenomena that are already happening.
Right. So
Yeah.
when I yesterday when I talked about patriarchy, and I'm using that too much dip on the chip, patriarchy has the denotation of meaning the power and all that stuff. That's
Hmm.
the denotation.
Hmm.
But it's being used with the connotation of things that are attributed to manhood and masculinity. And that's where my problem comes in. So there's the denotation. So even if you don't have the power that comes
Hmm.
with patriarchy, where you're having the possession and the lineage, things following the male line, if
Right.
all that is divorced, it shouldn't be called patriarchy, but we still do because in connotation and context is now being used to describe anything that's related to men. So, well, this
Yeah.
is something that traditionally men do. That's patriarchy. That's
Yeah.
not patriarchy, but now we're bastardizing it
Yeah.
and making it that. Like
Right.
that's where my issue with that word in that use because that's
Right.
not patriarchy. Just
Well,
because
because
men do it doesn't make
I
it
do
patriarchy.
feel like, while I don't think feminism, once again, it's the same thing, critical race theory, most
Mm-hmm.
beliefs, I that's why I would never really say I'm 100% anything, because I think it's just a way to observe a phenomenon, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not the only way. And there could be
Right,
other ways to observe the phenomenon just from different angles.
right,
That's why I don't really fully buy in, because I don't think it's that. I think it's just it's just words to describe
yeah,
something. But
exactly.
yeah, I think that's just why you will hear most women say that, because most men lean on those traditional roles because they benefit them. The everyday man, even if he's not, he economically has no power, blah 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 blah. when it comes down to it, you being his girlfriend, most men are going to lean into those traditional gender roles. And for most women, because what you classically hear of is, patriarchal roles of what a man does and who he is and his role in society, most women that's what they're talking about, when they're saying the everyday guys doing it. So I'm okay with saying that there could be better language for it that's not as loaded. I'm okay with that. But I think that's really what women are talking about. I don't think most women are convinced black men are holding any economic power or anything like
Right.
that.
Yeah, because like even when Princella talked about her women-led commune
Right.
with some men there, she spoke of what men did, and it wasn't different from what men do now, except they didn't have the power. So it was going to be a matriarchy, but the male roles did not change. They still served and provided and performed.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying it's not patriarchy that women are describing. They're
Yeah.
speaking about
It's the
gender roles because
domination
even in a
almost.
matriarchy,
Yeah.
those roles still apply. Women still want those roles filled, even under a matriarchy. That's why I really wanted. I can't do this here with just you. I want.
Right.
I wish the broader public would divorce those terms because even under a matriarchy, a lot of times men
There
will
still
still.
is a man figurehead.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
even when I was
go ahead.
even when I was doing this study of eunuchs and stuff and looking
Mhm.
into the societies where eunuchs were more common, like
Yeah.
castration of men, it was much the same. These women, goddess worship was the powerhouse, but
Mhm.
typically there still was a king, there was a king always. But a lot of the energy, like you're saying with Princella's commune, is like the women do have an active role, a big role, and are a bigger part. But yeah, there's still gonna be that king, ultimately that calls a shot. So like, what is that? Like to me, that doesn't strike me as a patriarchy. That those ancient societies you're talking about, they didn't seem patriarchal. Like when I read about them, but I don't even know if you can call it that because even though they're and you were having that argument yesterday about the pastor
Mhm.
with all the women and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that kind of came out even when I was looking into the eunuch thing. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, all these women had the power. They're calling all the shots, the Jezebels, and they're doing all this and they're doing all that. But there is a king, like Ahab's over there in the corner chilling.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely something to it. And that's stuff that all these conversations are worth having on their own. So it's weird that I'm running into all these things that are worth their own conversation. So I hate this because I want to get to all these points in like so I want to get the stuff that's on the topic too. So let me get one more thing that's in response to Yellow.
Yeah,
Because I have
I
Bo
got
Johnson's
time anyway, so you're good.
cool. I got another Bo Johnson comment started because he has a thing that you dropped a Herbie video, his comment, and then I have a thing I want to bring up too. That all this stuff ties in. So Yella had talked about because we can't, and I know we covered this a little bit, so I'll make it short. But if we don't talk about it, then that's not saying that I won't do something about it. And the analogy I came up with, and I know we handled this, so I'm just saying this little quote. I'm gonna
Yeah,
drop it. I thought it was cute, but it's a good analogy. But that's like saying I'm willing to show up in emergency, but I don't want to take any more 911 calls. Like you're never going to show
yeah,
up in emergency if you
yeah.
don't take the calls. So I'll move that on. But I wanted to get to earlier. We talked a little bit about you said the code and culture, and I think eunuchs are a historical code and culture that a lot of people have adopted, but I guess the puritanical makeup of America just does not align with. And
Mm,
I know like some African traditions bring in stuff like that, some of that more androgynous or
mm-hmm.
non-gender role stuff,
Gotta
but
have that androgynous person as the
yeah,
go-between spaces.
but that European, and I think even the Native Americans had it, but I think the European puritanicals did not. So that historical
They got
code
rid
and
of it.
culture for that male presence is a safe pattern of masculinity for the femininity. Like it's a safe, it's non-dominant. So I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to ask you, can incel be the eunuch when I see the incel culture in the United States being, and I touched on it earlier, being male worship centered. And I think that's the
Yeah.
difference between the incel and the eunuch.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Like I think the eunuchs are um kind of outsiders. They're
Mm-hmm.
not brought in. They're not in the king's chamber. They're not adjacent to power.
Mm-hmm.
They're locked out of it. And I think that energy alone is different. Cuz like eunuchs, even in Matthew 19:12, they talk about the three ways you can become a eunuch. Like you
Mm-hmm.
can be one through choice, you could be physically one, or one through mission. You know, it's like mentally or how you carry yourself, or literally
Yeah.
physically. It's like different ways. But I think the difference with the incels is like, yeah, maybe the outcome is the same, but how did we get there? I think
Yeah.
is the difference. And I think that's why incels can't be utilized, because that being outside of power gives them a disdain and nihilistic viewpoint where they haven't transmuted that into a calling, or
Mm-hmm.
it could be transformative if you're just like, I'm focusing on this and this is my calling. I'm free from children or the burdens that tie some people down.
Uh-huh.
I think if it was seen that way, it could be useful. But I just feel like most incels, because they're outside and not by choice, they just end up in that victim or powerlessness
Mm-hmm.
or fate. It's just like, yeah, you can't do anything about anything. Hopeless, powerless.
So let's go on that, because I know you said they're outside of it, but I think they're in the place of a eunuch, but they don't have the intention or design of a eunuch.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
so they are still circling around kings or princes or dukes, whatever you want to call them, whether it's Jordan Peterson, whether it's Fresh and
Mm-hmm.
Fit, they're still circling around people who can amass wealth,
Mm-hmm.
fame, and
Right.
power.
Right.
So they are still in the circle of those people, in the orbit of
Yeah.
them, in their
They're in the
kingdoms. They'll
orbit.
serve and they'll pour into it,
Right.
but they do not serve to protect the women that are in those spaces.
Yeah. Because
They
they
don't
can't be
serve.
brought in. They can't. And that's what I mean by they can't ever really be brought in.
Yeah,
Like they can circle. That's what I mean by outside. Like
got you. I
they
got you.
can orbit. They can be on the fringes, but they can't really be brought in because they're not safe.
Yeah, got you. I got you. Yeah,
Yeah. They can't.
I thought that was interesting. Like Jordan Peterson wouldn't trust his daughter around his audience.
No. He wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Yeah,
well, yeah, you can be servants, you're locked out
hmm,
and you're
yeah,
locked. There's a certain access that you'll never get. I'm pretty sure eunuchs, the ones who stayed in the palace, who took
yeah,
care of the concubines, and I'm sure they
yeah,
were well kept,
yeah.
you know.
And I think there's something to that dynamic that we've perverted that old design because
Yeah,
we
but
don't
then
understand it.
does that mean that, okay, because they're all slaves, right? Like a
Hmm.
eunuch was, one I don't works the field maybe, but the ones who were in, I mean, they're still servants, slaves, or
Yeah,
whatever. But does that do you think there is? This is very loose. I haven't fleshed this out.
yeah. Go for it. We
Being
theoretical.
okay, even though you're a slave, you're poor, you're at the
Yeah,
bottom, you're
yeah,
powerless
yeah.
economically. So does that mean that what Deontay was kind of saying is true? Like if you were at least safe to women, opportunities could open to you.
Yeah, I mean, just being useful in general, like the
Right.
incel as a distorted eunuch, it just doesn't serve any purpose for men or women, and that's
Yeah.
why they're disdained. So now they lack
Yeah, because they
usefulness.
feeling it. Right.
Yeah.
They
So
can't be
like, okay,
utilized.
so let's talk about the three ways people fall into being a eunuch.
Mm-hmm.
There's by choice. Let's say that's MGTOW.
Mm-hmm.
These men have just chosen to step away from the competitive nature of pursuit of women. Now, I would say, are useful because they have agency. They have chosen for themselves to step away. They have chosen the eunuch role and to abstain for whatever reason. And that's
Right.
cool. I like that. Then there's the people that have a calling. I'm just so devoted to this thing. Let's say Lateris Whitfield. I used to
Mm-hmm.
be married, but
Wow, I hadn't thought about it. Yeah. I
I
had not
just
thought about it.
I just have this. I'm in God's kingdom. I'm going to remain faithful and celibate until I find my future wifey. I just have a mission, and I'm just on this path for whatever God says so. So
Right.
ostensibly, you would want him to believe in what he's saying and the faith, and keep his fidelity to sexual
Mm,
purity. And I
okay.
think that's where a lot of men will fall off. But if you do have that call and you pursue it and you stay faithful, I think there's a greater reward there than the scandal that's going
Okay.
to come if you can't
So
stay sexually pure.
Laterris, for all intents and purposes, we don't know what that
Hmm.
man doing behind closed
Yeah,
doors.
but
I ain't
that's an
buying it.
example. It may
But
not
let's
be
just
true.
pretend that he's
Yeah,
doing exactly what he's saying.
yeah,
He walking guy, he's just doing it. So he's a eunuch that can be brought in
yeah.
into the inner courts.
Yeah, I mean, because let's say his mission has become his wife. His dear
Yeah,
future wife has become his wife. His
right.
mission has become the wife. I don't think he's ever going to get married.
Yeah,
The
his
mission,
wife is that she don't exist. She's
yeah,
an ideal,
yeah.
right? A
And I would
projection
say
for.
even on the if it was a man, Dr. Bryant would be the same way. Like they're not.
Mm,
I don't think any of them are sexually pure, like
hello,
as far as
right,
biblically speaking. But
right,
I
but
think the concept is those people feel like they have a mission that should be serving as their spouse, that they should
yeah,
be so dedicated to that
the
should be their
ideal
thing.
their
Yeah,
spouse,
yeah.
the
What up, Mister?
ideal
He's there.
that we're supposed to be moving towards is their spouse. It's not
Yes,
even
realistic in the
realistic any
building.
person. Hey, hey. So yeah, that's
Why
interesting.
she ain't blue? Hold up, I did not.
Okay, realistic vibes.
I wonder if that's a
Yeah, and
different
I
account.
just thought that to prove to more to his point, like there is something to that. I mean, I was running it through, talking about incels and what makes an
Hmm.
incel, and obviously the difference between an incel and a eunuch is calling. Especially the ones who just live their life. Some people would
Second
say
fact.
Paul is or whatever. So someone who lives their life. Let's just say he's not physically one, but
Hmm.
there's a calling behind that. And I think that's probably what was the place a priest was supposed to take. If you're talking about someone who could be an intercessor or in between, it always has to be that energy. You can't come in with all this eros and what you call it, like in the sexual marketplace or something like that. I think
Yeah,
it clouds. I don't know why it clouds it, but I guess it just does. I don't.
yeah.
I'm
I
just gonna
mean,
have to chalk it up to the nature of men. I don't. I have no idea.
what you mean? It clouds it for women too.
I don't know.
If y'all want booty,
And
y'all can get y'all
when
booty.
I'm
Everybody
saying
get
I don't
distracted.
know, and when I'm saying I don't know, I'm not saying I literally can't figure out why. I'm just not giving it energy. Like I don't want to
Gotcha. Okay.
go into to thinking about the reasons why.
What I'm about to
I just
say.
experience it as such. I just
Anybody that's
experience it
in the sexual competitive zone, if you
right.
if you're in that, it distracts you.
You
Like
can't
that's
see
why Paul
people
was
as
talking about.
human.
It takes because it's an objective stance.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a biological objective stance. I need you to fulfill this biological urge I'm having, whether it's
Yeah,
kids or sex. There's these biological urges, which is why when you got dudes like Akechi talking about, it feels like you would have just taken any husband.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Days later, she's got a new husband. Like,
Right, which is
no,
crazy.
I wouldn't know. I'm about. I
No,
love
I want
you. I
you.
know. I
Right.
love you and who you are.
Next
I'm
week.
engaged. Like what? Yeah, so that's that thing. Some people have these urges that are what am I trying to say? Like preeminent. They're
Mm-hmm.
first. They come first and
Right.
foremost. And I would say, as far as godliness, a lot of times these things become an idol.
Mm-hmm.
But even if not an idol, they take precedence, which is why Jesus talks
Yeah.
so much about to forgive your like leave your mother and father,
Yeah.
leave your brother sister. Nope, forget them. You got to follow this mission because it's hard. You got to make a choice. Something's going to get sacrificed. And a lot of people have a hard time making those sacrifices because they have those urges and they're legitimate. Some people can't
Right.
overcome them.
They can't. I mean, and there's a lot of times to be honest about when it came to the bear conversation. Obviously it's ridiculous, but I feel like that's kind of just or everybody's fatigue. The conversation's about
Yeah.
just showing everybody's fatigue. It's like I'm just gonna choose the bear because I ain't got time to figure out who can overcome it and who can't.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's and then if I give them a chance and they can't overcome it, it's like, bitch, well, you knew he wasn't gonna overcome it. It's like, okay,
Right.
well, I guess we got to just yeet the dicks into the sun, honey, and I
Yeah.
can't go outside. It's just like at some point, it's just
But I mean,
fatigue.
okay.
I
So like
don't
wrapping this
believe
back around. So we
right,
got the dudes that have the mission, and then
right,
we have the people who just chose like they're walking away from that sexual marketplace. They have value because again they have agency and they have discipline. They're
okay. They're
useful
not
in
like
society.
nihilistically walking
They're
away.
not
They're just
nihilistic.
like,
Like I would say,
okay,
most MGTOW dudes, people who just walk away from sexual, like most people who walk away and abstain, they have one discipline, and they're stepping away from the social aspect of dating and mating. Like so,
mm-hmm.
there's so many things that they're willing to sacrifice in defiance of their biological urges and their social
Right.
compulsions.
Yeah,
So
I think as long as they have an
there's
outlet for that
yeah,
energy, then they'll be
there's
fine.
aptitude there. There's usefulness
Hmm.
there because that's drive. You're going against the wind. You're swimming
Right.
upstream.
You're
So there's
choosing. You're choosing your fate.
yes, you're choosing. So you have agency. You have resilience because you can resist the urges and you can resist the social conditioning. So these people are super useful. But the third group, the people who fall into incel by by accident. They can't get into it. Like
Right.
those eunuchs, the people
Yeah.
who just fall into it and they have no choice. Those are the ones that are problematic when we don't have a society set up to accommodate that. When you
Right.
have the
There's
male
nothing to
worshiping
channel
dudes,
that.
yeah,
Right.
because they're male worshiping and the males can't use them because the women aren't safe around them.
Right.
Because the male incels now they want the place of the red pill place, the alphas. So
Right.
they want to be the fresh and fits. They want to be the Andrew Tates.
But the alphas
But
know better than to let them
yeah,
in.
because you can't trust them with your women and you can't trust them with your stuff because they want to be
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
So they're not a true eunuch.
Oh, they're the worst.
Yeah. So they serve nobody.
Just
So
just
you'd have to
outside.
convert them into something else, or that's why I say there has to be something else done because there's no function that they can
Yeah,
serve.
and then they get more radicalized. They're fringe,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
They're on the
So it
fringes
becomes
or
bad.
outskirts. Yeah.
They're
So it's
resentful.
yeah, they're resentful, nihilistic.
Yeah, all of that stuff. So it's like,
But
what do you do?
yeah, that's true. Well, I did have some. Was that you had four thoughts? Was that the
Yeah,
fourth?
I got a few more. I'll make this like. Do you have yours written down? 'Cause
Okay,
I
I'm
got
gonna
mine
throw
written
in
down. I
this.
can come back to mine. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna throw in some quick fire. I had a quick fire
Let's go.
thing, and I'm gonna go through maybe one or two, and then we'll go back to your
Let's
points.
go.
Okay, so we kind of talked about this. Incel, which we kind of just talked about. Incels are celibate by circumstance. Eunuchs for the
Mm-hmm.
kingdom are celibate by commission. Same
Yeah.
condition, opposite trajectory is what it said.
Yes, sir.
And this was bringing in the bear conversation. A culture
Oh
that
boy,
treats every man like a bear creates men who either hibernate in shame or maul in retaliation.
I like it. I mean, because that's fair. I mean,
Yeah,
because what are you going to do? Like, either you can keep getting attacked verbally. 'Cause that's what it is. Like, if this was one to one, if these were just people, the
right,
online space, if it's women listening to men talk about women, they would call it bullying or verbal abuse. And if it's
hmm
women talking to men in the same vein, there's a woman that's steadily berating a man, they will call it verbal abuse. So
right,
what people are going to react, people are going to react to hearing something consistently, whether it's nagging, oh, she's such a nag. You're going to either
right,
resign yourself and give in
right.
to what she says, or you're going to escalate and start fighting. Like, we saw the couples therapy session.
Crash out.
Yeah, so that's what's going to happen. So this is just played up over an entire culture instead of one to one. This is a group dynamic now.
Okay. So I also had some comparisons with what's the difference? I think feminism has a wrong in a way of thinking that goddess worship inherently meant that women were in power, versus
Mm-hmm.
I think that those goddess figures were used to still empower the men who were over those societies. So this comment was goddess cults outsource safety to literal eunuchs. Radical feminism flirts with outsourcing it to the psychologically castrated men. Both disable arrows, neither redeems it. And arrows obviously is your sexual energy. So it was kind of comparing goddess cults and feminism because that kind of came up in the conversation. So what do you think about radical feminism flirting with outsourcing safety to psychologically castrated men? And I think that what it brought up was homosexual men, like
And
men
that's
who
what
are
I was
just
going
not
to.
interested in women.
I
Yeah,
was That's where I was going to go. That's where I was
yeah,
going to go. There's
right.
the gay men, but then I would say radical. I keep wanting to throw you in there. I
You
would
can
say
throw me in there.
radical
Go ahead.
feminists also use like the nice guy male, the
Mm.
lib male that is all about
Oh, the
I'm an
lib. I was gonna
ally.
say he ain't
Yeah,
nice.
he's the psychologically neutered male too because he'll do anything to capitulate or give in to the woman.
What's the
Like
guy
that
who was with
is
Marissa? Him.
that one guy,
Yeah.
Brogdon
Whatever
or
his
something. It was
name
something like
was.
that.
The one who dressed like a pirate. That's when you said that.
Ramses.
Ramses. That's who I thought about. Ramses.
Oh yeah, he sounds
Yeah.
like that, but he's no,
But they
he's
usually are
different.
toxic
But I
though.
get what
But
you're
I think
saying.
that's who they were, the way he talks and what
Yeah, yeah.
like, oh yes, he's a
Ramses
lib.
is running game though. That's different. I'm gonna say it's different. Like I would say some people adopt an entire lifestyle that's
Yeah.
centered around being inert and safe
Mhm.
for women. That's what
Okay.
I mean.
Okay.
Ramses never intended to be
He
safe for
never
women.
fully walked it out, but he talked a good
Yeah,
game.
he
But
talked.
he
Yeah, that was game. That was I'm gonna speak your language. It's
okay.
different for the incel dude. I think I showed it. I shared a video where this
Well,
dude was
no,
like at the
because when
door.
you said nice guy, I knew you weren't
I
talking
get what
about
you're saying.
classically nice.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
only
yeah,
first person that came up in my head was like a Ramses
yeah,
archetype,
yeah,
but of
yeah.
authentically
Yep,
liberal
yep,
man, not for
yep.
pussy.
Nah, there was
So
a dude. I shared a clip of this dude. He had walked this girl to her door, and he was like, you gonna invite me in for a drink? She's like, no, I'm tired, blah blah blah. He was like, they say I'm Nick from night. I don't know. It's like I'm Nick from New Girl Coded. Some people say I'm Nick from New
oh
Girl Coded.
God.
He was saying all these things like to try to sway her to let him in.
Like,
I'm a
I'm
great
safe, I'm
bartender.
safe, I'm
Yeah, I'm a
safe.
great bartender. And then when she shut the door, he was like, great. You let me spend all this money for dinner, and you're not gonna invite me in. And
Yeah.
he's like, gosh darn it. And I was like, but see, he is, because he didn't even like really crash out. He didn't
Yeah, he
really get
just was
upset.
like, you just
He was
heard
just
those Pentagon.
frustrated.
Yeah.
But even still, it was a safe frustration. It's like, gosh darn it. I'm like, okay, this dude.
Okay, Remick, get your ass on. Pick poor Robin clean.
Yeah.
I done ran here.
So it's still psychologically safe. And you'll try to surround the friend zone dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because a Ramses is not going to be in a friend zone. So I guess that's the way to say it. The dudes that would allow themselves to be in a friend zone, that's the psychological castration.
Okay. So you do think you think that but do you think that radical feminism really sees that as the um well, I guess it was outsourced.
Yeah,
Outsourced the
that's
safety.
also, yeah, because those dudes get used. Hey,
Yeah.
can you give me a ride? Hey, can you pick me up from the airport? Hey, can you? I just want to hang out. That
Yeah.
they
I
get
mean, you still
used.
engaging with society. I mean, maybe not in the way completely you want, like not in
Yeah,
that eros energy. Like I said, it completely gets rid of eros, but
yeah,
you are able to be utilized. I mean,
yeah,
and have engagements more, I
yep,
guess, if you
yeah,
are in that space. Okay.
yeah.
So I'm just going through.
Yeah,
Okay.
skimming through.
You can't, and this was what I was kind of going to say in regards to Yellow earlier was saying, I'm tired of the conversation. Like,
Yeah,
nothing that
he's
can be
fatigued.
done. This one says, you can't fix male violence by deleting
Mhm.
testosterone or
No,
eros any more than you can fix greed by banning money. You have to retrain the appetite. And
right.
I think that's kind of like the point of the conversations is
Yeah.
to try to reframe and give a different perspective to
Mm-hmm.
see that there are other ways that you can maneuver. I don't think it'll
Yeah.
ever be perfect because
Nope.
our country is so exploitative, but you can, there are some ways you can maneuver better, even if it's not
Absolutely.
perfect, like the ideal. And I
Yeah.
think that's the point of the conversations.
No, I agree with that. Our society is not socially engineered towards public good. Our
No,
society is socially engineered towards, like, what's that? Plutocracy. No, it's one of those words like
sure.
the
I always say
Plutarchs is something. Yeah, it's about the money. It's the people where the money is
commodification.
consolidated. The money is
Right.
consolidated into a few hands. Everything serves that,
Yeah.
as opposed to the public good. Because there was, I want to say it might have been Plato, Aristotle. It's one of those old guys where they said they had the aristocrats, they had the warriors, and then there was another group.
Mm.
But you segmented. There was a movie called Divergent. You separate
Oh
people
yeah,
into
yeah.
classes based on aptitude.
Right.
There are people who are just naturally more physically violent. They just want to fight. Let them fight. We have fighters. We have
Right.
militaries. Like, there are
Yeah,
places
we have
for people that want to fight if they want
buckets.
to do it as, yes. There are people that just want to have sex. There's a whole profession that we want to outlaw where people just like to have sex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, okay, we're going to have these things. It's always happened in history. There's always been fighting. There's always been sex. Let people that have those inclinations go those places.
I mean, a
As
good
opposed,
system would take account for all the people,
yeah, absolutely. So
not
anything
pretend they
that,
don't exist.
yeah,
Right.
let's not pretend they don't exist. So whatever your inclinations are, help push people towards their inclinations, as opposed to everybody can figure it out for themselves, because people don't typically have the capacity, especially in a world of infinite options. The more we expand, we get choice paralysis. So what am I going to do with my life? Who knows what they're going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Who can find meaning when you've got so many meanings that you could choose from?
Yeah, I agree with it. I like that
So
take.
you,
Now,
yeah.
you gonna hate this next take. I don't know if you're gonna hate
Oh Jesus.
it. Then I'm gonna let you get to your next point. I still got more. If
Yeah.
women trust a bear over a man,
Mm-hmm.
the issue isn't female paranoia, but male unpredictability. Audit the power, not the fear. How do you feel about that one?
I don't have a complete problem with that.
Okay.
There's not a problem with the fear at all. Like, if I see, it's not an irrational fear. People get harmed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll never pretend it. The irrational part of it is choosing the bear to avoid harm.
Yeah, I
That's
think that's the
where
paranoia
that's
part.
the problem. That's not even, no, that's not even paranoia. That's stupidity. Like, that's just dumb. Like, you know what? I'm scared of a man. I'm going to jump into a lion pit. Like, dummy.
It's
Okay,
kind
that's
of
the
like,
problem.
well, I'm going to
Yeah,
be murdered anyway. Might as well go by mauling versus the
yeah.
unknown. But I think that's the point. It's like showing a fear of the unknown because, like I don't know what'll happen to me. Maybe I'll be okay, but maybe I'll be tied up and tortured for 5 days, or
And what do you
have
think the
acid
lion?
thrown on my face.
What if a lion just eats you slowly, incapacitates you, and just slowly chews over you for 5 days?
That's
You
true.
don't know. It's unknown. That's what I'm saying. It's the perception that you. What makes this stupid is that you think you know the unknown.
Yeah.
That's what makes that part stupid. Your fear is
Well,
fine.
it's my favorite AI prompt, the man in the corner.
Yeah,
It's just the
yeah,
man in the corner. It's a Rorschach test. Like, what do you
yeah,
project onto? And I
yeah.
think that's why they call it a paranoia. It's an extreme distrust or suspicions of
Mm-hmm.
others,
Yeah.
often involving the belief that people are trying to harm them.
Yep.
So I
Yep. Yep.
think, yeah, that is a sign of the paranoia that a lot of women have. To go to that
Yeah.
extreme, that
Mm-hmm.
would be you have a paranoia about men.
Yeah. And I'm okay with you having the paranoia and the fear, but let's operate with it, not into stupidity. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if when you say,
Yeah,
I'm afraid of men, so I avoid men at all costs. Fair, maybe even practical. I'm
unreasonable.
afraid it's closer to reasonable than going into the woods with a bear.
Oh yeah, no, that's
That's what I'm saying.
completely
Just even
unreasonable.
as rhetoric,
Yeah,
it sounds it's on its face stupid.
yeah, you just
So
try to avoid them. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I don't leave the house. So I love when I hear the women on that. I don't even leave the house. I don't meet nobody. I don't leave the house. Okay, I understand. You're afraid. I'm with you. Or you just don't like to leave the house. Either way. But what I'm just saying, as far as the fear, I'm okay with the fear.
hmm
And I understand not all men are safe. I get that. I don't know the percentages. I think
yeah,
it's that because men over time can approve more bodies or more violations, it's a smaller
right,
percentage than we think it is.
right. Because one man can
Especially
rack up a bunch of victims.
one man can rap in 40 years,
Yeah.
like the booty warrior.
Woo,
If you active from 14 to 64, that's 50 years.
child.
Maybe past 64. Who knows? But
I
you
mean,
can
because
rack
if
up a
he
lot.
out here doing booty banding and like gig work,
Yeah.
yeah,
Who knows? So some people have been assaulting more than one person in a day.
yeah,
Or if there's somebody's in their household, assaulting that person more than once a day, more than once a week. How many times can somebody be violated by one person? You can violate, you can spread out like a burglar, a car
yeah,
thief. How many cars do they steal over the life of their crime?
right.
So I'm saying, so like the math on it is something we don't understand. So I don't know how pervasive the male harm is, but I also liken it to when I hear women talk about hypergamy. They're drawn to certain types.
Mm-hmm.
You're drawn to types like a Diddy. You're drawn to
Yeah,
types that
the
have
same, the
power or
same ones
yeah, that most
perpetuating the thing, right,
yeah. So
right.
the half of it is what you're drawn to, and then half of it is what's drawn to you. I don't know how with the brew. I don't know what to mix. I can't. I don't know the
Yeah,
mixology on that.
right.
I don't know if it's 50-50, 60-40, 30, 30-70. I don't know. But there's what you're attracted to can be harmful. And then what's attracted to you can be harmful because there are predators, but then sometimes you put yourself in places to get exploited.
Yeah,
So I'm with the
I
fear.
agree.
I'm with the paranoia.
Okay. Well, I have other takes, but
Let's go. Keep
you
going.
go to one of your
I like them.
points. Okay, you like them?
Yeah, I like
I
those.
did have some other some phrases, but we'll go. I'm just going through these.
Ye-
This one: a eunuch in the Bible holds keys to the treasury. A incel on Reddit holds keys to an echo chamber. One serves the kingdom, the other serves an algorithm. I liked that one. ChatGPT do not fuck with Reddit. It's just like, nah, I'm good. Every empire invents a safe male class: eunuchs, hijiras, incels. The
Mm.
question is whether that class becomes a bridge or a bomb.
And see, the problem is incels are not a safe male class.
Yeah.
That's the problem in that whole
You
result
said
right there.
they said it's not a safe?
No, I'm saying incels are not a safe male class.
Yeah, that's why I think they're saying they're not a safe class.
Okay,
Like
but I thought they
which one is it? Like, is it a bridge really or a bomb? And I think they definitely
okay.
see the
They're saying
incels
it
as a
could be either
bomb.
way. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think they're
Cool. Cool.
saying that it's supposed to create. I think they're safe in the sense of you don't worry about them getting the women.
Yeah.
That is in what way, like the other men in power aren't worried about them getting the women,
Yeah.
but they are a bomb. Like they're a ticking time bomb in
Yeah.
essence.
Because they want the women.
Because they want the women,
Yeah.
right?
That's what the specialness of the eunuch is. They didn't want the women. That's what made the whole dynamic work.
Yeah, or they yielded to that they just wouldn't, and that's just going to be their role.
Yeah,
Because all of them weren't physically castrated. I mean, there was
right.
nothing truly stopping them, but they
Yeah,
just, assigned to a life that wasn't going to be something they had.
yeah. They can get that
But
3 ways. Yeah, I'm with it.
and bad theology castrates, good theology consecrates. I like that. So I'm
That's
gonna
interesting.
go down to because it was just kind of talking about the difference. Oh, I think it was comparing Matthew 19:2 to like the type of eunuch that Jesus described versus like
Okay.
the type of eunuchs created by rejection and pushed to the
Yeah.
outskirts
Okay.
and fringes of society. So I think that's
Plus,
why it's saying like consecration.
I
It's the
I feel
difference.
like Matthew 19:12 also felt like I think didn't touch on people getting pushed out. Let me pull that back up.
Did it? Because
I
that'll
could have
be
sworn.
wild. That would be wild. I don't know why my
Ooh.
Bible Hub is being weird. It's like you can't come on here anymore. Oh Lord. For some, there are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's wombs,
Mm-hmm.
and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves
Mm.
eunuchs for the kingdoms of heaven's sake. He that
Yeah.
is able to receive it, let him receive it. Take that, take
Yeah, it
that.
doesn't say that.
Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't say what I was thinking it said. There might be another verse I was thinking about, but it is. I feel like there's room for the current incel to be useful. We just haven't figured out how to do it, like to transmute it. We haven't figured out how to tap into because
They
there's
need some
usefulness there. Like
outlet. They need some,
they need an outlet, but they also need access. Like that's part of the outlet is access.
but then
Our
they won't be
society
units if they have access.
because these people aren't supposed to be eunuchs is the entire thing. So the issue is these people are eunuchs because they've been denied access. Like yeah,
They
they need a girlfriend.
but they're
So
not safe.
the reason they're not safe is because they need a girlfriend.
Mm.
Like these people are being made eunuchs by other men, but indirectly. Like this
Well,
isn't the
I think the ones
castration.
who are, I think the ones who have been radicalized are definitely have been made eunuchs by other men, which they don't see that, which
Yeah,
is
but
sad.
I like this is there's a because of the way our system is set up right now, we
Hmm.
have come to a point of social castration, like where people are the
Yeah,
involuntarily incelibate. It's not a choice. It's not a creed. It's not any of these things that this verse is talking about.
right.
But it is being removed from the sexual marketplace against your own will, and it's not for anything that you did wrong. It's not like you were a criminal, a sexual predator. It's none of those things. You just don't happen to have the characteristics that this society approves of and values. That's the only thing is what we've set up as values. How much money you
Hmm.
have, how tall you are, what you look like, or
Okay, so that's what you mean by other men.
yes. So,
Okay.
and that's why I say indirectly because it's not necessarily that men are doing this. It's the
Yeah.
society.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that in their comparison to other men, these men are getting left out. So there's nothing necessarily wrong with them per se. It's just that they are not as attractive. Society has not created a lane for them to alleviate their biological urges. So they're getting pent up.
Hmm.
That's again, they have no creed. They've been given no creed, no great commission, and they didn't make this choice of their own. So if you don't speak to that social ill, then you're going to create a problem. Like that thing, the bomb, or if you, I can't remember, there was another verse, there was something else, another phrase that was used before the bomb. It was a couple
In
points
that
up.
thing, like
It was a
in
few. It was a few points ago. I can't even remember how it was phrased, but
a bridge
it's a
or a
setup.
bomb. Okay.
A bridge or a bomb was one, but there was something that came up like 3 points before that.
Mm.
But it's the same thing that it's going to be a problem in the future. It's a problem now,
Yeah.
but
Right.
it's going to continue to amass problemhood because we're not dealing with it. There has to be some sort of if you can't make a woman romantically
Yeah.
accessible, but
Right.
we already have prostitution. It's happening
Yeah.
illegally. You have to at least allow for the biological urge of
But also,
sexual.
I don't think those men want that. Obviously, out of the pressure valve release, like if they're
Hmm.
really like truly can't. I mean, after that, I don't think that's. I think they want relationship. Some of them, like, I don't think some of them is like, okay, you just need a nut, like get it out. But I don't think it's just that, and I've heard some people say, they don't want just a prostitute. They don't want
Yeah,
sex.
but who's saying that?
I think some of the men, like, I definitely have watched a few Dr. K talk to incel things, and I think for them it's like they want the relationship that they feel like they deserve because oh, I work, or
Right.
I'm contributing to society. I don't want a prostitute. Like, I want
Yeah.
a person.
Brie.
Like, I want a person.
So Brie, if every item of food in this country
Yeah.
were exactly the same price
Right.
and the exact same wait time,
Yeah.
would you ever go to McDonald's?
No.
Okay. The reason people go to McDonald's is for the convenience and the cost.
Yeah, it's cheap. Right.
It's cheap and easy. People wouldn't want McDonald's. It's not their choice. It became choice and it became taste because cost and convenience.
Right.
What I'm saying, that's a cultural decision.
So you're saying the change about like the value of
Accessibility,
relationships?
and value. If people could access greater, they would. They would love a steak. They would love a relationship.
Right.
But you know what? When it becomes convenient and you're hungry, you're gonna go get you a Whopper. You're gonna go get you.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't use it.
I mean, but again, your counter was no. They
But I
want
guess
more
they're
than that. Of
incels, so
course,
they're not
everybody always wants
having
more than that.
sex.
But you
Right.
have to have a bottom. You have to have a
Yeah.
bottom. You have to have a safety net for the base needs, the lowest
Right.
tier.
Because
the Maslow's
incels aren't
hierarchy.
having any sex. That's the main
Yeah.
thing. Like, they're not
Yeah.
having any. Right.
Yeah. And once you're having sex, what do we say? Like, let's take out of, like, for you, Bree, step out of this conversation. If you were talking to a man in general about having success with women, would you find it better for him or unadvisable for him to at least go forward with clarity? I'll leave it.
Yeah, he needs clarity. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, they're definitely gonna need some pressure release before they
don't
can even
shop.
think straight.
Don't shop hungry.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's why
so
I say
even-
I definitely agree. Like, they need
Yeah.
to get that pressure off. They're not gonna
Yeah,
be able to
got
be
to.
anything without getting that off. But I fixed it because I was saying, oh yeah, they're incels, so they're not getting any.
Right. And guess what?
Right.
And guess what happens with a prostitute?
Yeah.
You also get experience dealing with women.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No, I'm not anti that.
Yeah.
I'm not anti that. I just
Yeah.
didn't. I just thought that after a pressure release thing, or like
Yeah.
after the initial, okay, finally, I'm past that. They are gonna
Yeah.
want a relationship.
Yeah. Because women, y'all like fixing stuff anyway. So if it's a social
Yeah.
system where it's not some seedy thing where they gotta run on some,
Yeah.
you're such a nice. Well, if you got a haircut, I bet the girls would be all.
And
How many guys would just get a little feedback from a woman that would make them more attractive? Just little
Yeah.
touches.
And that's why I think ultimately, like, people leaving all those community structures and those things that helped us learn social is really hurting people more, because there's just a lot of that. Like, a lot of women need more exposure to a man before she likes him, or like repeated exposure, or that community helps them observe other people and learn how they're supposed to hold themselves. And I just think we've lost that. So yeah, a lot of them aren't beyond saving. It's just that they don't have a community to observe, learn from. They don't have, good models, and maybe some of them are even on the spectrum, or just small stuff that, social, it can be mitigated. It can be fixed.
I literally quit biting my fingernails because some random woman, when I was at work and I was walking by, and I think I had my hand in my mouth. She was like, "You bite your hand." And she was at a desk being interviewed by somebody else. I was just walking by, and she was like, "You bite your nails? That's such a disgusting habit." And I don't know who she is. I don't know her name. Never saw her a day before or after. But I quit biting my nails. Like, I ended up like one or two that I would still bite occasionally, like nerves or something. But I've quit. Like, my nails, I don't bite them.
Some people just don't know how they be walking around looking.
It was just something. It's like,
it's that simple.
Yeah, because it was not. It was something I didn't think about. It was an unconscious behavior, and I was like, I didn't have a need to do it. It's not like I need to bite my nails. It's not. I'm not getting full from it. It's not nutrient rich. I was like, you know what, that is.
Yeah, I mean, while it's out of hand, I think society, people will naturally do that. I mean, kids be roasting other kids.
Man, listen.
Let me tell you, let one of them kids come down there musty. The cuz,
Yeah.
you dang. You know,
Yep.
and part of that is like, yeah, you
Yeah.
need to know how you walking around here.
And that's when you learn how important deodorant is, and you quit forgetting it.
You be like,
You quit
let me
forgetting.
put on deodorant. And right. And
Yes.
then like if you have a kid who maybe has like, autism or something, who maybe doesn't catch those social cues,
Hmm.
that they have a harder time. And I still do
Yeah.
believe a lot of these people probably could use some professional help. Not
Yeah.
not to say like they just so broken, but it just can help a lot. Cause
Yeah.
if you know like, okay, I have this thing, you can actually work with a professional to help you gain skills.
Hmm.
All therapy isn't just like, oh, go talk about your feelings. Like you may have to do small talk with a person
Yeah.
or learn how to hold yourself or make your voice come out more or
Yeah.
make eye contact. You can get help to learn how to do those things, that you
Absolutely.
struggle with. So I think a lot of it is loss of communities because a lot of people just don't know they abnormal either.
Yeah.
They don't know they
Which is,
weird,
and I think
and you can
we're
find it.
so diverse now that normal probably doesn't even mean anything. But I
Yeah,
think we
normal
should
was
just start.
basically your community.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, like, are you functional within your group of people that you
Yeah,
operate in? Are you
but a lot of people
functional
don't
as?
have no
Yeah.
community.
Yeah.
They don't. A lot of these people don't have nobody outside of online and they just go
No.
to work and come home. So I
Yeah.
think that's the problem. Like
Yeah.
you don't even have a group of people that you can just look at in real life and be like, am I more like them or less like them?
Yeah.
That's
Can you
really the
fit
big
in,
problem.
or can you function similarly to them?
Yeah. But you had another point before I'll go down to this other section, but I gotta find it.
Okay. Well, I think, let me see. Da see. I think I talked about this. Yeah, I talked about this. Hold up.
What is
See the
this?
tears
Oh.
that you. Okay, there was something we already talked about when I talked about the black motherhood being esteemed, like as far as not single moms, but as far as married
Oh,
mothers,
okay.
how they were esteemed.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's some of the tension that's going on now, like the Times Square statue. He wanted to monumentalize something that was very average and normal, and you
Mm-hmm.
see how people reacted to that. Men,
Ooh, they
women,
was like,
yeah, everybody was hot. Like there is a thing where people should have to, like black women have developed an aversion, like they want to rest, they want a soft life. They've developed an aversion to wanting to. I don't want to be strong. I don't want to all that stuff. I don't want to struggle
right.
up. Where reverence comes from is from suffering, is from what you've endured, is from being resilient, is from being
Mm-hmm.
strong. Every monument, everything until that Times Square statue, anybody that did something that was against the grain, this is how you got your face on stone, on granite, on marble. You had to
Yeah.
go uphill. And
Martyrdom.
and black women are rejecting that, but still wanting to be celebrated. So you
Mm.
want to take the path of least resistance,
Podcast.
but
Mm.
still be celebrated. And that's antithetical to nature, to the way people operate, to history. So that's another weird thing that caught my ear
So you
about
think
this.
that's the real reason people had a visceral response to that statue, just because, like, what have you done to
No,
deserve
there's
attention?
there's layers of reasons to it, but there
Mm-hmm.
is something subconscious and to why people will reject something. Like they were like, she should have had better clothes, she should have had a
Yeah.
better body, she should have had better hair, because you're putting something on a pedestal. It should be pedestal worthy. So
Yeah.
some people had they don't even know why they were having that feeling. But we have been trained that if you put something in stone, in metal, paint, it should be worth, even if it's not like the Mona Lisa. Nobody would say that's a pretty woman, but
Right.
the painting is beautiful. Like you see what I'm saying? Like if the
Yeah.
art
Yeah. I think
beneath,
we talked about that. Right.
yeah. Like so, even if like I don't even like the focal point, or the even if the focal point isn't attractive, you've made it attractive through your medium or through your usage or through your technique.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue that some people reflexively had. But then there's also layers of other things like black
Right. The
womanhood
other
and
thing
right.
about,
Yeah,
yeah.
there was layers of other stuff. But I know that's one thing that came up. A lot of people are saying this is not special enough.
It was a loaded chip.
Yeah,
I think
it was super
we're
loaded.
like, I think that's where Yellow's black fatigue come from. He like everything's a
Yeah,
fucking loaded chip. Can't pick up
yeah.
no goddamn chip
Everything's got 7 layer dip, and you're trying to put all 7 layers on the one chip, and it's
on
like,
the Lay's.
yeah,
Yeah. But
not
it's
gonna
just like
work.
we gotta go. We got to get through it though. We gotta
Yeah.
unpack it, unload the lower. And it's interesting you brought up like the soft light thing because I think I
Hmm.
asked something about how do women communicate that they want eunuchs? You know, like
Yeah,
we're not explicitly saying cut your dicks off, but I think
but
a
you
lot of the
are.
a lot of the rhetoric it's probably serving to say, we want eunuchs.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's perpetuating the system that creates eunuchs, which we have
Yeah.
to remember that behind every eunuch society is a king or
Yeah.
a man, a small percentage who held the power, who needed
Yeah.
to neutralize a bunch of men, right? So that they
Mm-hmm.
could be they wouldn't be destructive to their power structure. I mean, that's in essence what it was. And so the first one is just about like how women say things that not only create eunuchs but actually still support the power structure that they say also is not what they want to be under. So you'll probably like this one.
Oh yeah, I love it already.
Yeah, I only date high value men,
Right.
six figure, six pack, 6 foot.
Right.
Why it's basically like women say things off vibes, but
Mm-hmm.
when you get past the vibes, it really only it's just that. So it'll just say
Yeah.
pop take, why it
Already know.
vibes, how it rearms the status quo, counter
Mm-hmm.
question to test the premise. So that's the four things.
Yeah.
So dating a 666 man, is why it vibes. It signals discernment to the women. It filters out obvious slackers. So
Mm-hmm.
how does it rearm the status quo? I'm actually gonna see what you say because you're a patriarchy. You.
Yeah. Go repeat it. Repeat it. So
How does I only date high value men reinforce the status quo? Or patriarchy.
that is superficially, and I don't know how it turns as asking for eunuchs, but it is asking for a king.
Yeah, great.
So
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Like it's asking
yeah,
for a king, which in turn, a king will create eunuchs
yeah,
because he's gonna hoard the women
yeah.
and
Yeah,
all the
directly or indirectly, there's going to become some unity. Yeah, I'm with you.
yeah. So that's kind of what it said. It shrinks the
Yeah,
dating pool to less than 5% of men, which
yeah.
concentrates a relational power in a tiny male elite.
Mm-hmm.
Soft life
Yeah,
over struggle love. Let men pay all the bills.
yeah,
Why it vibes? It recasts domesticity as a luxury and not oppression.
yeah,
But obviously that reinforces patriarchy because you're putting all the money into one person. Like one person makes
yeah,
all the money, which is what we try to fight.
yeah. Fendon.
Uh um the 4B movement, no dating, no marriage, no babies with men. Pure harm reduction, opt out of a rigged game.
Yeah, now that
Um
one,
yeah.
that one I actually don't have a problem with. I know it creates it removes the pool of available women from men,
Yeah,
but that intention is self preservation, which I can never be mad at.
you're right.
I can never be mad at self preservation. Like if you
Yeah,
opt
I think
out,
it's
you
just pretty much just a self
yeah,
preservation. It
yeah,
ain't trying to fix nothing. It's just like
yeah.
noping
I'm
out,
never mad at
right?
abstention. Like I'm a no vote, a nope out will never get a problem for me.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna skip down to the ones where it says how women signal please be a unit. Because that one was how they reinforce
Let's
patriarchy.
go.
This
Okay,
one's how do they signal be a unit. So
I got a couple too. So go ahead.
oh really?
Yeah,
Oh, real men do the shadow work, come healed, and I don't
yeah.
have to teach them anything. That's
Emotional
the one.
labor.
The
Yes.
emotional labor script. How does that
Mm-hmm.
reinforce men being units?
Yeah.
Well, how does let me see what it protects the women against they feel like gaslighting and
Mm-hmm.
mansplaining.
Yeah.
But what's the collateral?
What do you mean?
It turns this is what it says. It turns the conversation into a one-way therapy session.
Yeah, like I talked about
Parad
earlier.
yeah, paradoxically keeps women as emotional gatekeepers.
Yeah, remember when I talked about the very first
Yeah,
conversation we had today? That's that
yeah,
thing. You're going to shut me down where I can't have my say about something I'm aggrieved by when you're bringing yours up. Nah, that's not going to
right,
happen.
right,
That's never going to happen.
right,
And that's what that does.
right.
You have to sit here and listen to my grievance, and we can couch yours for another day. I wish a nigga would, Bree. Nah, nah, you brought something up. I've been sucking it up. And then I'm
Right.
telling you, you do the same thing to me. And I
Yeah,
thought you were sucking it up too. I thought this was a mutual agreement.
right.
Now you're
And
changing
that's
the
a
arrangement.
disagreement.
You see,
Yeah.
so now that you're changing the arrangement, I'm going to negotiate my side
Yeah,
too.
we got to
You're not,
renegotiate.
Yeah, it's a negotiation though. You ain't about to come and
Right.
tell me the terms. Nah, you about to take this. You about to take that. Take that. Nah,
Yeah,
I ain't
you
about to
let
take
me
that.
get.
Take
If
that.
it was a negotiation, both parties have to say their side.
Exactly. You know, come to we can come back to your points and nah,
Yeah,
nigga,
for me,
you
I
get to
will
pay
say
tonight.
another day because once again, my partner
Now
don't want
I
to
get your situation, but the way it landed on me and the way
yeah,
I am, you're not about to tell
you
me I'm
probably
a
would be
yeah
okay with going right the same day.
yeah
Yeah, I can
yeah
see you being like, we
yeah.
can do this today. Like we
Because
can
see
hold on.
your point is
Yeah,
going to be related to my point. They're not
yeah,
divorced. It's
they're
like
not.
the reason I put it up with it is because you were putting up with it. Now that
Right.
you're not going to put up with it, you kiss my
I'm not
ass for
putting up
real.
either. Right.
Yeah, cut that
Exactly.
out.
Which is
Yeah,
fair. Like that's
yeah,
totally fair. Yeah.
yeah.
That is
That's
fine.
my thing. And but women use that.
Some women be like, let me have this and then
Yeah,
I'm never coming back.
and it's a
We're
constant
never coming.
erosion. It's a constant erosion of things, which is why we watch Deloney. All those men,
Right.
24 years you haven't had sex with your wife.
Right. What
That did it didn't start there and it didn't stop there. That was a
he
constant
can't come say
erosion of
anything.
care.
Right.
But I guarantee you he did. He has been saying things, but she doesn't. She has excuses. She has reasons because she's the emotional gatekeeper. I'm
Mm-hmm.
tired. I have all these things going on. Can't you understand I'm having health issues?
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel my best. I don't feel
It's not
attractive.
time for you to eat. Go.
It's not time for you to eat. Go. Exactly. All of those reasons are what they say.
You hear that, Grits? You are early, sir. He defended you though. He's defending your
Exactly.
honor. It ain't time
Exactly.
for his ass to eat here hour and 30 minutes early.
But his
Um,
body's calling. His body's
his
calling.
body speak. If I feed him now, his body always off time, and he know what time he eat.
Listen,
No,
his body know when it's time to eat. That
nah,
body was
man.
created by
Cat,
God.
house cats will eat themselves into diabetes
I mean,
heaven.
that's true too. That's true too.
House cats be like, I think it's time
Yeah.
to eat.
And that's the balance right there. Like women are the throttle. Like they'll like pull back. Women pull back.
Hmm.
Men are the
Yeah,
gas. They'll hit the gas. And there has to be a balance. It can't be all one or all the other. It can't be all brakes until there's nothing left for the man. And it can't be
no,
all gas where the woman is just nothing but a shell of herself because he's taking everything. It
and we
can't be either
struggle.
one.
A lot of times it's one extreme or the other. It's just like
Yeah.
either every confrontation turns to a clusterfuck of people being
Mhm.
hurt or just nothing's happening. And it's just like,
So to this
we,
conversation, like
yeah.
women ask for either a king or a eunuch, but how about a
Hmm.
man? They're
How about
uncomfortable with
somebody
men.
regular dude, right?
They're uncomfortable with men because they either want a king that can have everything and possess
Right.
everything, and they want his attention, or it's a eunuch where they can dominate. But no,
I
how
mean,
about a
that's why all the
negotiation
women
with
was
the man?
they was concubines.
Yeah,
They'd
concubines
rather
and
be a
conquerors. Yeah,
concubine. Like, yeah, we just gonna be concubines and have the
yeah,
eunuchs around us. And that same grouping that they were willing to do made eunuchs even more necessary because a lot of times they had to care for the concubines,
yeah.
because
But you know what?
this king got so many wives and yeah,
Both of those are the path of least resistance.
yeah,
Because if you're under the king, you have no say so. You do what you're told. And if
yep,
you have a eunuch, they do what they're told. There's
yep.
no conflict there. Everybody knows their role. I'm one person's
Hmm.
dominant. But in a collaboration or egalitarian style, if we're equals, you have to face conflict and deal
Hmm.
with it. And that's what people are uncomfortable doing.
Yeah, I agree. The unknown. It's like I'd rather just not think about it. Okay,
Yeah.
here's another one. Now they talking about my little male idols. Y'all gonna leave
Uh-oh.
them
You little
alone.
K-pop, you little K-pop
Yeah,
fanboy?
male
Let's
idols,
go.
ethereal, gender fluid, no date, with no
Oh,
dating scandals. I guess that's
oh,
what
they
I don't
eating
really
you
care.
up.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. Um, this is my chat GPT. Of course, she's eating my ass up because
Yeah.
that's what she does.
Sharing you a new one.
Arrows directed at safe, distant avatars, not
Mhm.
local men.
Yeah.
Allows fantasy with zero real world. Well, for me, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's the
You
only
got a
way
bunch
I'm
of
gonna.
Leos. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, because I'm married. I don't
Yeah.
need to be. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
So she didn't really eat me up. She's eating up
Yeah.
women who don't have a man, but
Yeah.
lust after idols because
Yeah.
that's probably not useful for you. But for me,
It's
it
not
works.
useful.
Yeah. But it does imply real men must emulate filtered idols to be palatable. And
Hmm.
I can accept that.
Yeah. That's real.
But for me, I also feel like no, I like them because they're not real men.
Yeah. And I think there's a measure of that. I would say on the other side too.
Yeah.
Like when women talk about men, y'all like these things, y'all like these BBLs because y'all we see y'all looking at them and we see y'all lusting
Right.
after them. There's also a thing of us of like toys.
Yes.
Like there are playthings that we don't want to keep, but there's like a concept like that looks fun.
Yeah, it's cool. It's
And
cute.
it's
It's
the same.
fun.
Like so, for what y'all say, like y'all like to dive into fantasy. We like to dive into fun. I would say it's a
Yeah.
similar dynamic for each, but we can't be held to that as what we want all the time.
Right.
And that's where we get lost. That men will see
Yeah.
what women play with in fantasy,
And then
like that
and then
must be
they'll
what
try
y'all
to
want.
fashion themselves after the
Yes,
fantasy. You're like, I don't want to, like,
yeah,
this is fantasy, and over here people can be whatever they want, and I like that. I don't
and
necessarily need you to be that.
y'all will see our fun and try to emulate that,
Hmm.
and that's
Yeah,
not. Yeah,
that's not necessary. Like you said,
yeah,
we like the real curves, we like
yeah,
the real bodies, and they're
yeah,
like, no, you don't. And it's like,
yeah,
don't look at the
yeah,
video games.
yeah.
They're video games. Yeah, and I think I'm more in that space. So ultimately, what
Mhm.
do you think? Do you think that that's still? Do you think that is signaling that men need to do that? Or is like you're saying, men are having the same misunderstanding that women are, or do you think men aren't having that misunderstanding? That's just a
No,
woman more thing.
men are definitely having the same misunderstanding because, like, men are getting their bones stretched now because of
Yeah,
the 666 stuff, and they can't
yeah,
walk. Like,
right.
and then
I seen
there's
that.
we're having a conversation about, excuse me, male and female gays.
Yeah,
Like, so all these things are men's attempt to try to fashion themselves to be attractive. So there
to
is a
be the
thing.
fantasy,
There
right?
is something there. There is
Yeah,
something there.
there is something there. Okay,
Yeah.
I was curious. I'm like, do you think men are gonna put in the but men will do what they if they figure out women like it for real
Yeah.
and it
The whole pickup
works.
archery. Yeah, the whole pickup archery
Like we was
era.
talking about the men in the Sailor Scout outfits yesterday.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
There are certain segments of men who will do whatever they can to get women,
yeah.
short of force.
Short of force, yeah. Just
Some
anything that
men will.
I
I would probably say there's 10% that are forceful. There's probably 20% that are coerceful. That's 30%. I would say there's a good 30 to 40% who are in the you have to cooperate.
mm-hmm.
And let's
Mm-hmm.
say that takes up to 70%. And the last 30% are like somewhere in that zone where you might find the incels or the people who have a mission or the people who will walk away or the people who have discipline who are not constantly chasing. Like I think that's probably how it will break down.
Okay, that makes sense. Some of these are like DM etiquette. I haven't really heard people say this.
Okay.
Don't DM me unless it's about money or work, and then
That's,
screenshots thirst DMs or mocked in stories.
yeah, that sounds weird.
I guess that's like something. Compliment any compliment on my looks equals delete or block. Keep it to work. I really
Oh,
don't have
yeah.
what.
Nah, there's going back to that thing about how women create eunuchs.
Yeah.
They create eunuchs through the contradictory desires that they place
Mm-hmm.
upon men. So
Okay.
that is some of them. Like, slide in my DM, shoot your shot, and it's like, well, don't say this, don't say that. So it's a
Right.
constant policing of any type of male assertion, unless it's
Yeah.
the exact right assertion at the exact right time. What
Right.
you don't want, you
And
don't
then
want to
it's
hurt.
like, well, if I like you, then it's
Yeah,
gonna land, and if I don't,
yeah. So it's like like I would say the protection correction is another thing. Like they want they would desire a man that protects, but they don't
mm-hmm.
want a man that corrects. That's another eunuch.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they
Because
want
it's
his
saying
money.
it presents it moves the entire responsibility for boundary finesse onto men, flattens relational playfulness.
Yeah, his money is his
Hmm.
my money, and my money is my money. That's another
Yeah.
eunuch.
Damn.
Um,
Did you
even
just
saying
come
like,
up with those on the fly?
yeah, and those were when I said I have some of my own. Those
Right. Yeah. What
toxic
else?
masculinity is another one. That's another one
Okay.
because masculinity is not toxic.
Right. So is
Toxicity is
it
toxic.
right?
But
So
they're
it's
making the
toxic.
attributes of masculinity. Like when I was arguing against patriarchy, it's the same thing. The same school of thought that brought up toxic masculinity is the
Mm-hmm.
same way that says everything a man does is patriarchy. Both of
Okay.
those are trying to create units. They're controllable men.
Okay. I'm gonna ask it one. Wait, what is this? Okay, and then what did it give me this? I didn't even see this.
Uh-oh.
Gender war tropes that function as de facto eunuch demands.
Mm-hmm.
Men stop having podcasts, which goes
Yes.
to the thumbnail, the
Yep.
thumbnail we have today.
Mm-hmm.
How it effectively asks men to self eunuch. It mutes male public voice, strips status,
Mm-hmm.
competition, and ideological contagion. I like
Yeah.
that word, contagion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime they say you're not a real man,
Hmm.
Because see what I would
Yeah.
like. I wish we could walk this out. I wish we could walk this out. Anytime a woman wants to say you're not a real man, I like to be in a closed room with the door locked. Any man, just random man of America, and that
Right.
woman, and I like her to say, "You're not a real man,"
Yeah. See
knowing
if you
those
get that
factors.
fear. Right.
Yeah, see if you're willing to say that. It's just you, him, lock room, nobody's coming. Say that thing. You're not a real man. Say it to his face.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, and
No, that
that
would be
should be.
asking for it. Right.
But that's the thought experiment that should happen before those words come out of your mouth.
Yeah. I
You're not
never
a real
liked
man.
that whole thing stripping men of manhood because they do
Yeah,
something you don't
yeah,
like. Well, that's not a man. That's not
yeah.
a man. Like,
You're not
okay.
a good man. You're not a respectable man. There's other words. There's adjectives you
Yeah.
can use, but
Yeah,
don't
they
take
can
his
be
manhood away
qualified.
because you wouldn't say that to his face if you didn't have backup. If you didn't have a man to back you up specifically.
That is legitimate castration with your words. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one. We already talked about the under six figure thing.
Oh,
Um
short kings. Oh,
under
short
six,
kings.
look, under 6 feet, under six figures, shut up. That's what it
Short kings.
said.
You
Well,
be 5 foot flat. Talking about I need a man that's 6'7". Get out of here.
why? Why do you need that? I
They were
asked
just
somebody,
talking
why
about
do you
that on
need that?
Realistic Vibes last night. Somebody said something like that. It was just so crazy.
That's
I'm
when
like,
I was watching that Pop the Balloon, the cosplay one, and the lady was like, "How tall are you?" And he was like, "Taller than you."
yeah, man, it's so crazy. It's out of control. This dude was taller than this woman in 5-inch heels, and she was like, "You're not tall enough." I was
Jesus
like, "I'm done.
Christ! Like,
I'm
what do
done."
you need? Like, what is that? Vasectomy season, or I don't know what this is. Freeze the seed until you're ready to lead. I have never heard that.
Now, I've never heard that one. I would say another one is that a man can't say anything. Like a man shouldn't even be having an opinion about what a woman does. That's castration.
Mm,
Because
okay.
if I have to live with or even view women, I should be able to have an opinion.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know some of these other ones. Porn watchers are predators.
Oh my god.
Purity, feminist, and trauma recovery circles renounce visual lust or lose relational access, psychological castration.
hmm That one or that's cheating if you're doing porn. I hate those. I
Yeah,
hate those.
right. Yeah, that
Now I
I
get
that
it from the whole Christian standpoint, like sexual. If you want to say that sexual immorality, I will eat that on religious grounds.
hmm
But when those like conditional Christians who like I don't really go to church, I'm spiritual, not religious.
But
If you say
porn
that,
is this.
I'm
Yeah,
done with you. Yeah,
power grab
yeah.
for sure. Men must go to therapy before they can date.
That's one. Yeah, for sure.
We're on a soft girl no debate era,
Yeah. To me, that's just a boundary.
and
I'm
if you
I'm not
argue,
going
block.
to not debate. Yeah, I'm not going to be. Yeah, I'm cool. Don't debate. Yeah, that's. I don't think that's castration. That's a choice for
Let's
yourself.
see. Is conflict outsourced to legal HR police when issues escalate? Men with strong views congregate in echo chambers. Okay. I guess it's saying it's kind of creating echo chambers because it's like you're not going to have across the table talks.
Yeah, but I don't think it's
But
castrating the men. You're just
no,
avoiding them.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, it's
think
just an
that doesn't
avoidance
impact the
of.
men. You're just of running.
Well, it's
You're
just
running.
an avoiding of the incels.
Yeah, you're running, and that's cool. You're allowed
Yeah,
to
I
run.
think sometimes you probably do need to run.
And like I said, I
Um,
always give people room to nope out.
yeah, yeah, you're pro. You can nope out,
Yeah,
but I
you
think
can
that what
nope
if
out.
too many people nope out though?
Then they nope. Like I said, I'm okay with the 4B. It doesn't matter how many. If they nope out, that's a voice. That like communication is a language.
Mm-hmm.
So if people are noping out, there's something that needs to be done. Like we need to address the issue that there's no reason to do this thing, or maybe it's a thing that's not worth doing. That's a conversation. If people
Right,
choose no, like if nobody comes to your restaurant, should we force them to come to your restaurant? No.
right. That's
Maybe
true.
we improve your restaurant,
It's like
or maybe you
open
don't need
market.
to have a restaurant. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm okay with people open out. But don't tell me I have to cook this, or don't tell me I can't have a restaurant, or don't tell me you got to bring certain. Don't try to change my restaurant. You're allowed to say no.
Right. And this one came up that you said hetero men and female led panels attend but don't speak.
Mm-hmm.
That's like when they say a woman should be quiet in
Yeah.
church. That's like the
Yep.
same thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Or shoot,
let's-
man, what they tried to do to me over CTV, man. That girl said my question wasn't attractive. I'm like, nigga,
that was so crazy to me.
that is. I was like, what? So I have
Yeah.
to be sexually attractive in my questioning. So you're saying that my question didn't have penis on it. You know, I didn't have enough penis on. I didn't
I
have
didn't
enough
put
air on
enough,
my question.
right,
Yeah.
enough of that. And then this one was interesting. No eye contact on the street.
I mean, that's fair. But I would say that's more of a social etiquette thing than castration.
I think so. I think, and I mean, traditionally, eye contact is a good thing.
It depends.
Like, I mean, it like prolonged eye contact is obviously
Yeah,
weird, but
yeah,
just like you walk past somebody, you look at them, hey, speak.
yeah,
I mean, I'm from the South, so maybe it's different, but
yeah,
I mean, I
yeah,
know in some cities where people don't do that or don't want to
yeah.
do that, they don't look at you, which is fine. But
I don't mind your business culture. I don't think if it's only men can't make contact, that's
right,
different. If it's
that's what
only
it
men
seems
can't,
like.
that's that. Then that's castration. If that's what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
removes even neutral gaze, and they just
yeah,
I just if you threatened by somebody looking at you
yeah,
a normal amount of time as they walk
hmm
past you, I think that's
yeah,
kind of weird. Like you probably need help.
yeah. Now that part, because I kind of have understood that within the whole "don't approach us in public" thing,
Yeah,
that is a sort of a castration, especially when there is, because it's removing male agency as far as trying to mate select. So there
right,
is a form of the castration there. It's removing a sexual component from everyday life, and
right.
I'm
The
okay with
arrows.
calibration. I'm okay with calibrating how we do things. So that's something that for me it's a conversation.
Yeah. And even if things are said a certain way and you're like
Mhm.
trying to make an effort to change it, you may have to do some stuff, but after a while you can change it too. Just because like to retrain, you know,
Mhm.
like sometimes retrain your mind. If this one way, you got to kind of go back to square one, but
Yeah.
you can always evolve, you know, if you're aware of the process. Which
Mhm.
also is something I was kind of speaking to of like, okay, this might be a little, but this is just retraining your brain not to do the thing you always do. So you kind of got
Mhm.
to do something else different. And then
Yeah.
once you get that, then you can kind of take a step up and try to evolve it.
Mhm.
So I can see it being that, but you know, I don't trust the internet to not oversimplify.
Of course.
But yeah, that was just some of the things that it listed that women say that
I
kind
like
of
that.
signals eunuchs, how we make men eunuchs. And I think that's something women are often confused about, even when they get in if they do finally
Yes.
get in a relationship with men, we
Yep.
don't understand why the men are so silent
Yeah. Or
or
become
I don't even,
docile.
yeah, so docile.
Or
I'm like,
check
what
out.
is wrong with you? Like it's like y'all don't know how to be with us if y'all not whooping our ass. Like it's either
Yeah.
you're one way or the other. Like you said, the bear is
Yeah.
lashing out or it's in hibernation.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one. That's the phrase I was looking for when I said there was something before the bomb. It's that one,
Uh-huh.
either lashing out or hibernation. That's it.
Yeah.
Like those
Right.
are the two extremes, and there's a neutral ground where we can negotiate.
Yeah.
We can negotiate from neutrality. But if I have to hibernate for peace, or I have to dominate, or vice versa, that's
Right.
not a that's not something I personally can stomach, because I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't.
I think a lot of times, like even when you watch a show like Couples Therapy, you see a lot
Yeah.
of couples trying to get to that place of
Yes.
that. You know,
Yes.
usually couples are in one extreme, they fighting all
Yep.
the time, or it's like they never fighting. They try to
Yep.
get to like be
Yeah.
able to negotiate at the same time. It's really
Yep.
a hard process to get to.
It is.
Sometimes when
It
you
is.
just realize like you're in such an extreme, you're just like, dang, now we gotta walk
Yeah.
all the way back to step and kind of like what I was speaking for earlier. I don't think that's the way it should be. But you see like how Orner sometimes like for at first she just has to make one person just shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. That.
Like she doesn't keep them there the whole time, but it's like,
Yeah.
can you shut the fuck up while
Yeah.
they express? Let's
Yeah.
start there. You
Yeah.
know, so then maybe for a session or two, every time the person speaks, she just might make the other person just not say anything.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, it's not gonna stay there, but
Yeah. But
sometimes you just gotta go.
the
Yeah.
pursuit has to be stopped, because it's typically a
Yeah.
pursuer, and whoever that person is has to be slowed down so the other person can quit running.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, I think that that's the difficult part with relationships. A lot of those transitory steps into getting to that middle ground just don't feel good.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't even imagine, like when I watch it, I couldn't even imagine sitting in therapy that I paid for and not being able to say shit.
Man, come on.
Like, did you just let him talk? You hear what he
Yeah.
said? Like, and she's
Right.
like, but I guess she be let her cook. But it's just like that would
Yeah.
trigger me. That would trigger me. Just like you saying, being told you can't let them
Yeah.
get it out. That would trigger. I would be
Yeah.
triggered too you know, because I can just imagine myself sitting in a session like, oh, he finally talking, and I can't say nothing. Okay,
Right.
okay,
Yeah.
you know, I'll be over there crashing out. So,
Uh-huh.
I mean, I get it, but
Yeah. But they have to have room to start to come out of their shell to express. So I get
yeah,
why, but I think it
yeah,
needs to be also communicated to the pursuer. We need to give them room to breathe so that they can
mm-hmm,
learn to breathe on their own. Like
mm-hmm,
this person is on life support basically.
yeah.
They're not breathing on their own. So we have to give them room so they can start.
You got to
Like they have
give
to
them the
build that muscle.
space. Yeah,
And that's a
and
lot of
then
times.
and if for my
Yeah.
relationship, the reason that rule is in place is for me. It's not even like for the other person because I'm gonna go into prosecution defense
Yeah. You're gonna
mode.
take
Like
all the air.
I'm,
You're gonna suck all the air out of the room.
yeah, I'm gonna suck all the air out of the room.
So they
So
can't breathe.
they can't. So I have to stop myself because I'm like, I know, you know. So you're trying to get the
Yeah.
awareness to be like, this isn't an argument about who's right. Don't turn it
Mm-hmm.
into that. Don't
Yeah.
do the thing, you know.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
No, it is. Because your
Ugh.
feelings are still there. You're still, no matter how much you know, no matter how much you study, no matter how much you learn about yourself, you're still human. And you're still going to have feelings. And your
Yeah.
feelings are going to be clouded by all of your past experiences and expectations and all that stuff. So no matter what, you're
Yeah.
still going to have those moments.
Like I'm right though.
Yeah, you think you are. And that's cool.
I be
It's a good.
wrong. No, I be wrong as hell. But I'm just saying
Man, we
in a
know.
minute,
Man, we know.
in the
Man, don't we know.
moment, you always feel right.
You always feel right. And that's the
I mean,
problem.
if you're emotional, you
I
feel
think the
right.
Bible even says that everybody feels right in their own eyes, something like that.
Yeah. So I just be like, I can accept that you know, the
Yeah.
way I'm seeing things is
Yeah.
not reality. Let me preface this.
And what I've
Now I'm just
learned
gonna do.
is
Right.
that you are right from the way you see it. That's why everybody's right from the
Yeah,
way that they see it, but everybody
exactly.
doesn't see clearly.
Right. Facts. Or you just looking at it at an off angle.
Yeah. Or
You
you
ain't getting the whole
squinting
picture. Yeah, you squinting,
because
you
you
leaning
tensed up.
in.
You squinting.
Yeah.
You
But
got one eye
that helps
closed.
too. I always preface that. Like what I'm about to say is how I feel.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
not me saying this is decidedly reality. So please,
Yeah.
I'm giving you all of this so you can interject and tell me where my reality is skewed, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And that's the part where you come in and say, okay, well, this is how I experience you, you know, but it's hard. And a lot of
That's
people
tough.
like the steps to get there are just like not. I think that's the other thing. All this gender war stuff, my concern is like even this with the neutered men and like castrated
Mm-hmm.
men and these overbearing, sucking the air out of the room women. It's like outside of the gender war conversation, when you finally get in a relationship with a person,
Mm-hmm.
you're cooked. You're cooked.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any of the skills or the patience.
Yeah.
Or you coming in
No.
so clenched up anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have room to do some of the maneuvering you kind of got to get to a middle ground.
No,
That's
that's
the
right.
other problem. So there are just as many female incel. Like I was in Pilates today.
Uh-oh.
It was me and one other person. She in there cussing. She cussing everybody out. Ah, fuck this shit. And you in class, yeah, you fucking tripping, right? And my
Okay.
Pilates instructor, it's black Pilates. Everybody's chill, so we always complain. You know, she be trying to kill us. She's a psycho.
Gotcha.
So we kind of have this like ha kind of joking kind of vibes anyway. But she was like really really aggressive, and so we get to the point we've been like doing some stretches or something, and I was like, oh man, like my body didn't like that or whatever. And the other lady was like, yeah, I just need some dick. That's why I'm so angry right now. I'm like,
Yo,
and my
so
instructor was like, well, I'm gonna need you to get some dick
calm
because
down. Yeah, for
you've
real.
done this. But she's like, well, I'm being celibate right now because I need to just pull my
Mm.
energy back in. And I'm just sitting here like, I don't know what
Nah.
it just that kind of stuff. Like, I can't imagine being in a relationship with somebody like that. Like, you're choosing to be celibate, and then
Yeah.
you come to Pilates class cussing everybody out.
Yeah.
But
And I
you're
get it.
saying you needed to pull your energy in, so you
Yeah.
are letting
But she
some
hasn't
choice you made get.
learned to regulate her own emotions except
So
through a
that's
man.
really the problem.
Yeah. So she thinks if I step back from a man, I'll learn
Yeah.
how to self-regulate and not need a man to self-soothe.
But clearly,
It's not working. She's
you're coming to Pilates cussing strangers out.
nicotine withdrawals.
Well, yeah. So I just thought that was interesting because I said, well, sometimes you just got to pull your energy in because you become complacent. And I was like, I don't know what that means. Like, are you mad at him because he don't want to be in a relationship with you? Is that what that is? Because I don't know how you're complacent with getting dick you like.
Nah, she's complacent. Like she gets used to using this person to regulate her feelings. All her feelings get run through the guy.
And but they're not in a relationship.
Yeah, whether they are or they aren't. Like, I mean, it's just an uncomfortable thing. I think some people intuit things. I'm learning to appreciate the methodology of women's emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So there is intuition that we live off of daily, men and women.
Yeah.
Men have a harder time recognizing it as intuition,
Yeah.
but we do. And a lot of decisions that we make are from our intuition. It's a feeling, it's a gut
Yeah.
feeling. And I think we know when I'm leaning too heavily on this person to feel good.
Yeah.
So I'm complacent there. It feels comfortable. And
She's like something stuck. It's just like a
sometimes that's self
feeling.
sabotage. But
Yeah.
you have to learn yourself enough to know whether it's like I need to pull back because I'm not safe
Right.
leaning on this person emotion. I can't use them as a crutch. Or it's like I'm anxious and I'm pulling back because I have that attachment avoidance
Yeah.
style.
Like I'm
It's
running.
getting too real. It's getting too real.
Yeah. I want something or I'm getting too
Yeah.
attached and I'm pulling my energy back.
Yeah. So it could be either way. Like, but that's the thing that you have to work out for yourself because I'm learning in life everything good and bad, they look exactly the same. But
The weeks and the tears.
they'll look exactly the same, but only one is good for you. What's a
Mm-hmm.
tear for you is not what's a tear for me.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a biblical. Yeah, you always got them lookalikes, and they always gonna
Yeah.
be right near the real ones too.
Yeah. They're gonna look just alike. But you
I
have
just
to be able to know. You have to judge
yeah.
them by the fruit.
Yeah, that's what I used to cuss in every time I garden. Like, hey, you ain't never seen this fucking plant. Remember the lady talking about the carrots, the
Mm-hmm.
Queen Anne's lace? I ain't
Yeah.
never had no motherfucking Queen Anne's lace in the yard until I plant some carrots because they look
Mm-hmm.
the same. The flowers look exactly the same.
Yeah.
You really don't know. Well, there's subtle differences, but you got to really know to know or
Yeah.
pull them out the ground or
Yep.
whatever. But it's just like it just cussing like, damn, I ain't now never been here until I planted the real one. Now it's
Mm-hmm.
popping up, and it's just kind of a weird thing that happens. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm just wondering what that is, but also that energetically it's the same thing. They are in the
Mm-hmm.
same place. It's so fucking frustrating.
Yeah.
Like it looks the same.
Yeah. The
How do I know?
outcomes, the outcomes look like again like scammers.
Right.
Scammers play on they're terrible. They're terrible people. What they do is give you the look of somebody that knows what they're doing. I pretend to be something
Right.
that's good for you. I pretend
Right.
to be this thing that's to your advantage, but I'm not. Like it's the same thing that we do. Like
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson a long time ago talked about how women fall for, especially when they're younger,
The
they fall
competence.
for
Yeah.
that thing that looks like competence,
Right.
but they end up falling in with the sociopaths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they're extremely confident because they don't care. They
Yeah.
don't care about they have no neuroticism.
They don't know.
Yeah,
They don't realize it.
but you're like, oh, he's confident. He's got his stuff together. No,
He's an
he's got
idiot.
everybody's stuff together because he's crazy.
Right. He's
Yeah,
he's crazy
yeah,
and kind of stupid,
yeah.
but
So you're
smart.
getting into a terrible situation because you can't tell the difference between actual fruit. You're looking at the leaf. You're looking at the
Mm-hmm.
foliage. You're looking at all the stuff that flowers. But that's
Yeah.
not where the substance is. That's not what you eat off of.
I mean, that better helps me understand it. I think a lot of people, women do have that good intuitive,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing going on, but sometimes it stops there. Like you said, even for example, the lady with okay, I just know my energy is not going where I
Mm-hmm.
want, but it's like, okay,
Right.
I'm just going to pull it back. Okay.
Right.
But you can't pull it back and then not see that it's visibly leaking out in other places. Cause
Right.
that's going to give you insight into what the problem actually is.
Right.
Because if every couple months you just pull back, hey Von Eric, and you just pull back from the person and then you go cut strangers out until you're ready to get some dick again, like you're not actually fixing the problem. You're just shifting the energy.
Yeah.
You want to move the energy from there, but you're
Yeah.
not transmuting it, which is the same problem I think the incels kind of.
Yeah.
You haven't transmuted the energy. You're just moving it.
And I think what she is mistaken is where the flow is happening. She thinks she's leaking energy and she's trying to pull it back in.
Yeah.
I think what she's doing, she's been receiving energy and now
Mm.
she's having withdrawals. Like, cause like
Ooh,
dick is
like a
inception,
succubus.
incepted. Like dick is incepted, not receptive. So
Mm-hmm.
she's been receiving energy, and now she's without it. Because if it was an exertion of energy, the exercise would work. Because
Yeah,
she's exerting energy, but it's not releasing anything. Because
yeah.
her issue wasn't releasing. Her issue was
She quit the
receiving.
class early. She was like,
Yeah,
"I'm not even finishing the day."
yeah. Because it's not working. Because her issue isn't leaking energy. She had energy to give or whatever, but she's missing receiving energy, and the class wasn't
That's
receiving. Yeah,
and that's actually interesting because she hasn't even come to a Pilates in a long time while she was fucking this dude.
yeah,
And as soon as she went celibate, here she come back in class and like, oh, I'm just ready to be good at this again. Like just complaining the whole class. I'm like,
yeah.
the
Because
fact that you
everybody
wasn't
talk
coming in
about,
here when you was getting dick,
yeah.
it's interesting.
Because some people, everybody's like, well, if you're not having sex, well, you can go have other forms of exercise. But not
Mm,
everybody gets the same thing from sex. It's like the wheat and the tares. Every like
yeah,
these look the same. Some people have sex for the physical release. Some people go to it for the intimacy. Well,
right.
some people go to get poured into.
And she
Not
don't really
everything.
realize she getting.
Yeah,
So it sounded like she was doing it for the intimacy because the fact
yeah,
that you wasn't coming to Pilates or anything, and
yeah,
then you came in Pilates and just emotionally vomited all over us
yeah,
means that you were using sex for that.
yeah. She was in receipt. She was receiving something. Now she's having withdrawals, but she
Mm-hmm.
thinks she needs to exert. But it wasn't exertion that she's lacking.
Yeah. I'm sure she was probably doing too much and emotionally vomiting all over that man. I'm like, you too old because she looked like she was a smooth 50. I mean, her body was
Ooh,
nice, but I'm like, girl, you
yeah,
look like you about 50.
yeah.
Because I'm like
So yeah,
almost 40. So I'm like, I'm going to
yeah.
just put you at 50. You too old for this.
Yeah, she's 50. She's sexually active. She goes to Pilates or can go to Pilates or she so she has no barrier to exertion. Like you said, she got to get. She exertion is not her issue.
Yeah. Yeah. She's not emotional. She probably just ain't emotionally regulated like most of
Yeah,
us.
yeah,
There's no regulation. It's like the valve is completely on and just on 100 or
yeah,
it's off.
yeah,
And she really need to find something in the middle. Like you said, a king versus a eunuch, maybe just a man in
yeah.
the middle is what you
Where
need.
it can be regulated, where you receive, but you also give. It's a place where you can exert, but it's also a
Mm-hmm.
place where you receive.
Yeah.
It got to be
I don't
balanced
know
out.
if this eunuch culture is helping us, but that was the one of the last things that I kind of ran through with this idea of, we think that we create we think the disillusionment of thinking the world is safer as we create more eunuchs. More
Yeah,
people are eunuchs, and it's like, maybe the world is safer, but we get the smack in the face that it's not, because once again, it cannot be ignored that the system of having eunuchs ultimately benefits the king.
mm-hmm.
Ultimately. And it's the same thing now. It's not benefiting us. It's ultimately benefiting the same people, the same
Yeah,
top 5% of men. That is what we have lost sight of. And I think even when you hear people talk about a rhetoric of like Christianity versus ancient religions that were more
mm-hmm.
goddess centric, how we need to go back to our roots and go back to this because this, that's obvious. I don't think that's a true statement
Mm-hmm.
because that's what they miss. A lot of these systems that had goddess worship still served a king. It benefited a king in the end.
Yeah,
It just was the women had, like you said, had a space to express and be exonerated. That was the main difference.
yeah. Nah, and
So
but that's important though. I mean,
yeah, it is
psychologically,
important.
like we talk
Mhm.
about what we're calling it now, that same level of, because worship, like going to Jordan Peterson, worship
Mhm.
is attention and attunement. So,
Social media.
you know what they call it now? Representation.
Mm.
We want black, like that's the whole statue thing. We want to be worshipped, but this is not
That's why
worship.
they wanted her to be in goddess clothes.
Yes, it needs to be a goddess to be worthy of the pedestal to be worshipped. Like, but people want to be, they want to be seen, they want to be deified, they want to be lionized, they want to be canonized, they want to be all these things. They want to be the heroes. And that's what everybody's fighting over when they're talking about representation. That's not my little mermaid.
Yeah,
That's not
yeah.
my hero. That's not my goddess.
That's
That's
not
not
my
my
ideal.
mythos. Yeah.
Right.
So that's what a lot of this stuff underneath the subcon, the intuition, the intuit, what all the people are feeling, even the
Mhm.
incels, they're all
Mhm.
feeling the same things, but these are spiritual tropes and themes that are being battled over. You don't want the things that represent or that are lifted up or that are worshipped that people attend to. You don't want
Right.
those things looking like this other person because you know what that means.
Right.
Oh, this is a if the woman's kicking all these men's butt, why does it matter if this 120? Because I get bothered by that too, but I also know why.
What
If this
in the
120
movies?
pound woman is going kicking all these 250-pound linebacker dudes with
Oh,
guns,
I
and
hate
this
that.
120-pound woman is drop kicking them all and flipping them and throwing
All
them
of
around,
them. And
but
she ain't tired.
why is that problematic? We know it's a movie. The issue
Right.
is we know what we're paying. We're attuning and attending to this thing. It's a form of a worship on a scale of degree, but
Yeah.
it's a form of a
Yeah.
worship.
On a very
It's being
yeah.
magnified. We lift it up. We put it on a big screen. It's magnified. It's lifted up. We exalt this thing and the image of this woman in a place that only a man could physically do. You're glorifying this woman. But that's what I'm saying. There needs to be the goddess worship, but we
Mm,
don't do it. We're very male centric. We're male
yeah.
dominant and male worshiping, which is
Right.
uneven. There needs to be a place for women
But
energetically,
energetically, right. We need to
and
come
women are
up.
trying to take it with the ratchetness, with
Yeah.
the they're trying to take it, but you can't take
OF.
it. Yeah, you can't take it.
So what?
Worship has to be given.
Ah. So what do you think would be the solution?
I don't know how to attune. I could do some work with ChatGPT to work out the language, but
Yeah.
there has to be a reorientation of what we
Something that
value.
that is yeah.
Yeah, because men have to concede a point, and women have to concede a point.
Yeah.
Men have to concede. There needs to be a domain where women have to be glorified, and it can't. It can no longer just be as a wife and mother. This is a
No.
negotiation. Women
Okay.
no longer feel fulfilled as wife and mother. There has to be at least a second domain where they'll get glory. Has to be something.
And when they're trying to do it in the like, accomplishment sector, and men are
It
like,
doesn't work.
nope.
Men are like, no.
Yeah, men are like, nope.
Yeah. So they'll get a lot of attention, worshipful attention as sex objects, which is why so many women go there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll
Or
get
it's
the
like,
gifts, you'll get
oh,
the
what's the
offerings.
the lady I'm watching right now? The choosing me, you know, trying to
Yeah,
come up with that third person. Now, I'm a wife and a mother, but I'm more than that. I need to
yeah,
find who I am.
yeah,
That's another everyday way you hear that same idea of like,
yeah. Because
you know, deified.
and what I'm talking about, why I say the patriarchy is dead, is because women, half of the populace, are rejecting that. When you're saying I have to be more than a wife and a mother, I'm rejecting the roles that a man values. I'm
Mm-hmm.
rejecting the things that men worship. So I'm rejecting men. They're gone. Dunzo for me. So what
Hmm.
value, what worship and attunement can I get that's not male gaze?
Yeah, and a lot of times, yeah, and a lot of times, like even with her content, she comes online, she finds females, and she
Mm-hmm.
talks about her business goals
Mm-hmm.
and her, this is what I'm doing, and
Yeah,
she'll get that worship from other women.
other women, and that's still out of order. It's still unbalanced.
But
It's
I
still
don't know if
unbalanced,
there's anything else she could do that men would be like,
and that's what I'm
yay.
saying. That's the negotiation. Men have to learn to appreciate something. Our culture has set us up to only appreciate certain aspects of womanhood. So we
The
have to
ones that
learn.
benefit y'all.
Yeah, wife, mother, and I'll say even the mother doesn't even benefit us, but we
No,
still worship it.
but yeah, you can
So
make a woman a mother,
yeah,
right?
wife, mother, and we don't really have enough. We don't appreciate y'all in business. We don't appreciate y'all in education as academics or thought leaders. But y'all also
No.
don't position yourselves well in that pursuit. You also don't. You guys, you women, do not male gaze your pursuits.
Right.
So you woman gaze, but want male worship, and that's the
Yeah.
problem. Like that's where the issue comes in,
And
and there
then
has to be a
even women who
negotiation on that.
go into the male spaces are held up, but usually the sexuality gets put, like you said, then it becomes sexual. So then the women just like, well, I'll just lean all the way in to that,
Yeah.
because I think about even like women, if a woman's like a gamer or something,
Hmm.
and she becomes like, oh, a streamer, and she's good at a game,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
gamer, but there's going to be a lot of like expected sexuality. If she's
Hmm.
not sexual, a lot of times she won't
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
appreciated.
Unless she fashions herself like the men, and the men can then accept her. There has to be a way where she can be both a woman
Yeah,
and
and they
appreciated by
wouldn't
men.
watch, a stud like, if she was like one of the guys.
She would just be like one of the homies, and maybe they
Yeah,
would, maybe they wouldn't, but it wouldn't be the
yeah, they
same
probably
energy.
wouldn't. They
Yeah,
wouldn't.
Yeah.
They you even if you're good at it and they say, oh, she's like chill and laid back, I think they can watch the content and appreciate it, but they still want to see somebody that's appealing,
Yeah.
to them.
And
So
that
I don't
there
know if
has to
that's
be
the
something.
same.
I'm just saying there has to be something. And that's what the thought will have to be going towards. Men will have to learn to appreciate something that women do other than like the reproductive system. Like it can't just be
Hmm.
kids, sex, wife. That's no longer an acceptable exchange. And then women are going to have to concede some male input,
Value some of
leadership,
what
correction,
they say they
opinion.
like. Right.
They're going to have to take some of that in, even like from the incels, like listening to what the incels say. Like, okay, you've dismissed them as humans. You don't even listen to what
Right.
they say. Like, okay, you're not being protected by them because they don't have access, but they're still saying things that will protect you. Like the red pill is not wrong, and
They're
even
just
protecting you from
angry.
yourself. Yeah, they're just angry, so it's coming out like a ah. They're
Yeah, right.
nagging, they're nagging, and
I
they're
hate all
yelling,
you because y'all
but they're
won't act
telling,
right.
but they're accurately telling you about yourself. You could get
Hmm.
all the insight. You say getting feedback from other people is valuable.
Yeah, they tell you
Red
how they
pill,
experience you.
yeah. Women could never get better feedback than from red pill.
Yeah,
The women are all going to
they
tell
feel
you,
like
"Oh,
they
you're
already got
beautiful.
nothing to lose.
Everything's amazing. You're all tens." You're never going to get good feedback there. You're never going to get good feedback from your
The
friends.
echo
You're never,
chambers, right?
yeah, from the actual eunuchs, the gay guys. They're never going to tell you about yourself unless they're reading you. Like you said, all the people around you, until they're triggered, they're not going to tell you the truth about you. You know who
Hmm.
will? Red pill.
The people who don't.
Yeah, they don't rock with you. They'll tell you the truth.
Yeah, yeah.
And every time you hear, and everything won't apply, but everything that makes you feel a little itchy, there's something there. That sounds like me. Are they right about the motivations? Maybe they understand your motivations
Yeah,
better than you do.
yeah.
Why
I
do
mean,
you
that's
want to
one
be in a
thing that
situation?
that I mean, that is the one thing that I've learned.
Mm-hmm.
From having that new different perspective of like, okay, listen to how he's saying he experienced you. This, I mean, what is there to lose? He's already experiencing you this way.
Yeah,
It's really not an argument of right or wrong. Like he's
yeah.
telling you how he's observing you behave. I don't know why you're sitting here like arguing that he didn't see what he saw. Like, stop,
Mm-hmm.
don't do that. You really can get a lot of insight once you kind of decide to listen to what people say,
Absolutely.
especially the ones who don't have. Well, I mean, even if they got skin in the game, but yeah, I mean, the incels are saying how they experience women collectively, and
Yeah.
yeah, so that
Use that
they
because
probably
they're
look at
positioned. They're in the eunuch position
that they're
without the eunuch
observer.
intention. Yeah, they're the
Yeah,
observer. So use that observational skill.
I think that's something that Chat GPT said too, because they're on the
Yeah,
outside, they're looking
yeah,
in,
yeah. Use
so
that.
it's like
Use that.
observer.
Yeah, that's a third view, third person. Use that third person. Use it
Scary
to your
thought, but
advantage.
very
Yeah,
true. Very
yeah. Just
true.
don't trust their intention. Keep them on the other side of the glass.
Right.
Yeah. Until we socially sort out what we can do to help them and alleviate their issue, you can still use their foresight, their sight, third sight, whatever you want to call it. Use that.
Incel site. Right.
Yeah. Insight.
Incel intel. We
There you
like
go.
that. Yeah. That's a good point. I think that's good. So yeah, I don't know if it's by God's design, but I definitely know it's by societal design. It's
Yeah.
definitely by men in power design.
Yeah. And I think it's an unintended consequence for all. I mean, I think the eunuch role, maybe. Okay, so let's take this unit thing. Let's go next. You said God's
Yeah.
design. That's what it's peaking something in me. The way I don't conceive of God the same way other people conceive of God.
Okay.
We were there. So anybody that's listening, I don't conceive of God the way people that believe in the God of the Bible. That I don't ride with that. For me, God is an unknown, but there are things that
Hmm.
are known. There
Okay.
are some rules and laws that this universe obeys. So whatever that is, the stuff that's consistent across time and space,
Right.
that's part of God's system or God, one or the other.
Okay.
The universe itself is either God's creation or a part of God or God itself. I don't again, it's unknown, but these are possibilities. What I'm saying though is that in this system, there is a balancing dynamic.
Okay.
When one thing spikes, like you plant carrots,
Yep.
tears pop up.
Right. Drives me
When
crazy.
one thing happens, oh, somebody needs a job, somebody creates a job. There's some kind of weird thing that happens with people that are in opposite time spaces that are not thinking about each other. One person creates a solution the same time somebody else creates a problem, and they
Yeah.
eventually converge. It happens. I don't know how. I don't know why, but it's true. Even to, and I'll go to an extreme because we like extremes.
Right.
Somebody is attracted. They're an adult that are attracted to children. We have vulnerable children, and we have a culture that creates
Makes
a lot of
creates it.
vulnerable children that are available to them.
Right.
We always have a demand, and wherever there's a demand, we have a supply. That's the best, better way to say it without the
Yeah.
extremes. No matter
Right.
what it is, whatever the demand is, there's a supply for it.
And
Whatever
it's
the
not
supply
dependent
is,
on it being good or
it
bad.
does not matter. It's complete. It does not matter. Good, bad does not matter. Or if
Right.
you make a supply, somebody will buy. I don't know what it is about this world.
I think it's just the balance. Like you
There's
said, a
something about it.
scale. A
It's
scale.
amazing. It's amazing. So with that, the incels are the supply for something.
Hmm.
Or if they're, or the opposite, they're the demand for something. They are fulfilling a purpose. Now, what purpose? Now, where I was going with that originally, I think sometimes when ecologically speaking, maybe there's too much of something, then something else
That's
will
my
come
theory.
in to help cull it.
Yeah.
So
I think it's the
maybe there's
culling.
too much of everybody. We're overpopulated. We're overpopulated. Well, then what
Mm-hmm.
do we get? We get a global pandemic. We
Mm-hmm.
have the liberal gay agenda where more people than ever are gay and trans. And
Uh-huh.
so then you have a whole men are
Because like
opting out
literally,
of the
like
workplace to
being a
sex.
trans woman is literal castration.
Yeah, so all these things pop up when everybody's talking about the demand is we need fewer people. We end up with diseases. We end up
Yep.
with social shifts where people do not want family. We end up with feminism where they are against the nuclear family. We end
We
up
end
with
up with
men,
kids who don't have the social skills to pair bond, to have
yeah,
families.
women that go 4B that don't want family, men that are incels that want family can't have it, or there are men that go MGTOW and they don't want family. You have all these things that converge to supply the demand for less people.
That's like a scary thought too, in a way,
Yeah,
because I think we have swings too. Not only
yeah,
do we balance and call, but we
yeah,
have swings of masculine ways to achieve that. Like, and when I
yeah,
say masculine, like inner spiritually, more what we
yeah,
would say is masculine energy, like Old Testament versus New Testament, stuff like
yeah,
that. But the last large culling was probably World War II.
yeah,
I mean, huge wars where
yeah,
people die, you send all these
yeah,
people, and then you're literally exterminating people at the same time. I'm like,
yeah,
damn, when you say that, that probably was a fever pitch. You
yeah.
know, if we're just taking this into the spiritual, philosophical realm, like, was
Mm-hmm.
that another moment in history where it was like, getting up there, too many people too
Yeah,
fast?
yeah,
We need to slim it down,
yeah.
and then
Or in
there's a
certain
world war.
places, or in
Yeah,
certain places.
capacity. Yeah.
Why is it then when every society when they're getting to the social ease of
Yeah.
education and wealth, why does the population drop off when
Yeah.
everything would say it should be easier for you to have kids?
Yeah, it should be if you need to be safe to procreate or
Yeah,
feel like you want to,
yeah,
then why does it go down when everybody
yeah,
feels safe?
yeah. The more resources you have, the less people that we start creating.
Yeah. And
It's
also
like,
they say before the fall of most great societies, the homosexuality, like same-sex relationships go higher.
yeah, or like dominant women in
Yeah.
dominance, and
Yeah.
so there's something to all of this. I can't say what now. There's also a bias that Bree and Nova were talking about that I also can follow. I see an outcome and then I back map meaning to it. So I could
Mhm.
also be doing that thing. I always leave room for me making my own
Yeah. I don't
Schrodinger's
know if it's
cat.
a meaning, but it definitely feels like I kind of have a similar theory that a lot of the
Yeah,
stuff that we see.
yeah,
That's why you know me. They're suffering.
yeah,
Seems fine. Like,
yeah,
I think it's regulation in some way,
yeah,
osmosis
yeah. I mean,
of,
like
of some sort.
your body does a lot of negative things to heal itself.
Yeah, it does.
Like things you would, oh, a fever. I feel like I'm about to die. but you're not. It's your body actually trying to keep you alive. You know
Right.
what I think the system does the same thing, and whatever the system is, whether you want to say the earth,
If
I
the
think
earth
there's
is
a lot of
if
that
the
too.
earth is a almost a being in itself,
Yeah,
it's regulating.
yeah,
I kind of ultimately feel the same. I don't
yeah,
think that all of this would be happening. It would be so pervasive if there wasn't a reason. I mean, if you
yeah.
wanted to take it out of a spiritual balancing idea and moving
Hmm.
into a dominance powered idea, um, because like we're saying in those times, kings created eunuchs more
Right.
so than anything because he needed people to bring in that didn't have families to worry about, who could be completely loyal to him, dedicated to him, will not take his things, women. And that's kind of why he needed them. So I also still think that the power structure needs that too.
Yeah,
I don't think that it needs a bunch of men who are like alphas and like, ready to, I don't know. I just don't see the system wanting that
yeah,
to some degree. I'm not sure about it, but I'm just saying it feels like, yeah, the system needs men who identify as men, but then won't really do anything to stop the men in
yeah.
control from doing whatever they want.
It's
So that's
something.
kind of what it seems like a little
I'd
bit.
have to spend a lot of time trying to figure it out, but it's like because there's so many moving parts and pieces,
Right.
and I don't think it's unfigureoutable. It's just it's like that board with the red string where you're trying to put everything together. It's like that.
Yeah.
Like my God, there's so many pieces.
They
There's so
want
many things
this.
going on.
Yeah. Because, they say there's the people who say, I think that came up yesterday when we were talking about something. And I think I was talking about the guys in the Sailor Scout outfits. And
Mm-hmm.
she was like, we
Yeah.
need to stop the feminization of the black man. Like,
Right.
which is
Right.
not completely wrong. That
Yeah.
I guess could be that. But
But like, well, I mean, but what would be the point? Like, what's the point of either
yeah, that's
one?
what I was thinking. Like, what would be the point of the black men? I think the black men were already subjugated and subdued. I don't feel like they're a threat.
So like, here's the thing. Like, if black men are all hyper masculine, would the community change? Because allegedly, if we take the train of logic, if they're now
Yeah.
trying to emasculate and feminize black men,
Right.
what part in time, like, what would be the make America great black men again? What's the time period that you're anchoring your mind to
And that's
when
kind
we
of what
had
I
all
was
these
saying early
manly
on.
men?
I don't have, when I know you're saying it, but that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Like, I can't think of a time in Black history that I would point to and say we had it right here completely.
Yes. So that'll be my question. So there are times when we were more respectable, where we looked the part, like people dressed up before they left the house. Cool. That's
Right.
that's a that's a fine aspiration. You want
Right.
us to look a certain way, but to understand that that's just an aesthetic thing. You want to see something that looks like your convention of men.
Yeah.
That's an okay desire. That's an okay feeling. I don't have a problem with that. I'm
Yeah.
speaking like more to the utility. What would be the utility? Because most people, black people, said they wanted freedom. There's nothing more free than a black man that could go out looking like a woman. There's
That's true.
nothing more freedom in oriented than a man who could defy all conventions. He could be out in public
And still be okay.
and looking at a white woman. Like in this country, there's nothing freer than a man looking at a white woman as a white woman. Like there's nothing more free as a black man than that moment.
Right.
There's nothing more free as of choice than that moment right there. So I don't know exactly when you say, okay, we want black people free. What freedom do you want? So you're
Yeah. What
ascribing a
freedom do
very
you
certain
want?
flavor of freedom. That you have a
Freedom.
flavor
A lot of
profile.
times I feel like, yeah, even with the land thing, a lot of times I feel like it's just freedom
Yeah,
to
buy
do
in
power the way,
the way
with
you
them
say fit.
being at the top.
Yeah,
Yeah, do power with them at the top instead of being
yeah,
at the bottom. A subversion or inversion is a lot
yeah,
of times what I feel like they want. Because, like you said, those true liberating things are often shunned. So
yeah,
it's like, okay, so you want to do power and domination just with you at the top.
yeah.
Most of the time is what
Yeah.
I feel like it is. And
Because they
that's
can't be gay, they can't be
no,
trans, they can't
right.
interracially date, they can't dress like women for fun. Like so, there's a whole bunch of stuff they can't do that sounds like the same things white men said they couldn't do. So I'm
Right.
wondering what's the difference with this new version that you're at the top of that lets black men be free. I don't know what that looks like because it sounds like the same black manhood that white men ask for.
Right.
So it's white supremacy in blackface.
Exactly.
So that's my
Which is like always my conclusion. Like, okay, so you're just gonna do the same thing they do. It's just the players are gonna be different.
Yeah, the players are gonna be
Like
different.
you're gonna be at
Yeah,
top, and then you're gonna
yeah,
subjugate somebody.
absolutely.
Somebody's gonna end up being the subjugated
Yeah,
class.
absolutely. Or are you trying to tell me, okay, let's say magic happens, and the white people catch a white people disease, and they all die, and
Right.
black people got to take over all the systems. Are we going to treat people different? Because all our systems, our churches and schools and stuff says no. We're going to
Says
pick up where they
no.
left off because we've been cultured by them. So even if we're not like this as human beings, even if this is all nurture
Don't
and
let
not
him be
nature,
at the door like that, Peyton.
then our nurture would have us pick up where they left off and just do something. Are we going to pay everybody fair? No, because
Yeah,
every time we go to a black business, we ask for a hookup.
exactly.
So we're not going to start treating people fair and paying them equitably. Diddy didn't. He's black. He could have paid
Nope.
people fair. He could have also
Right.
not abused them, but he didn't. That's not what happens when black people get power. They act like everybody else. And it's not just a white thing because you can go to any country with any color of person and you're going to find the same type of systems.
Right.
So I
Right.
just don't know where the magic is that people are looking for.
The domination subjugation thing is across
Yeah, yeah.
all. There's always a hierarchy.
There's always a hierarchy.
Always.
There's always brutality. There's always exploitation. There's always
Even in
sexual.
tribalism, even in
Yeah,
smaller versions of it, there always is that.
yeah.
What's to say? I'll tell you this: some Israelite sectors believe white people will be the slaves, and the white women would be their slaves. So freedom to meet. So that you're just
Yeah.
doing
Doing what they
white
did. I
supremacy
get it.
black.
And that's not my dream. Like when they say I'm
Yeah.
my ancestors' wildest dreams. My wildest dream is not to subjugate another person. My
Right.
wildest dream is where nobody even has the desire to subjugate anybody because we have all the other things that we might want. And we can go and create and do. But I get some people, what I have to accept is that some people's fun, some people's enjoyment, some people's art is pain and misery. Some people are just purveyors of that. They're expert at it. I can make people miserable. I'm good at it and I like doing it.
And some people like being in power over other people.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
like doing it. That's how they get their
Yeah.
kicks. Like
I
Yella
get
said, that's the bad people or whatever generator. I mean, there's always going to be deviants and fringe people and
Yeah.
dark I mean, that's just for
That's a
whatever
part of the
reason.
system.
It's
Whatever
a
the
part of the
system
system.
is. That's why I can't
Yeah.
see God the way a lot of Christians see God because this stuff's a part of the system.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think the Bible says that because it's like even though they're like God is the author, is not the author of confusion. God caused a lot of confusion. They'll
He
say that
literally
God didn't.
confused them like in
Yeah,
Babel when
confound.
they
Yeah,
were like trying to
yeah.
unite together to
Exactly.
do this one thing. He was like, no
Exactly.
confusion.
And I would say he did the same thing when he did the tongues in the Pentecost.
Oh
Like
yeah.
he threw tongues on them. They couldn't understand each other. They had to have an interpreter. So it's like,
Yeah, he definitely is.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Because
Bible says God does
they was
evil.
all working together.
The Bible
Yeah.
says God does evil too. So it's like, it's so crazy how we can overlook what the Bible says. The Bible tells you that God's not who you think he is. If you just read
Like
the Bible,
you have
he
a
tells you
very
that.
limited view. You have a very narrow view of him. I mean, you can't even completely really perceive the full breadth of God. I mean,
Yeah.
and if we're
So
made in
whatever it
his
is.
image and we do all this crazy stuff,
Yeah.
I mean, where the
Yep.
fuck did it come from?
All the inference, and that's why the problem is with reading comprehension. There's a lot of things that are inferred and implied. Like you said, your new method is to read between what people say, the things that they don't say, or their behaviors in between what they say. Like, oh, you're trying to contextualize. I did the same thing with God, like from the Bible, and it doesn't add up. Like there's the things that the Bible says God.
Yeah, either he's not omnipresent and omniscient.
Yeah.
Like I actually have generally I kind of accept that about him. And to me, I'm like, I don't need him to be.
Right.
Like literally, I'm still here regardless, and I'm still gonna be doing whatever regardless. So I literally don't need him to be. But even philosophically, I don't need him to be.
Yeah.
Like even for the story that he tells you in the Bible, and if you choose to believe it, there's no reason I have to believe that he's omniscient and omnipotent.
Right. Yeah.
The story still kind of works. And actually, I find that the story makes more sense
better
if he did. It actually works better if he's not. Yeah. And I asked myself, why does he need to be literally the beginning of all things ever? And there's nothing else but him. Like I just don't understand why that's necessary.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like it's a power grab from humans to make that necessary for him, because then it makes it necessary for humans who want to speak on his behalf. No, I don't need to believe that. I don't. It doesn't change my belief to believe that. I know that's a scary thought for some people, but I
Yeah.
walked out the thought. Like,
A lot of
if
people need
God
God to
is,
be sovereign and in control
yeah, but why?
because it's a
You
sense
know,
of
that's
comfort.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a comfort thing,
it's the
right?
needing the king thing. It's a needing the
Yeah,
king.
you need a king, right?
Yeah.
Because if God was just a deity who came and just, ran up on a planet, or a deity and just took over that shit and did some creation, creation mode in Minecraft, I mean, what does that change?
Yeah.
Especially about my life now. Like, what does it change?
Yeah.
And actually, I could see more pattern replication of that story than any other story that people talk about. Like, he's
Yeah.
all good, nothing was wrong, but he just woke up, but he doesn't sleep. So he just like decided to make some stuff. Like, how many
Yeah.
years into foreverdom was he when he decided to make some shit? Like, it doesn't
Yeah.
even make sense. It
God is not all knowing makes a lot more sense with us made in his image and the way the
Yeah,
story played out.
and
Because
the way the story.
why would he make these things? Oh, I repent of this. I'm so sick of them. That's regret.
This
Why would
man
an
out here
all-knowing
doing
God
it
that's
on the
all
fly.
powerful out here? So he crashed out several times. I'm tired of this. I'm destroying them. Why would God be having a tantrum? The all-powerful, all-knowing thing does exactly what you expect it to do because you know, and you crash out
And then
multiple
you crash
times.
out.
Multiple times.
He
What's
said,
wrong with?
"Crash out, king."
Yeah, that's crazy. What kind of? We back to dumb God again.
Yeah,
It's been about a year and a half. We're back to dumb God.
yeah. I mean, to me, yeah, I just
That's
think it's
so
an
stupid.
interesting thought. And like, when I really thought about the story, I'm like, yeah, I don't really actually need him to not be that.
Yeah.
It feels to me like he was, like, I'm running an experiment. And it's like you play sim games and you
Yep.
create one thing and then a problem appears and you're like, oh
Yep.
shit, okay, well, I'll do this to fix this. And then it's like, oh shit,
Unintended consequence.
let me do
Yep.
this. And like,
Yeah.
oh, now I'm doing this shit to fix it. Ah, god
Let's
damn
go.
it. Now I can't do the sacrifices because these niggas don't listen. God damn it. Now
Yeah.
I gotta
Yeah.
disperse them to fucking Babylon.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll let them come back. Shit, they didn't start doing Babylon shit over here. Oh, god damn it. I'm
Yep.
just gonna have to make one fucking sacrifice because these motherfuckers
I
don't
would
listen.
say I feel the same way about God that I do about Jesus. The people
Mhm.
that wrote about him and that rode with him didn't understand. So, like, if
Yeah,
you
they did.
read the Old Testament, you could tell they had a conception of God, but they didn't understand what God wanted,
No.
or they could not comply. Like, or they either didn't have the
Yeah.
ability or they didn't have the comprehension. There's
Yeah, I
no
think
way.
their understanding of what he meant, like you said, I think it was a
It's
interpretation
impossible.
thing. Yeah.
It had to be. It had to be like the ABC conversation all the time.
Yeah.
Listen, I want you to have no other gods before me. Okay, God, great. Hey guys, let's melt down the gold. Let's make a bull.
It's like,
Like,
what?
what?
I've
Like, are
suddenly
you?
had enough online conversations to kind of understand that possibly was true. I've always read it like,
Yeah.
how did they fuck that up? But after
The
having a
entire
couple,
Old Testament. The entire Old Testament. Hey guys, you shouldn't need a king. Just trust me. Okay. Hey,
we want a
Saul.
king. That guy's taller than us. I think he'd be great for the
Yeah, he'd be
job.
great. Yeah, he's great. 6 foot, six figures. Yeah, good job, Saul. Let's get
Sounds
Saul.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
neurotic,
motherfucker had
neurotic,
mental illness.
sociopathic, personality. Yeah, let's go. Saul's the man. Let's get him.
Psychopath? Did
Yeah,
you see that
psychopath. Yeah,
psychopath over there? That's
yeah,
who we want. I mean,
yeah, yeah.
it makes
So,
sense.
but it makes so much sense because we're still the same people. But the same thing happened to Jesus. The people that were with him did not understand him. He's like, he got
No.
so tired. Yeah, I'm so this
So
wicked and
who gonna
perverse generation.
this hoe over here had this sound like a podcast. She had 7 husbands. Which one gonna be her husband in heaven?
Right? Who going? Y'all talking about divorce and can't divorce? Which one gonna be her husband?
So he'll be her husband here. He's like,
Man, it's crazy.
y'all really think
Oh, ye of little faith. Y'all don't even believe for real.
y'all
Like, y'all don't
think
even
people
believe
worry
for
about
real.
getting married in fucking heaven? Fuck
Yeah.
wrong with y'all? Like,
Man, Peter, when you talking all this stuff up here on this panel, you gonna deny me 3 times. You gonna act like
right, you talking all that shit.
You gonna act like you don't even know me. If it come down for real, I already know how
Cause
you
for
cut.
real, if that was me, I wouldn't let them hold him out like that in my face.
Nigga,
Cause
please.
she
I bet before the StreamYard finish the countdown, you gonna be like, I don't know that nigga.
right. If you was on the panel right now, you not knowing me. When you at there with that Jesus nigga?
Yeah.
Y'all some
And one of
YN.
y'all my ops for real. I got 12 of y'all rolling with me. One of y'all my ops.
They in the back chat talking about how you heard him talking shit. Hey, I heard you was talking
Right.
shit about you and that lady putting that perfume on your feet, just so you
Man,
know.
yeah. Man,
He feels some type of way about that shit.
that's the least of y'all worries, man. Let me worry about that, man. Everybody should be doing that. I ain't gonna be with y'all for real. I ain't even gonna be standing around y'all too
Shit,
long.
live it up.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna be here long.
The poor gonna be here, but I ain't. Nigga. Fuck nigga.
He probably said just like that.
Yeah.
Fuck you mean?
Yeah. Broke niggas everywhere.
But,
Ain't too many of me. I'm him.
she over here pouring perfume on his feet like he a king.
Yeah.
I am.
That's right. She put that loud on me. Put that loud.
Peter said, I'm ready to die with you, but Red. You know, people be talking
Man,
shit, but I
listen.
die for I ride for my nigga.
Yeah. Yep.
I ride for my nigga, Jesus.
I got you, Jay. Come on, Big Jay.
He been ready to pull that sword out the whole time.
Man, come on.
As soon as he literally said he been ready to pull out that sword the whole time. They came for him. He cut off somebody's ear. I said, you cut off somebody's ear.
Ain't that the weakest thing?
That's what I was like. Your ear, Peter? What were you doing?
You ain't
what
cut off his head.
For?
You ain't shanking.
The hand that grabbed me.
Because you were so nervous. You were so shook. When you did swing, all you could catch was ear. That's all you could catch.
I always thought that was stupid.
Yeah.
Like, what was he aiming for?
What was he aiming? He was trying to go for his head, but again, it was like that Thor moment. He should have went for the head. But his aim was off because he was shook. That's the only reason you do that.
You know he was shaking with that down sword. You know he was shaking when his actually.
Because they didn't practice combat because that's not what they didn't understand the mission.
Yeah, they did.
Jesus, we out here praying because Jesus ready to take over his kingdom. We about to shoot a couple days. We gonna be.
How y'all and then people probably like, how I know them Pharisees like, so y'all he the king, y'all gonna take it. So what's the plan?
That's right. We about to take over. It don't matter.
Y'all just 12 niggas walking around talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
So how y'all gonna take over the kingdom? Because we got a whole rebel group over here. They militant. They trying to overthrow Rome right now.
Yeah.
And you talking about this the king? What he do? He don't do nothing but get on StreamYard and talk shit.
Yeah, us Jews, we got guards and shit. We occupied by the Romans. What you gonna do? You gonna stop the cops? What you gonna do with the cops?
Yeah. What about the Romans? So how we overthrowing the Romans? Because that's really the problem. They occupying us right now. So how we gonna overthrow the Romans?
You got 12 niggas.
You got a podcast, Mike. How's he overthrowing them? How's he gonna deliver?
A girl to finish her whole phase and became male identified. Shit, chameleon.
They probably was looking at him like he was crazy though, because I was just like, damn. You imagine? I mean, it's like black people. I mean, just imagine getting your shit kicked in for years and years and years. I mean, at this point, they've been chased around and passed around.
Yep.
And they're like, so who gonna set us free? So you coming to dismantle? You know. Rome, you coming to dismantle Rome, okay, but you're just walking around giving sermons. I'm not really sure how this is changing anything, which goes back to yellow. How is this changing anything? You're just walking around saying shit
and you're not even working. See,
nothing's happening.
Right? You had these dudes quit their jobs. Y'all quit y'all's jobs to get on a podcast and talking about we about to fix the black community. Man, get out of here. We were working. You was a carpenter. These were fishermen. Y'all quit y'all's money making. We all
right.
Y'all are asking people for food. Y'all are asking people to feed y'all.
12 homeless niggas walking around talking shit. I mean, it would be crazy to believe that he was the savior.
It would be absolutely crazy. y'all borrowing transportation. Y'all running from town to town because y'all got warrants.
Y'all on the run.
On the run.
They some YNs. They were some YNs.
They were some YNs, man. YNs.
They really was some YNs.
Yeah, because you got to even the Bible in multiple places. Like Jesus, they thought he was a wine bibber and a glutton, which means all he was doing was sitting around eating and drinking. He just went to barbecues all the time. Cookout. Let's cook out.
Jesus going to the cookout.
Brown liquor.
Damn. It would be hard to believe that in real time.
Yeah. Oh, this is your king? The drunk?
This your king? This YN?
Yeah.
Y'all got a YN talking about that's why they killed him?
Yeah.
You know, the old heads is like, nah, bro. Get him out of here. we can't be pushing this YN culture.
The Hennessy from Galilee? Not that nigga.
Everybody's gonna think this cool.
Yeah.
We can't have him living talking about he's a savior. He's a YN. We can't have our young men thinking this is God, this is what God said. This him?
Didn't he
Nah.
run away when he was 12? I
I,
thought
he
so. I
was in
thought
it.
that was him. I
He
thought that was
was.
him.
You know what? I can see people just kind of being like, who y'all even talking about? And the people who working
Yeah.
probably didn't even know who he was.
Mary, ain't she the one that got pregnant before she got married? Oh,
Yeah, his mama was a hoe.
yeah.
Cause nobody was buying it. I mean, if
Ain't
it
nobody
ever
buying
got
that.
out, nobody wasn't buying it.
Ain't
Like,
nobody buying that.
his mama's probably a hoe.
She had him in a manger with the air
Of
quotes.
course,
Had a
of course, he
manger.
got a hoe running around with him named Mary. His mama was a hoe named Mary.
Right.
That's why.
Right.
They probably was
Of
talking
course.
mad shit about. That's what he's talking about. A prophet has
Yeah.
no. What did he say?
Yeah.
Prophet has no something in his own home.
You know, honoring his own home and his own
Yeah, they
town.
probably talking mad shit about their whole
They was
family.
talking stuff. Hey, you already know in about 2,000 years, dude named Freud gonna be like Oedipus complex. Mom named Mary.
Right.
Mary as a
Oh my
disciple.
god.
Oedipus.
That's why he had to leave. They was not listening to
Yeah.
him. Mm.
So
But
2,000
yeah,
years
I
they're gonna
don't.
have a whole complex named after him.
That is it's actually very interesting. But yeah, the way I've read it now is once again I read it through and I was just like, yep, doesn't change much for me.
Yeah.
Uh,
It works better if he doesn't know everything.
it works better.
Yeah.
It really does. Cause otherwise it don't. That's why I couldn't go on one of them debates with one of them people like that lady in your poster. I said they'll be tired of me. I'm like, okay, I guess the podcast's over.
Yeah. Because then it even makes Satan smart. It even makes Satan a better concept.
Yeah.
Because if God knows everything, and Satan knows God, and Satan knows God knows everything, why would you rebel? It's the dumbest thing in the world. I swear, it's the dumbest concept.
And why was Satan even in the garden if you knew Satan was going
exactly?
It's
so stupid. It's so
come
stupid.
and fuck up your great work.
If
It's like,
you
let him
away,
come in there.
you just take away the all-knowing, the omniscience. If you just take that one thing away, I'm so much closer to being able to accept Christianity. I'm so much closer. But that omniscience makes it just dumb. It just makes it so stupid.
Yeah, omniscience makes it really problematic because he wouldn't
So
need
you knew
all
what the
these
devil was going to do,
contingencies.
but you made the devil, even though you knew what he was going to do. And you put him
And
in the
even
garden.
if, and I mean, and honestly, like if something like that, I mean, have you ever played The Sims and forgot to put, burglar alarm, the burglar come in and take all your shit, and you just start the game over? Like, there's no way I would have kept going. There's no way I would have kept going. I would have deleted.
But if I'm also all powerful, I would just wipe out the devil then.
Yeah, exactly.
If I could wipe out the devil in thousands of years later, I could wipe him out now. And see, here's the thing. Here's the niscience of it. The omniscience. Here's the niscience. So I can kill him later and save some people, right? Or I can kill him now and save everybody. If I love these people, I'm going to save as many as I can.
Yeah,
so
must be some reason you couldn't delete him the way you wanted. Yeah.
Did God ever say he was omniscient? That's our understanding of it, but everything is our understanding of it.
Yeah, the
God's
whole
never
thing is
told
our
any of us
understanding of it. I mean, maybe God seems, you can experience him as maybe omniscient to the degree of knowing more than maybe you know.
Because, I knew you before you were formed in the womb. My ways are higher than your ways. Do you know about the Leviathan? Did you put the Leviathan, Job? Do you know about the Leviathan?
Hold on, because we love it. Hold on, stop, because we love a stunt queen. Don't do that. I love the stunt queen.
Big talking, man. He was all big. What you
She
know
ate
about
down.
that?
Ate down.
Come on,
ate down. And once again, God said, who ate down? Who made the seed? Exactly.
What you know, Job? What you know? Did you do this, Job? You ain't even got no. You ain't got no job, Job. You ain't got no job. You give me the ick, Job. You give me the ick.
Not you give me the ick, Job. No, because I can hear myself in that rant. Like your kids coming. Was you there when I paid the bills?
Right.
You got AT&T money?
Right.
Was you there when I bought the phone?
Yeah.
Did you call and make the appointment? What's your blood type? Bet you don't even know. What's your social security number? Yeah, exactly. But you questioning me.
But you was there when you said your boyfriend could babysit me. No, she ain't gonna be no bad kid. No, go ahead. I bet you. Test her. Go ahead and test her. She gonna say I'm a good mom. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Devil don't wipe out everything.
At the very least, God is definitely a stunt queen.
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
a stunt queen. I mean, but you know,
God
I
was on
love a
that.
stunt
Yeah,
queen.
no, go ahead. Do it. Do your worst, devil. Do
Go
your worst.
ahead.
That's my
Because you know
baby.
him and the devil got beef
That's my
anyway.
baby. But that's why you would just wipe out. That's why you would just wipe out the
No,
devil.
because
You
they
don't
like
play with the
toxic
devil.
aunties. They got a
They toxic.
relationship.
They got a toxic relationship. Exactly. So it's not what we think it is. There's no way for it to be what we think it is, and tell
Yeah.
the stories that we tell. It
No.
makes us crazy
And
to
then if
have to
you
force them together.
just look at how humans behave,
Yeah, it makes more sense.
it's more like that. Like
Yes,
y'all
it
just
makes
got a
so much more
toxic
sense.
relationship. You and Satan hate each
Toxic.
other. Y'all
Yeah.
siblings or something, but y'all really be beefing low key.
Yep.
And you basically do everything to stun on Satan.
Yeah.
I'm a stun on him.
Including putting your kids at risk to stunt.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
you will let him harm your kids just so you can flex. I'm gonna
Don't
get the
say it like
glory.
that.
I'm gonna get the glory in the end anyway. It don't matter. In the end, I'm gonna
They
get the glory,
mine. Them
and
my
I'm gonna have
kids.
you, and I'm gonna have you locked up anyway. I'm gonna put you in jail anyway. I'm gonna get you thrown in the pit anyway. I don't care. Wait till
You
my
know what
son.
I
Wait
said?
till my son, kid. I'm gonna send my son after you. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send my son after you.
Wait till he get home. That's what I was thinking about. If the dinosaurs were Satan's image, you'd be like, "Where
Yeah.
your ugly ass kids at?" Exactly. Yeah,
Right.
where they at? Exactly,
Oh shit.
Dad. Yeah, where your kids at?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
I feel
man.
like God wiped out the dinosaurs because they was.
Acting a
That's
fool.
that's my theory. God
That's out here
showed up and
acting a
was
fool.
like, if the dinosaurs were made in Satan's or whatever God the earth was before our Hebrew God showed up,
Mm-hmm.
God came and wiped them motherfuckers out. Said, "Nah, this is
Yeah.
my planet now.
Yeah.
I'm the captain now." And
I'm the captain now.
that's why the serpent came over there fucking with the kids. Like, oh, this your kids? They small and
Mm-hmm.
flimsy.
Yep.
This you? This you,
Yeah,
God? Look at
these your
this.
kids. Yeah.
Shit, my kids was T-Rexes and shit.
Yeah.
Hey, look at these. They
Your kids look
flimsy.
malnourished. Yeah. You feed them?
This them? This eat.
Oh, that's why
This
they
your
can't eat this.
image.
That's why they can't eat this fruit. You trying to starve them. You trying to starve your kids. You trying to make them work for you. Oh,
Talking
they
about them
say,
babies
okay,
need to
I get
eat.
it.
Come over here
Yeah.
and get this plate. Y'all need to eat. That's what God said. Don't be going over
Yeah.
there acting like y'all ain't ate nothing.
Right.
When you go over there, say no. Don't eat that.
Right. Don't eat
We got
that.
food at the house. You can eat all
You
this.
got plenty of food.
When we get over to your auntie house, don't act like you ain't had nothing to eat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
With big baby arms. Yeah, they had beef. Oh, you done killed all my kids. Look at these little motherfuckers you made.
I'm
They
trying
so
to tell you,
much better.
God, Jesus, disciples, all of them being like niggas, it makes so much more sense.
They was some niggas.
Yeah.
You can't convince me. Because
YNs, man.
they got delivered from Egypt and was literally complaining. Like
And
they wanted to be free.
who else turns a 3-day trip into 40 years?
Niggas.
Yeah.
Absolutely
niggas?
Who
else? Who else turns a weekend getaway into a lifetime in purgatory?
40 years.
You
Just
went on
to
a weekend
not
trip
get
and
into the
got locked
promised
up
land.
for 40 years. That's a black person.
That
Just
is
bad
black.
decisions. We were just having one trip. Next thing you know, I'm locked up for 40 years.
It was across the fucking water.
Just
Just cross the water, go
what?
straight, promised land, bam.
Yeah. You know how many black people were able to do that in the Underground Railroad? Just walk for 3 days and get the freedom? They couldn't do it.
They did 40 years. They poured
They
out
did
liquor
40
for the
years.
homies too, David and them. Oh, the way they was partying, carrying on. I know
Man,
they was some
listen.
niggas.
Dancing naked? Come on. Started twerking? Come on.
I always say when they say they wanted some watermelon, I said, yeah, them some niggas.
Yeah.
They
And
said they
always
probably
busting
be
out,
enslaved again if they could have watermelon.
and always
I felt
busting out
that.
instruments. They never could
Yep.
just solemnly sing. They always bust out
Oh,
timbrels and
the way they carry on, the ashes, throwing ashes on yourself in the street.
who
Come on.
else?
Too much.
Who else other than some niggas could
Niggas.
play music so loud that the walls of a city come tumbling down? Who else?
Wait, because
Who else?
literally when
Nothing
I
but
stayed in the
drums.
hood, the
Nothing
windows
but
be
drums.
shaking. I wonder what they was playing.
Come on.
What they was playing? They was playing back that thing up.
Man, it might have been back that thing up. It might have been some. I don't even know. I can't even think.
They was playing back that thing up.
Gucci
That's why they
Mane.
made the Walls of Jericho drop. Cause I mean,
Yeah.
I would have had to come
Dropping
outside.
low walls, dropping low walls,
Yeah, they had to
dropping low.
drop it low. I forgot that they played the music. They just walked around and
Yeah.
played music till
They
the
walked
walls
around
came
playing
down.
music and stunting, carrying stuff, like
Cause we some
carrying
stunt
stuff. And
queens. I mean,
man,
look,
come
they
on,
was
man.
living in the wilderness, but they built a tabernacle with all that gold,
Yeah,
all that gold. They built the tabernacle in the wilderness. Stunt queens. That's some shit niggas
man,
would
come
do.
on.
Why don't y'all build y'all a
Hey,
city, a house?
yeah. Man, come on.
Y'all build a tabernacle.
You know what? Why
Stunt
don't we
queen.
get a gold plated ark? Why don't we get a big gold Cadillac symbol and carry it in front of us? And can't nobody touch it. We just gonna carry it on big
There
sticks.
ain't gonna be no niggas out here like us. We
Yeah, we
gonna
gonna be
have
stunned.
jewels on our chest plate. Oh, I
Yeah,
bet them
yeah.
boys were clean.
Man, come on. We're
Them
gonna have
boys clean.
a stone in every color for every tribe.
Where they was getting them from? They had a lot of money and they just used it to look clean.
Man, oh man, fly. Fly.
We gonna be cleaner than a bitch, literally. I mean, it was supposed to clean them so that they can.
But that was the craziest thing. But they didn't have nothing. They never had a country. They was
They
never
got
in
into the
possession.
promised land and they had to kill all the other people and take their shit.
And they lose it. They would immediately lose it. Like they got evicted multiple times. They got multiple evictions on their record. They've been
Hey,
arrested multiple times
because they don't listen.
because they don't listen. These are black people. You trying to tell me? Like, come
Because they
on,
went in
man.
they went in the land and killed all the people though. They was fighting Canaanites and who else?
Oh,
They
who
was
else moved
fighting all
into
the
a
people.
neighborhood and fighting everybody?
Well, they had to take their shit. They was on some
And that's the
Debo energy.
problem. There was
They was on
people
some
there.
Debo.
There was already people there. Now
It's
that
about how
sounds
this is
little.
my land. God
That
was
part
really
sounded a
on
little
some
white.
bullshit.
That part sounded
That's
a little white.
but if it's really just a beef between God and Auntie Satan, I mean,
Man,
really they just beefing like that's really my land. Go in there and take a shit. Like
man.
I feel like God was just like this y'all land. Really? Because it's really people here. It's literally people here. Well, yeah,
It's
you're gonna
literally
have to
people
kill
there.
them all. Listen, I'm gonna take y'all to the promised land. Look, we get to the promised land. Hold on, guys, it's people here. Stop asking questions.
Yeah, but
I already
look in the
said it's
fridge though.
y'all.
But look in the fridge. Look, you see how they got groceries? See them groceries?
They
You ain't
ain't
never
supposed to
had
be
your fridge
here.
packed like that.
They're
You ain't
right.
never
They ain't even
had no
supposed to
fridge
be
back like
here.
that.
God said y'all asked too many questions. I said I was bringing y'all to the promised land. Here it is. Now you got to kill all these niggas. So we finna
Man.
be at war.
But they big.
And
So
and
man, what I
they
tell you to do.
giants. I'm gonna
What I
kill you
tell you
just
to
for
do.
not having faith.
Right.
Just smite. I'm gonna smite you.
You questioning me?
You questioning me?
You back talking me?
God is a terrorist.
What'd you say? You like the dudes be saying when you ask questions?
Like, what?
Like what do us dudes be saying? Like you said,
Oh, y'all
when
antagonizing me?
like yeah, you trying me?
Oh,
You trying me?
interrogate me. Why you trying me?
You trying me? Are you disrespecting me?
Cause you could go back. I
No, I'm
could
just trying to
take you back
clarify.
to get
God,
your.
I'm trying to clarify. Like, are we supposed to like kill all of the big ones, like the ones that
That's
are
what
bigger
you.
than us?
I thought you said all the giants was killed in the flood. Why are you asking me questions?
You don't trust me? You don't trust me or something?
That's one thing I'm always saying. Like, wait,
You ungrateful?
why is it? How is it giants in the land? I bet that's why they was freaking out.
Yeah.
They sent the spies in. They saw giants. Like, it's giants, bro.
Yep.
Didn't he tell us they all died in the flood?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, we gotta shut that up. Let's shut that down real quick.
But the
I
big
mean, they
fruit is what
won.
got me. The big fruit. Now that was just like
The
like
big
a
fruit. Oh, what?
commercial. It was like a giant grapes. The grapes were so big that two men had to carry a bundle of grapes. I'm like, stop it.
Wait, where was that?
Okay, hold on, let me look it up.
Wait, where are the giant grapes in the Bible?
It was in that
That is
same
not
yeah,
really.
giant. Let me see.
Oh, in Numbers 13, Canaan, one of the spies, cut off a branch with a single cluster of grapes so large. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Bible stories are crazy.
Bailey, can you give him a scoop?
Numbers 13:23. It's Numbers 13:23.
Wow.
Yeah.
A massive grape cluster. I never paid attention to that.
Yeah, because it blew my mind. I'm like, I'm a fat boy. Like, it's the fatback census.
He
The
said,
fatback census.
"Oh, them giant grapes sound
Man,
good."
come on, because you ever get that? You ever get that, like that one pound, it's like 3 clusters of grapes in that bag, and it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
and you be sitting there like, and you probably never had this, but I'd be sitting there like, man, I could eat this whole thing by myself, just sitting here just munching, and they cold and juicy, and I was like, a cluster so big, the 2 men got to carry it. Are you?
Right.
Come on, man.
Dang. I ain't never even see that. That's what
And
even
that's
Ian said. What you talking about?
one cluster. That's just one cluster. We get 3 in a bag. That'll take 6 men. You get that one little
They
bag of
probably could
grapes with
eat
three
out there for a
clusters,
few days.
man. All the Israelites, and it's like you
Ew.
only got to drink nothing because there's so much juice in the grape.
That probably is
Like,
good. Boy, that wine
man,
probably lit.
man,
You
come
probably
on,
make a lot of wine off of that.
come on.
Hmm.
I remember that, but then again, I skipped numbers a lot because it was boring. Now listen,
I thought numbers was interesting. I
yeah,
actually find the first couple books are like the most
the
interesting.
first 5 are insane.
Yeah, there
The
is some
first 5
crazy
are
shit, and they
insane.
just like don't
Yeah,
be explaining stuff. They'll just
they
be like naming
don't.
off
It just
random
skips.
stuff.
It just
They,
skips. It's like
they just
it's
be
like
like,
TikToks.
and then
It's
he went
like
outside and he died, and his big toe was put in the valley, and they named it Big Toe Valley forever. And I'm
and then
like,
and then next chapter it'd be a
who?
whole new TikTok. It'd be a whole new thread about something totally different. It don't make no sense.
You be like, wait, whose toe was it? And why is
Who's
this in the
so
story?
And it'd be so funny. It'd be Big Toe Valley to this day. And you go look and you find the name and you look back and oh wow, it's still Big Toe Valley. That's crazy.
Yeah, they like, and he named
They
it
just
this for
it
the rest
renamed a
of
couple times, but it still means Big Toe Valley. Like that's
it is
crazy.
so weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love
I
it.
don't.
Reading the Bible
I,
was so much fun and so enlightening, but it also made me I can't take this seriously as it is. It doesn't. Our stories about it in the Bible don't make sense to the Bible I read.
yeah, and even sometimes in these names of these gods in the Bible that they say
Oh
like you can't
yes,
find them no way. I mean nowhere. I guess it's
yeah,
probably all different kind of factions of
yep,
religion and stuff back
yeah.
then that just are lost. They didn't have any written records, so I mean
Mhm.
a lot of places in these smaller countries and stuff didn't have written records back then. Like China was really kind of ahead of its time with that. So I mean I could believe it was lost over time,
Mhm.
but it's just crazy to read the Old Testament. You'd be like, it's be some random shit happening. They do not be explaining that. What was the one like a man, a god, and a lion came by and ate somebody? I was like, wait. I feel like it was just like a drive-by lion mauling. Like I
Yeah, it
can't
was something like
remember.
it might have been the bear, but there might have been a lion too. I
Yeah, I
know there
feel
was a
like
bear mauling for sure. I think
there
the
was
bear
some
mauling. I
random
think the bear
story
was his
about a
two
man of
kids.
God or something
But
and
I
he
think
didn't listen, so he got ate by a lion.
so. That's probably it too. There were so many stories like that. There was one where the guy fell backwards and broke his neck, like because God he did something the guy didn't like. I think he let his 2 kids eat God's offering, and he like
Yeah.
pushed them backwards. It was something weird. It was so this stories
Yeah,
are
it'd be
crazy.
like random stuff. Yeah, the
It'd
prophet
be so
lied to
crazy.
another prophet. Yeah, didn't the lion just drive by and eat him?
I think so, but there
Because
was like it was always a reason.
they had
Let
to
me
be in
see.
Africa, right? Because do lions really just be outside like that?
Yeah, they probably had mountain lions or something. It's probably not the African lions that we picture. It's probably a different type of lion.
Okay. The false prophet God sent a lion. God be wilding, bro. That's the other thing. Like, if he omniscient, like you could just give people heart attacks. Like, if this was like Death Note and people didn't listen to you, why they gotta get eaten by a lion? Like, why would you send a lion to eat them? That seems
Yep. So
unnecessarily harsh.
First Kings 13:24. And when he was gone, the lion met him by the way and slew him, and his carcass was cast in the way, and the ass stood by it. The lion also stood by the carcass. So a lion and a donkey just
Just
go.
chilling, just chilling. It's like, yep, it's a nice day
Oh my
outside.
god. Okay. And the Second Kings 2:24, bears maul youths mocking Elisha.
Yeah,
And then the
they
Second
maul the
Kings 17
children.
25. Yep. Lions kill people after Assyrians repopulate Samaria without fearing God.
Yep,
One
you
of
be
my
like a
favorite
little
weird Bible
lion killer.
things is Exodus 4:24 through 26. When I keep mentioning Zipporah taking
Yeah.
those foreskins, but the
Ah,
verse right before that is and it came to pass by the way in the end that the Lord, capital L, met him and sought to kill him.
yeah.
Like, when God was trying to
God
assassinate
squared up
Moses,
with Moses.
I'm like, come on, that's the blackest stuff ever. Like, I'm about to pull up on you. Say that. I'm about to
Why
pull up
was
on you.
why would everybody just gloss over that? Like
And
God
moved
was like
on.
with like he was like I'm gonna kill him.
Yeah. He ain't give me my foreskins. And the wife just started cutting off foreskins. Like, here, look, take them.
I think it's because he hadn't made a sacrifice. See, this is
Yeah,
also the weird thing. Apparently, there had to be like blood sacrifices for certain
yeah,
things. Like it just
yep,
had to be
yep,
a number that was filled.
yeah. Blood in, blood out.
Moses didn't know that. He had no
Yeah,
way of knowing because he literally was in Egypt as a fucking pharaoh kid.
man,
He had no way of knowing. You commission him to this thing, and then you're like, oh fuck, he didn't give me a sacrifice.
man, listen.
Hey, listen, Moses.
Yeah, it's
I
gonna.
know I know you already in the middle of all the stuff.
Yeah,
If you don't give me a sacrifice, I'm gonna have to kill you. I
yeah,
need some blood.
yeah.
I need
We
some
can either
blood,
do this the
bro.
easy way, or we can do
I
this
gotta
the
either kill
hard way.
you. I gotta kill Zipporah. And Zipporah was probably like, "Can I
Yeah,
just give you foreskins? Like
yeah,
nobody needs the foreskin. Like, can we just do that
yeah.
instead?"
Little first fruits, a little nip, little.
Yeah, a little off top. I
Yeah,
said, I need a little off top, bro.
a little up the top. First fruits, a little up the
Yeah.
top.
So she said, but she probably was mad because she was like, "Who is this nigga?" Like it's
Yeah,
probably
got
like
me
an
cut my
episode of Power.
kids.
Like it's probably like an episode of Powers. Like she see
Yeah,
Moses outside talking to God. Like what y'all got going on? Like
yeah. And then why he want my kids foreskin? Why I gotta cut? And I gotta sit there and listen
well,
to her
Moses
cry and
probably came in the house
abandon
was
them. And
like, "Hey, he said you got to die." Moses probably was gonna
man,
just
come on,
sacrifice her or some shit
it's crazy.
or
He
one of the
probably was.
kids or
He
one of the
probably was.
kids. Yeah, I think the foreskins was probably just like a like, can you take this instead?
Now listen. Now let's bring it into the way we be talking about gender. You know, first of all, he didn't want to say nothing. He was just acting like real quiet, and she had to keep pulling teeth. What's wrong,
What's wrong with
Moses?
you?
Moses, why you acting like that? Why you say nothing?
Could you imagine him saying God pulled up on me?
But it probably took forever. It probably took forever to get that. Well, I got stuff I gotta do. Like what? Man, I got it's crazy stuff, man.
It's
I ain't really
crazy.
want to talk about it. Nah, but you ain't even really like you ain't
You're
even really
not
talking to
saying
the
nothing.
kids like you normally do. Like you
Right.
ain't playing with them. Like what's going on?
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to deal with the kids later. What's that mean? Why you say it like that?
Who is that nigga outside? That's all you outside talking
He
to
probably
him.
talk like he probably saying something too. Like the guy was probably out there like, hey, don't forget the foreskins, Mo.
I really think God asked for the kids.
Man, listen, the whole kid.
I really think he asked for the whole kid. Yeah. I
Okay, give
mean,
me the
just like
firstborn.
Isaac. Yeah, just like Isaac.
Firstborn
Like,
mine.
give me the
Yeah.
firstborn. Yeah.
Dang.
And Zipporah probably was like, I mean, because Moses came from Egypt, so he wasn't familiar with that system
that's not his
or whatever.
practice. Yeah.
Zipporah and them, I think her family was nomadic or something like that. So she probably would have been familiar if she was a descendant of Abraham directly, because he was taken away from his people. So if she was a descendant, she would know about sacrifices and how God demands sacrifices and stuff. She would know that. So I feel like that's why she did it. She was like, just give him some fucking foreskins and let him get the hell off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because Moses really got coerced into working with God anyway. Man. I mean, he didn't really want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it just was a bad relationship. It was just kind of a bad relationship from the beginning. And that's kind of makes sense why he ended up like I think he kind of had a beef with God, because even Satan was like, he kind of belonged to me. So I just feel like deep down Moses had beef with God. Even though he was like working with him and doing all his stuff, I think deep down he just really like was not fucking with him like that.
Okay. So what if that beef with God and Satan, I'm tying this in because I was looking up something while you talking. So you know that auntie beef?
Yeah.
You know that Jana territorialness?
Right.
So what if it's like a property dispute? It's ownership. So the circumcision started from Genesis 17:10.
Who was first circumcised?
I don't even know who it is, but it's part of the covenant. And you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt you and me.
Yeah.
Now, bring it in again. Now, I am recontextualizing ancient stuff through the modern lens. So anybody listening, understand that. But now between Diddy, now this is way bigger than Diddy. This is power on a universal scale.
Yeah,
talking about I'm in a contract with you. Now, if Diddy's screwing you in your contract, you know God's screwing you in contract. First of all,
and Moses did, I mean, Abraham entered into that contract.
Yes. Right. So now everybody is supposed to be circumcised to mark that they belong to God. They belong to God's people.
Yeah.
So David cutting off Saul's people or the Philistines'
Yep.
foreskins and giving it to
Mm-hmm.
Saul, that people would not be believers in God. So to do that was saying that they are God's property now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for their you do this to your enemies and turn them over, but you
Mm-hmm.
also do that to yourself.
Yeah. You
That
supposed to
whole
do it to
sacrifice and
yourself.
surrender to
Yeah.
God. That's this all about having slaves, man.
Because
It's
that's
still
how, like,
slavery.
when they first got into the promised land, remember they all had to be circumcised before
It's
they
all
went to
about
war.
slavery. You got to
Yeah.
take the brand of the master.
Yeah. It's always
That's
been beef over property.
crazy.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's always been beef over
But it ain't
property.
that. But that ain't love. That's ownership.
Well, it's an auntie beef.
I know that's just crazy though. But like it's that whole black concept of love versus possession. We
Right.
talked about long. Like it's
We're
crazy
made
that.
in his fucking image. Like, yeah.
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
Yeah, you're made in his image in the perpetuity.
Oh my
So
god.
it's like I just feel like, yeah, it's for some reason these two beings have been beefing, and that's the only thing I got. Like, I don't know when it happened, but I was just saying, like, what if Earth was just, some deity chilling, and God came through and just, hey,
That's weird.
you're
Not take
mine now.
foreskins to show that you belong to me. That is the weirdest
He need a little off the top.
thing.
He need a little
Oh
off the
my
top. Okay, but
god.
okay, so why would the top skin of dicks be the thing that signals that you're his? Why
Because
would it be the thing
it's private and permanent. This is according to ChatGPT. It
of
marks the
revealing?
reproductive organ, the generational lineage. So I guess that also ties into the covenant itself about be fruitful and multiply.
Hmm.
So I guess that it plays into that like
It's
symbolically.
uncovering the head too.
Yeah, so covering
It's
the
a no
head.
covering. You're uncovered.
Yeah,
So
that's
maybe that's why.
crazy.
Did he want him to be like bald head? Like he just.
But sort of because it set Israel apart from the surrounding nations who did not practice it too. So it was one, it's set apart. It was
I'm telling
also
you, what did I say? The dicks,
yeah,
man. He's like, show me them. Hey,
yeah,
drop them. Let me see who
that
you
dick juice.
belong to.
Yeah, whose is
That's crazy.
it? God, like whose is it?
That's crazy. And yeah, he ain't never been preoccupied with vaginas. That's why I keep saying the
Oh
vaginas was
God,
something else. He was like, you know what? Your mama, go over there and ask her about vaginas. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But them
yeah,
dicks,
they belong to me.
that's
They belong to the
me.
Lord. They belong to the
Dicks
Lord.
belong to the Lord. I don't know what it is. But
That's
I think
weird,
that's
man.
why that's what I'm saying. When she cut off
That's
the
so
foreskins,
weird.
Zipporah had foreknowledge of the covenant that Abraham established. Moses had no
Wow.
awareness.
Yeah.
So I think God pulled up on him. Like, I don't know if God maybe had even told him, and that's left out the story. Maybe God told him from the get-go, hey, give me them foreskins. You got till whatever. Now we didn't enter the covenant. I pulled up on you in the bush, whatever you on sacred ground. I revealed myself to you. I'm gonna
Dang.
need them foreskins in 5 business days. And
Right.
Moses was probably like, he be all
Okay.
right.
Okay. So I'm gonna bridge two concepts again.
Yeah.
So what if I talked about the male being like the head of the church, but
Yeah.
it's still not patriarchy, the head, but it's under a feminine spirit
Yeah.
and a feminine principle, but they put a male head.
Yeah.
What if the God that we see as a male head is actually a female head, which is why it's got beef with women because women are catty. It's conflict with women, and it
Right.
takes the men in sacrificially to serve.
Yeah.
What if
Yeah.
it's not a man that's making other men serve? What if it's a woman that's making other men serve? Which is why the foreskins are required.
Hmm.
Because it's not making because this it doesn't
Yeah.
follow the it doesn't
Because
follow the template. Go
the
ahead, go
only
ahead.
theory I have is that God, I feel like the God who ran up on earth in Genesis
Mm-hmm.
does most things in service to earth. So another theory I had was just like God and earth is like that's his babe, like that's his boo
Okay,
thing. It's a
okay,
deity. Because a
yeah.
lot of time God don't do nothing until earth start complaining.
I mean, okay,
He does most things in service of earth. Like Cain got snitched on by earth. And God was like, all right, let me
okay.
let me go down here and do something.
Because I was
A
trying
lot
to
of times,
think.
Like,
It
so
doesn't.
if there was a female deity it was in service to, like you were saying, to me, that kind of makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's two energies interacting here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one is in service to another. One is at the head and has this very specific energy and bodies like protective, blah blah blah, or figurehead,
Mm-hmm.
but it's in service to a female kind of
Mm-hmm.
energy. I think that's another
Okay.
possibility.
Okay. Yeah. I can see that. I can see it still being. I'll say. I'll use the masculine. So God would be the masculine still, but the
Yeah,
masculine is in service to a feminine.
yeah,
It's like that's why the kids got snitched on. Two guys like do something with him,
right. Yeah,
but
they
he's
out
the
here wild.
disciplinarian. Okay.
Yeah. So it's just he just shows up. I mean, even in they talk about it in Revelation, but a lot of this stuff, like, yeah, I don't know. Something about the genitals is weird. I always thought it was. I don't know if it
Mm-hmm.
was in the original design or it was just added after the sin update. I'm not really sure.
Right.
But the genitals are weird, and God wanted a little off the top,
A little upset.
and he wanted a little off the top on the first fruit. So I'm like, is it a fruit?
Yeah.
Is the fruit dicks? Did Eve take dicks? I don't know.
Twig
In
and
the mouth.
berries. Twig and berries.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a tree of knowledge of good and bad. Is it just like dicks? I don't. I don't know.
Oh, that's crazy.
It just feels like it. He's got beef with genitals.
Dang. And then we spent our entire life governed by two balls in the sky. That's crazy. Oh my God.
He just does it not feel like God has beef with genitals?
There's something there. There's something there.
There's
There's
something about
something there.
genitals that he's just like, they can't come as they are. The genitals have to be modified. First of
There's
all,
something there.
yeah, they have to be modified. And he just don't like genitals that's active either.
Which is weird. Why give
Because
them?
three
Why would you
days
give
before,
somebody?
because 3 days before he pulled up, you can't have smashed.
Right.
So he
See, I
clearly
think
don't rock with it.
for me that feels more like the worshipful attention. Like it's that thing. Like you're
Yeah, you want that energy.
yeah, you want that energy. So it's gotta be because like I would say, like I'll take that to sports. Like with sports, they would say sometimes with sports, they'd be like, nah, don't be having sex because it'll
Yeah,
sap your energy.
yeah, it's like no nut November.
Yeah. And God likes energy.
Yeah,
And he also, like you said, that stunt queen. He likes that attention.
Laverne Lestat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just always thought that was weird for me. I mean, I think what the only thing I thought was that, if it's a two being kind of party instead of just this one being just chilling,
Mm-hmm.
doing all this weird shit
Okay.
by itself for
I'm
no
with it.
reason. Like maybe, we're both. We're like Earth and God,
Yeah.
and maybe
Yeah.
the genitals and the very material essence of us is more Earth stuff. And so he's like, that's not me. I don't really,
Yeah.
that part's your mama or whatever. I don't really fuck with it. So you trying to come over here, you got to get them genitals together. I don't know. But he
Yeah.
really don't seem bothered by vaginas too much.
Nah, they're
He
pretty.
just don't really care about them. He just don't really
Yeah.
say anything
One or
about
the
them.
other.
Yeah, he just don't say anything about them.
That's tough.
But hey, them angels was gone off of that. So I don't know. I don't think they have vaginas in heaven. I don't.
They must not.
They must not
But
have nothing like vaginas in heavens or therefore dicks in heaven. I don't.
no, they must have dicks in heaven because they wanted vagina.
But is okay. Well, okay. I mean, possibly.
I mean, they're interacting with the vagina enough to make children.
But is okay. But if you're a heavenly being, and heavenly beings are heavenly beings all of it together, or are heavenly beings just male more, and
Now
Earth
that's
is
the
more
question.
female? And then when you come down here, if you from heaven, you just get assigned male because that's what you are. And like, is female a purely Earth essence thing?
I don't know. That I
Because the
can't
way,
say.
I mean, Adam sounded pretty male dominant, even if he had both in him. But there's
You
something
think so?
about. No, I'm just asking a question. I mean, it's either you take it at face value, and Adam was a man,
Mm-hmm.
and that was what he was made as, which a lot of people accept. Like Adam was a man,
That's
he
the
was made in
belief.
God's image, right? A lot of men say that. I kind of believe that he was like everything and contained into one being.
Okay.
So he had nothing, like he had no this or that. He was like everything in one body, and then that got split into two separate beings, and the feminine and masculine got split and became two
Okay.
separate entities. So I kind of more
So
believe that.
here's what I would have to say. It was most likely that they did not have genitals before they ate the fruit,
Right. That's kind of what I
because
believe.
you would not need to reproduce organically if God's making people from dirt and there's a tree of life that would allow them to live forever.
Right. That's what I thought.
Yeah. So making people organically would just be weird at that point. It wouldn't make
Right.
any logical sense.
It don't
I'm
make
making people
sense.
from dirt and ribs and then giving them a tree so that they live forever. Why wouldn't I just keep making people from dirt and ribs?
Yeah. And that's kind of my take. That's why I don't think they had genitals before.
Yeah.
And I think the splitting into male and female was more energetically like, this is, all of it is got all's one, but then you can split into, and I'm sure or let's just say he had to split it into 4 different beings, I'm sure you would come up with 4 different aspects as archetypes almost.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like Adam just got split into 2 separate archetypes, but it could be combined into one being.
So I would say then, like, because there's the dichotomy of the knowledge of good and evil,
Mm-hmm.
you have to understand division.
Exactly.
Because you can't understand the difference between good and evil unless you can tell the difference between 2 different things. You have to be able to compare and
Yeah.
contrast.
You
So
ain't gonna
that's
know
where
that with only knowing good.
right. And if you're all male or all female or all androgynous, there's no difference.
There's nothing. Right.
So we're going to make you different, and because of those differences,
Right.
you're going to have this curse. Like Nia was talking about, you got labor pains because now you're different,
Right.
and the other
You
one's not
go
going to
through a
have that.
pain that he's not gonna
Yeah.
go through. Right.
And he's going to have this other pain.
That you're
And
not gonna understand.
he's going to work the earth, which means
Right.
their body's probably changed too. I would say the physical presence of they were probably similarly like compartmentalized
Built.
as people,
Right.
but then one they changed builds. One became built towards because you have to be different now. You
Yeah,
want to
you
know
gotta
what
be
good and evil
different.
is. You have to see difference. You have to see tribalism. You have to see inequity. You have to see
Right.
what that's to know good and evil. You have to experience these things.
Right.
Because me telling you that you say it's a type of
Yeah, that's why
knowledge.
I
If
feel
I
like
tell
it's
you,
you wanna know. So
yeah,
now I'm gonna
there
let
you
you
go.
know. And
You got
there
to
has to be
experience it.
difference for you to
Mm-hmm.
know. There has to be opposites there
Mm-hmm.
has to be a spectrum that gets
Yeah,
filled in, and one side is good and one side is
yeah,
evil. And now you
yeah,
get to learn everything that's in between that. And
yeah,
I kind of agree. And so then you would get the labor, you would get
yeah.
the genitals got attached after that.
Mm-hmm.
So does he not fuck with it because it's just basically like be not in his capacity to have that because he's all encompassing and all good?
I don't think so because there still would have to be the concept of
Genitals.
genitals because the angels had sex with women, so
Well, that's
there
when
had
they
that
came
had
down,
already
they
exist.
materialized, and then they got
Yeah.
dicks,
So
probably.
maybe that was the thing. So maybe here's the thing because this will help make the angel thing make more sense too. It
Mm-hmm.
will help make the fall make more sense and
Yeah.
all of that. The reason Adam and Eve were looked at as favorable because they didn't have genitals. They weren't
Mm-hmm.
tuned. They weren't set up like that. They weren't after the same things. They didn't
Right.
have that pride and ego and self want that the angels deal with. These are, oh man, they don't act like this.
Yeah.
They're not driven by these other things because I've taken away they're just going to be obedient. They'll do
They
what
just
they're
gonna be
told.
chilling. All
They're
right.
just gonna be
But they
chilling.
was like, even they was like, yeah, this lame. Give me the
But they got talked
DLC.
into. They
Give
was
me the
cool doing it
DLC.
until somebody said do something else, and then they followed that script too. They
I
were
mean, yeah, because
bots.
I've been playing House Flipper until I realized it was the second one, and now I want to play
See,
it. I'm just like
but
he's
that would
like,
make the angels
it's a
make more
DLC.
sense because
Yeah,
the angels obviously have some sort of will. Because how could you fall and turn on God if you don't have a
yeah.
will?
They had the decision to make, so they
Yeah.
decided they wanted to come down and experience that dichotomy. Maybe they
So,
just like, oh, I want to, difference, like opposites,
mm-hmm.
binaries. That's cool.
Yeah,
Maybe we
and
want to
that's
go down there and do that. That's kind of cool. You can
I'm
make your
thinking.
own creation from smashing. It's cool too.
I think it's there was no creation until, like you said, that Earth plane, the physical plane, is what made you be able to
Yeah.
recreate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
something
can't
like
do
that.
that's what and that's why I think Earth
Yeah,
is like it's paramount to the story. It's
yeah.
important.
And I bet
It-
you they didn't even. I would even say that they wouldn't have even known that because it hadn't happened before. So they did the
right.
same things they did in heaven,
Yeah.
but when they came down to Earth, they did the same thing, similar to Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, this is the way we operate around here. Oh,
Yeah.
now there's new
You're
people to
right.
play with. Let's go do this with the new people.
And that's why he was like, "Hold on, y'all can't be doing heaven shit on Earth now. Come on now.
Yeah,
Hold
because they
on."
like, oh shoot, we making monsters and
Right.
crazy
It was
stuff.
like, hold on, what's all this? Well, because they
Yeah,
probably didn't smash it. It's like, what's gonna happen? He probably was
yeah,
willing to let it go on for a little bit because he was like, what's gonna happen? Like, oh my
yeah,
god, they're
yeah.
smashing humans. This is crazy.
Because
What
he
is
probably didn't know what would happen either.
let's let it rock. Let him cook.
Yeah. He
Oh, hold
probably didn't
on.
know what would happen either.
Right. I
Again,
can see him
again,
being
if we
like,
take out,
this is if we take out the omniscient,
this all makes so much more sense.
yeah, he's probably like, yeah, let him rock. Let me see
Yeah,
what happened.
yeah,
I mean, they already down there now. Shit.
yeah.
Let it rock.
They done that, yeah,
See what happened. He like, oh wait, no, this is
yeah.
bad.
This is super bad.
Yeah, this is really bad. So
Yeah.
let's wipe it out. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean. Like to me, a couple things make more sense. He's not all knowing. You know, I could yield to he obviously is super powerful, whether
Mm-hmm.
that's through literal
Yeah,
might or just wise. I'm cool with that, but I do prefer the narrative of him working in tandem with another being like Earth. What kind of being Earth is versus him, they don't have to be the same type. I don't know, but it makes more sense to me that he's working in tandem with another being,
yeah,
which also leaves room for there to be an unknown to him,
yeah,
which to
yeah,
me makes sense. Like even if he is all knowing in his realm, if he is working with another being that has its own will, that leaves room for him to not always know what's going to happen.
yeah.
Like the second party is the only thing that makes sense to make it like, well, why would God that powerful or whatever not always know what the outcome is going to be? You would have
Well,
to add in another being to kind of
yep,
complicate it. Because if it was
yep.
just him working, he would always know probably kind of what to expect. But throw in a second being that has a will and is equal part involved, then now,
Mm-hmm.
okay, now I can kind of see why he also is not quick to just exterminate things when it goes wrong.
Yeah,
Right? If they're half the other being too, or the other being is a part of it, maybe he wants to wipe them out. Other being says, no,
yeah,
no, I like it. These are my kids too. Don't wipe them
yeah,
out.
yeah.
That makes more sense to me.
I've got custody. I'm the mom.
Right. You can't just wipe them out like you being
Yeah.
harsh. You're like
Mm-hmm.
that makes more sense to me
Mm-hmm.
than anything else because it just doesn't make sense. They're your creation. You can make them again. Why not just wipe them
Mm-hmm.
out?
Right. But there's some attachment somewhere.
Some attach. I
Yeah.
don't think it's him.
It's not because he's been willing to wipe everybody out, and he's willing to let more people go to hell.
Yeah.
Like more than are saved are going to perish. So it's like
Yeah.
that's weird. That's
He
odd
can't
math.
feel like
That's
those are
yeah,
his. It almost
yeah.
feels like he's like, I'm just gonna take the ones that are
Detached.
mine back.
Yeah,
Right. I'm gonna just take what's mine back at the end. That's kind
yeah,
of what I hear. I'm just
yeah.
gonna take what's mine back at the end.
Y'all act like y'all's mom. I ain't. I'm good. The ones of y'all that act like me, y'all can come stay with
Right.
me.
The gender wars are biblical.
Yeah, I like it.
So maybe, we're
Yeah,
cooked.
well,
But this
yeah,
is the way it has to go.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know whose
Makes
side
sense.
you picking, your mama or your daddy.
I don't know. I don't like either of them.
You
They
don't
both
like either one of
controlling.
them?
They both controlling.
You think Earth is controlling? I think Earth be chilling.
Oh, okay. Now I'm going more into the profane theoretical. What if? What if what we call Satan,
Hmm?
the serpent in the garden, and you're calling the spirit earth entity and
Yeah,
energy?
I don't have a name for it. I mean, I guess Babylonian text would say Tiamat or something like that, which I also
Yeah.
think may be the serpent.
What if that's the woman?
Yeah, that's who I think it is.
Like
I think that
I'm talking about the devil too. Satan, Lucifer.
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's who I think
Okay,
it is.
cool.
That's who I
Okay,
think Satan is. I don't
okay.
think
Is
Satan's
the
a man at all
okay?
or
Because
male.
that would also make sense with a couple other things. That would make sense as the Ezer Kenegdo, the helpmate. is
Mm.
also in opposition. Like that word is kind of like opposition
Oh
type
yeah, we
savior.
did talk about
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So
That's
that's
kind
that
of my thought.
counterbalance.
That's
Yeah,
that. I mean, I kind of think that. Like, I don't know. I'm still working on it in theory, but
yeah,
I kind of think that that is the only reason that makes sense why that being would be
hmm
in the garden.
yeah.
If it was equal part of the creation, like if it's like, yeah, let's have some kids, whatever the conversation was, like you're conquered or let's have kids. Regardless, stuff started popping off on Earth, so it's like, they're both enjoying the creation. He walking around in the cool of the day.
hmm
She chilling in the cool of the day. It's like it's afternoon, golden
Listen,
sun. It's the golden hour. Let me come
yeah,
bask.
yeah.
And I feel like yeah, they were both enjoying the creation. And but the other thing I was saying, like, if dinosaurs were made in the image of Satan or the
hmm
dragon or whatever, because they look like fucking dragons and shit, and he just came and kicked your shit in, I mean, maybe that's why there was a little beef there.
Yeah,
Or if the entity was female, that's why it appealed to Eve, because it's like, yeah, girl, let me, you know, I'm gonna appeal to the one that's more like me.
yeah. I mean, either way, it could have been. I do think there's some. It just I'm just trying to find ways to make this stuff more consistent,
It just
and
doesn't
that
make
does
sense that he
help.
would create the ops in his garden to ruin
It
his
doesn't make
creation.
sense. So
It
I do
has
think that
it was a being with his own will, and his
yeah,
will was opposite of God's. So
yeah.
it can't be of him. That's stupid.
So this was a being that exists. He can't control their existence.
Right.
There, it was the mom. It was like, nah, you ain't gotta listen to your daddy. You don't know what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
because on that, you be like, your daddy tricked me. Girl, you ain't gonna die. Who said
Right.
that? Girl, get
Kids
them
got put out.
cookies.
Kids got put out. So you think you grown? Go okay. You gonna make these grown decisions. You gonna live out there like a grown person. So
Yeah.
you go down there on Earth, and you the mom. You gonna undermine me? You go down there with them.
Yeah, you take them.
Yeah, you take them. And
Yeah, you
y'all
take
live out
them.
there.
Yeah. Y'all all
Yeah,
live out there. Get out my
yeah,
house.
yeah, yeah.
And it seemed like there were other beings already that exist, and who knows where
Yeah.
those came from.
Yep.
You know, that's why I was talking to Nova in the Discord about, they say they from the dragon, the people of the dragon. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, who knows? He was like, they
Who
went east
knows?
of
Yeah.
Eden. He probably
Yeah.
said, them your people here. I'ma send them to your people.
Yeah,
Go
man.
on, let them hang out there with your people. My mama cousin's ghetto. They gonna fuck me up. You finna go over there with her, because that's what they was
Yeah.
worried about when they got kicked out. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I just think it
Makes
makes
more
more
sense to
sense
me.
that it's two beings at play
The
here.
motivations, like, so if we're talking about a narrative, the narrative and the motivations and the outcomes and the circumstance and the choices, all those make more sense with this than
Just
the
one
way
with
it
no
was, the way we
reason,
said.
no
Yeah,
catalyst, no
yeah,
nothing happening. Just woke
yeah,
up and made a creation.
yeah,
No, he lacks nothing. He is all encompassing. He is
yeah,
everything. But he felt compelled to make a creation.
yeah, and wants to be worshipped by them, even though they're weak. And it's like all the none of the motivations make sense. But then if you put it in this context with the competing entities, typically parents do want the affection of their children, especially when there's somebody else. Like, I want to be the one
Yeah,
that's like, I want to be the fun one. I want to
yeah,
be the yeah,
yeah. Or you want him to be in your own image to
yeah.
make
I want them
him,
to look like me. Yeah,
yeah. Because that made sense to me too when I was thinking about it. Like, oh, let us make them in our own image. Yeah, you just
yeah,
want to have some fucking kids with your boo thing.
yeah.
Let's see what our kids look like.
And like a competition, and that makes even the Job thing make more sense too. It's like, nah, they love me. That's a they take after their daddy. They ain't never gonna curse me.
Uh,
I bet you I take them to. I bet you I make them hate you.
yeah, they just be up there cutting up.
Yeah. And
Is
using
that what I
kids to
think?
play playing games with
It's
kids
two
like that.
entities that just
Halo.
want to see how this go.
Yeah, that's DDG
There,
and Chloe.
there's a
Or
kid.
Hallie. Hallie.
We
DDG and Hallie.
Halo. We
Yeah, we
Halo get
Halo.
passed back
We
and
get
forth.
past back and forth. They fighting.
But I think it would be. I think having a sense of curiosity about their what we would create. I mean, if I was a deity, I would be curious to know. And then it also would make sense why the angels wanted to replicate that in their own way.
Yeah.
If they see God out here, like, oh, God out here fucking with Earth a long way. Look at them.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
want to do that too.
Yeah.
Let me go down there, give me a woman, and try to
Mhm.
replicate it. I mean, they couldn't replicate it in the same way, but in
Mhm.
essence, coming down and having bodies and smashing women and creating babies is
Yeah.
basically another way to do it, right?
Yeah. Yep.
On a smaller scale. So it's almost like they kind of wanted to see what it's like. Oh, I want to see what my kids would be like. I feel like that makes more sense to me.
Yeah. And
I'm
Naya,
a,
I promise you, calling women Satan, that's not really an insult. Like in the language, it just means like an accuser. Like
yeah,
that's the
ain't that what
nag.
we
That's the
was talking
nag.
about all day?
That's the nag. The woman is the nag. Satan is the nag. That's all that is.
And we're accusing y'all. We telling y'all that y'all
Yeah.
be out here doing the most.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
we do it. We've been that's what we've been doing this whole
That's
talking
on
about this
roll.
whole stream.
Yeah.
Men are not safe.
Yeah.
They can't they be out here doing this, they be out here doing that.
Yep. Accusing accusations.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
So
So I
I'm
mean,
okay
it
with
fits.
that.
It just fits, man. I love it.
Yeah.
That
I
stuff be
agree with
fitting,
that. Yeah. So
man.
I don't honestly that having that take on it still doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
I mean it changes some things, like it changes how my brain places pieces of the story.
Hmm.
But it doesn't, I mean, that's about it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Dang,
Good
that's
good
crazy.
conversation.
It'll also explain like why Satan came to visit Jesus when he was out there alone. Came and kept him company.
Mm. So do you think it's all with the whole Jesus thing? It was almost like, okay, we're gonna run this back. We've had some time to understand our creation. Let's do this again. Because he's like they call him the second Adam, right?
Yeah.
Jesus. So it's like, let's run it again. You gotta test it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he okay, we gonna fix it. Okay, I came down and fucked your stuff up.
Up Alonzo.
What's up? You can have a sweet snack now. I came down
Oh.
here, messed your stuff up way back when.
Mm-hmm.
He like this time you got to give me one of yours.
Yeah.
Born of earth, come on up here with me. Just like I birthed them from heaven and you took them. Let's fix it. Let's balance the scales. He was born down here. He went up, but he had
Mm.
to be checked. He had to be tested to make sure he was,
Yeah. After his father's business,
yeah,
he was molded after my father's business. After my father's business.
yeah, because she had to make sure.
Interesting.
I think it
Yeah.
would be like I got. That's basically what Satan was doing. Like you
Mm-hmm.
got to make sure that he is right, worthy of
Mm-hmm.
what he's born to do.
Yeah.
Like we can't just have him be born, have no test, and then be like, yeah, he's gonna be the one. Like no, you got to test him. So it kind of feels like that, right? Like it was a balancing of the scale, and then it was like Satan was just basically coming around to test him, like
Yeah.
Slugworth on Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
You talking about Slugworth, the enemy? Oh, he worked
Yep.
for your ass the whole time,
Yep.
trying to make sure you wasn't gonna sell them everlasting gobstoppers.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like Satan was. Just like, cause why
Man.
are you just letting Satan be around like that? And
Yeah.
Satan only show up when it's like one of
Crunch
them.
time.
Yeah, one of those. So I don't know. It just feels like I've always read that as well. Satan came to test me. Yeah, because it seemed like it was supposed to be that way. Because Satan waited until after Jesus was baptized.
Yeah.
So if
Didn't come
Satan really
early.
was just
Yeah.
trying to get at Jesus, he probably could have just pulled up on like
Exactly. Yeah.
8-year-old Jesus.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah. But there's
Yeah,
something to trying people when they're of age and mature. Like even the Job thing, like everything is about you have to be of age and like to understand the weight that you're
yeah,
taking on.
right.
Because
Because Job was
the
older.
sacrifice isn't mean the sacrifice doesn't mean anything if you're just a bot that's obedient. You have to come online to have your own
Ooh, that
wants.
makes sense. Because
Yeah.
that would fix the problem they had with the first run.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the first iteration, they weren't
Mm-hmm.
mature enough. They hadn't
Yeah.
they had no way of knowing.
Yeah.
So if you want to not run into that same problem, this iteration, you got to make sure one he's
Yeah.
lived a little bit of life and they understand it. And then if they still say no
Yeah.
with understanding, then you good to go.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Yeah, so that makes more sense, actually. And also why he had to die.
Yeah.
And also why he don't have to fucking come back.
Because he had to leave the Earth plane to go to live with his dad.
Yeah, because it's like a tit for tat, right?
Yeah.
What would be the point of him coming back?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just trying to think, if theoretically, if this walked out, what would be the point?
It wouldn't be.
It wouldn't be no point, because if it was just balancing out what happened in the garden, then it's already balanced.
It would just be a courtesy for the kids that were more like the father. Like go get your
I guess
go get
he
your
is.
little brothers that are struggling. They ain't gonna make it over there living with your mama.
The incels going to heaven.
But I wouldn't say they had that father spirit. Like the incel, it couldn't be the incels because their intention is harmful. You know, like the negative, the resentment.
I mean, based off what we talked about, I don't know. I don't know if they have to have completely. You don't think?
I don't know. I
I mean, I think the God of the Bible definitely has harmed people.
no, he's harm. There's harm, but I would think that there must be some kind of ethic, even if like we're talking about we're personifying these beings.
Right.
Most of us demand or ask for a level of ethics that we don't ourselves embody,
Mm-hmm.
and we would have gotten that as well. So even if
Right.
God might be a homicidal maniac, he's going to ask you to compose yourself, like he did with Jesus.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because
So
I think
there's
they would have to be in service in some way.
yeah.
But you just said Jesus was a homeless YN, so I mean,
I mean, he was, but he also wasn't a homicidal maniac. So even though he
no.
took after his father, took after his father in certain ways.
But there might
Like
be some
it's
chill.
a joke.
There
He
might be
joked
some,
him.
but there
He
might be
joked him.
some chill incels though.
There are some for sure,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so
them
I
they
mean
can
they'll
go
be
to heaven.
fine. But I'm talking about as a general concept, the way we conceive of incels, it's not like
Mm-hmm. Oh, those
yeah,
rage monster
yeah
ones.
we don't. Yeah. The resentful, bitter, angry, like the generalization is what I was going with. But yeah, of course,
Oh yeah.
there's people of all ilks that would be some of the father's kids.
Dang. I mean, do gay people count?
See that I don't know. If you go straight biblically with the whole abomination thing,
I guess not.
I mean no. But whole my thing is I've read the Bible more than that, and I know more things are abominations than just men lying with
Than
men,
just that. I
like
gotta go
lying
read the
lips.
abomination again.
Yeah,
Right.
lying lips are, and everybody lies, so everybody's an abomination. So I would have to say yes then.
Hmm.
So anybody isn't either it's nobody or anybody because also an abomination is lying.
Basically,
So
I feel like it's definitely beef with his girl, because it's like,
yeah,
yeah,
it's something.
everything that remind me of her ass.
Yeah.
Abomination. Y'all
No.
her. Look at y'all. Y'all act just like y'all damn mama.
Mm-hmm. That's
Y'all a
funny.
fucking abomination. I should have just left well alone.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what it is. If everybody is swept up in it, then I mean he
Yeah.
just basically got beef. But yeah, I also think Moses had beef with God for real. That's why he hit that rock.
Mm-hmm.
He was
I mean,
tired of that
I
shit
think Moses was asked to do something he didn't want to do.
from the get go.
Yeah,
He had God fatigue.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. He
It's
didn't want to
constant
do it from the get
sacrifice.
go.
Yeah,
And he
didn't
didn't
want to
want to
do it
do
for
it from the
people.
get go. He didn't want to lead. Ended up having to
Mm-hmm.
be basically like a
Yep,
leader for 40
yep.
years.
40 years on a 3-day trip.
3-day trip turned into 40 years of him leading these complaining ass people.
Yes, naggers.
Naggers. Got these
Man,
nagging naggers.
yeah, nigga, naggers.
Right, for 40 years. So he probably, I mean, he probably felt like he got like forced into it, kind of like,
Yeah, he
or
got coerced.
coerced. Yeah,
Yeah,
coerced into it.
yeah.
And then was told he was gonna be done, wasn't done.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, I think he was just tired of him.
And
Just,
didn't even get the payout. Didn't even get
yeah,
the
didn't even
promised
get to
land.
go.
That's
And
dirty,
then they said Satan and God was arguing over his body.
man. Come on.
So that I was like, why was they arguing over his body? Why?
Your daddy gonna mistreat you. I'm gonna take you. I got you.
That's
You
why I
gonna let you
think
into the
that's why
promised
he
land?
didn't want to go. He said he
I'm
was
a
gathered to his people.
I'm gonna sneak you into the promised land anyway. Just wait till he leave. I'm just slide your bones into the promised land.
Yeah, just come on. I mean, but that's what who was that? Esau and was it Jacob? Yeah. I mean, that's how
Yeah,
Rebecca was.
yeah.
Wasn't that his mama? She's like,
Sneaky
here, we
one.
gonna lie
Yeah.
to your daddy. We're
Yep.
gonna lie to your
They
daddy.
sneaky. Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like it's kind of the same thing. So I always just
Yeah.
thought that like Moses definitely was not trying to do what God told. He was always a little like pushing back in his own
You're a
way,
little
like,
resistant.
constantly.
Yeah.
A little resistance every time. Like with on that spectrum, you said, I don't think I want to do this, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have a choice. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Like it always felt like that was kind of his relationship with the leadership he was put into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reluctant.
He didn't like it. He was coerced for sure.
All right.
So
I got 3 last things before we get out of here.
Mhm.
I'll make them short. Now, one, when we were talking about the garden thing, and as
Mhm.
far as coming into, cause I always thought this was kind of cute and interesting. Like there's 3 concepts, like matter
Mhm.
and like the mother. You talking about the mother, like
Mhm.
Earth being the mother.
Right.
The Earth is also matter. Like we're talking about the Earth plane or the physical plane,
Yeah.
so that's matter.
Right.
But that's also comes from mater or mother. So
Okay.
like the word matter, the physical corporeal being, that the substance is also named after mother.
Oh, okay. I
So like
didn't know
that
that.
that tracks linguistically as well.
Okay.
Like maternity,
Yeah.
or like all that stuff. Like
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, matriarchy, all that stuff is from like matrix and mater, and like all that language
Okay.
is so not there's linguistic roots that are tied together, and like matter and meaning, the way we say like this matters or this means
Right.
something, like
Right.
there's a relationship there as well as far as like connotation. And it's not like I don't think there's a linguistic root there, but that meaning, it all tracks like cognitively, because like mother, matter, we tell they transmit culture, that's meaning or meaning making.
Right.
They're what matters means something that carries weight, gravity, matter, like all this stuff is like
It
it's all
always
connected.
links back around. Right.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting, but I never went to Bo's. I know he's long gone. Shout out to Bo
Yeah.
Thomas, man. Appreciate you sneaking through here. But he's like, most men will not have a degenerate in their circle. The problem that degenerate behavior is supported and encouraged by women. And I did want to talk about that real quick before we get out of here.
Yeah.
My last like actual comment.
Yeah.
Herbie talked about men and women. Well, why do men support abusers?
Right.
But my thing is, men and women are complicit in the support of degeneracy and
Yeah.
abusive tactics. Like, and we talked about it with
Yeah.
the whole JP thing. The women choose what they choose. They choose the appearance of competence. Guys do too.
Mhm.
We choose the same. Like dudes following Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit. They come on.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. I was gonna
but
say men
yeah,
will keep that in their
yeah.
circle.
Men and women, we follow.
Yeah.
Men and women were both doing stuff that Diddy wanted. It's
Yeah.
not just women. It's not just men. It's all of us. So like that's the thing. I like
Because of
with the whole
capitalism and what
yeah,
what what
what we value.
personality types
Yeah,
also work well
yeah.
with it and what we
Dominance,
value. Right.
competence, money, power, status,
Right. A little
personality, like being
psychopathy.
yeah, all
Right.
that stuff. Being all that stuff, man. All that stuff matters, and we can't keep putting it on men or women. Each side tries to blame the other side, but it's not one or the other. It's both. We
Yeah.
all fall for it until somebody stops falling for it. It's a thing.
We got to change the lens through
Yeah.
which we see what makes a person good or powerful
Yep.
or whatever.
Yep.
But until
Yeah.
while it's money
Yeah.
in this way, the psychopaths are always gonna be able to exploit the system better.
Yeah. Which is why, like, when I talked about MGTOW have purpose, is because they are able to not go for money
Yeah.
or sex, or like none of the drivers. They're able to step away for their welfare. Like, nah,
Yeah, they
there's more
don't need
important
the
things.
access to like power externally.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
empower yourself internally so that you don't need to exploit other people.
yeah.
You talking about amassing wealth? I don't care what you're talking. I don't care who you are. If you're amassing wealth, you need a lot of people to be complicit in that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you have to exploit them. But if you're talking about wealth though, like it takes a lot of other ancillary people to funnel resources your way in some way for you to become wealthy. Just
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to become wealthy alone.
Mm-hmm.
Like you need an audience who wants to pay you, give you their energy. You need a company that filters, people want to buy from or use, or a service people want. You need other people for you to become wealthy. So the psychopaths who are willing to exploit people, or the people who are just generally willing to exploit people, will do better.
What?
They will
Oh,
be
sorry,
able
not
to.
that. Sorry, not you.
No, no, they will be able to amass that money in more ways. They have more paths available in front of them. So I mean, it's just kind of weird to think that these certain personality types aren't going to rise to the top in this kind of system.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. I'm related to the topic. Hold up. Did you change the name of the stream, or did the stream change the name of the stream?
Oh, I changed it.
Oh, okay. I was curious.
I was curious. I did it out of a curiosity because I was like, it's still this, it's still that. And then, like, literally right after I changed it is when Mr. He Said came in, Red Lipstick came in. I changed it back then.
No, it's cool. I was just curious. I don't even know if that would have went through to the website.
It did go through, didn't it?
I'm about to check.
Maybe it didn't. I don't know.
I think the Dickless is what's really like Dickless by God's eye. I'm like, that's inflammatory. I knew that.
Well, I wanted to see if it would change it. I don't know if it changes it on YouTube, but I was
Nah,
curious.
it didn't change it on YouTube. It did.
It did?
It did not.
Oh, okay. I was about to say it was just weird that they all came in it right when I changed it, though.
Yeah, I am going to get rid of the other part though. Let's see.
Probably just a timing thing. But yeah, very interesting conversation. Yellow said we're weirdos.
We are, and that's cool.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Last question for you. We're gonna get a little game before we get out here today.
Of course. You always have to end on. We just got to.
Yeah. I got Yella. I think Yella said. I know. I'll tell Yella's answer. Anaya refused to answer.
Okay.
She just said it's a trap question, which
okay.
So, and I think it started with you. I think you sent us a video.
Oh,
so,
Lord.
Do you eat Snickers vein up or vein towards the tongue?
I don't eat Snickers, but if I did eat it, I would eat it with the flat side down. The flat side down.
Yeah. Okay.
But sometimes I will. Yeah, it just depends on how hungry I am. Because I have to be really hungry to eat a Snickers.
Really, you don't like?
For some reason, when I'm like hungry, if I'm like on the road and I'm super hungry, like I'm doing a road trip or something, I'm super hungry, I will eat a Snickers.
Okay.
It's probably just marketing.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm not really like out here eating Snickers. But, yeah.
I got you.
Usually flat side down, vein side up. What about you? What about y'all?
That's the same thing Yella said.
Because who eats it upside down?
Me.
Why? Why are you eating upside down?
The silky texture of the veiny side is better on my tongue than the crosshatch.
You hear yourself?
Yes, it's gay. I know, but the crosshatch, that texture, like that great feeling of the flat side, because it's like scored. I don't like that feeling on my tongue.
Why don't you just keep your tongue down until?
Huh? But then I'm not gonna taste the chocolate. The chocolate hitting your tongue is the best part.
The veiny side down.
But
so
it's
like that feeling
of the chocolate, the smooth chocolate. The vein isn't what I go for. It's the smooth chocolate.
I don't even notice vein or the scores. Like,
don't be laughing.
I feel like the Snickers just melt instantly.
But the bottom don't do the same because your tongue's not getting the same surface area. It's like ice. If you get like different types of ice, have different surface. It's the same thing with the.
I feel like this is a big bag behavior, but I'm gonna try veiny side down next time. Yeah. I'm just looking at the Snickers and it's like, ugh. And Baby Ruths look like a turd. It's like a Baby Ruth next to a Snicker. I'm like, it's like doo doo. It's quite veiny.
Yeah, it's quite veiny.
I want somebody to eat one on stream. You don't need to do it veiny side down.
I would never eat one on stream now.
Why you don't want to eat the veiny side down?
It's a wrap.
So you didn't answer the question?
Nah, she still ain't answered the question.
How is it a trick question? Is either you eat the veiny side down or she probably eat the veiny side down?
She don't want to admit that she likes the vein.
But if I'm being really, really honest though, sometimes I like to
don't say you castrate your Snickers. I break it in half.
I actually bite it in half.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Not in the middle, though. I like to break the layers in half.
Oh, long ways. You break it.
You
take it half long ways.
Yeah, take the peanuts. What is it like? Yeah, I almost deconstruct.
Okay, interesting.
Because it's like the little caramel. Isn't it like caramel? And
then didn't you say you do Kit Kat like that? You take it in the layers or
Yeah,
something like that?
I
Oh, that's
do.
interesting. Interesting.
Butterfingers too, because it's not layers, but I
Okay.
like to.
The crunch, you like the crunch by itself. The
I
Chico's thick
try
in the
to
middle.
break it into like halves that it's not meant to be broken into.
Oh, you like going against the grain.
Yeah,
Interesting. That
Twix
sounds like
too.
an
I always take the
interesting
cookie
quirk.
part away from the caramel part before I eat it.
That's an amazing
I
quirk.
I eat them. I eat them separate.
That's amazing.
That's weird.
Is it for the taste or for the control?
I don't know. I don't think I should ask ChatGPT. Am I crazy? I don't know if it's a taste thing.
Like,
So
I mean, 'cause
probably
some
just a
people like.
weird.
I mean, because you might be one of the people that likes their flavors separate. Like, I like this flavor, but I
No,
like this
it's not
separate.
really that
Okay, so it's
serious.
the
I think
control.
it's just
Okay,
a my brain
got
is
you.
fucked up
Yeah, it's
kind of
control
thing.
mechanism. I
I like
like
to
it.
deconstruct things that shouldn't be
Yeah,
deconstructed,
yeah.
which is my
That's,
problem.
yeah,
So
that's it. It's control. Yeah, I like it. I
it's
like
because
it. I
I
like
blame the CIA. I get
it.
I get to
You
use
should.
that now.
You should.
I can say the CIA broke my
I
brain. That's
almost said
why.
COINTELPRO. MK Ultra. You doing that? Oh,
Not
MK
COINTELPRO.
Ultra.
Pro.
I know.
Crazy. Yeah, maybe I am MK Ultra, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to figure out how to use my superpowers for good.
Jit.
So yeah.
You and Anaya and Yella who all went into the dark room and listened to
You
weird
didn't do
tapes.
any of that, nothing.
No,
Not a
no,
test, hearing test. You didn't drink
no,
the pink stuff. They
no.
probably didn't start it when you were in school.
The only time I had pink stuff was at the dentist. I didn't have anything like that at school.
Maybe they hadn't started their program when you were in school.
I was older. Oh yeah, yeah. So it hadn't happened. I
Yeah.
see what you're saying. Yeah, it
Yeah,
might
it
not
might have
happen.
been it might have only been like a couple
It might have
years
been.
when we
Yeah.
were in certain grades. So
Only
you probably
program I
just started.
got was Dare. Keep it
Okay,
clear.
yeah,
That's
we
good.
had the Dare. I remember the Dare videos.
No gate. That'd been
Yeah, the
kind of
gate
cool though.
program. Yeah, Lois was making all kind of excuses. They just told me it was gonna get you better access to schools you wouldn't have access to on this side of town.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they told her. So she just sold me out to the CIA.
Yeah. I mean,
So yeah.
did it work? I think you said you didn't go to. Didn't you say you
No, I
didn't
did
go?
go. Yeah, I
Okay,
did.
and
I
it
ended up
worked.
going to another school, so it did
Naya
work.
said she didn't go to the school she wanted to go to. That's what it was.
Yeah,
The
I
school
actually
she
just
wanted to
found
get
out
to.
one of my friends. Oh, Two Chopsticks said he was actually in the program and was supposed to be go to the same school I went to, but his parents was suspicious,
Yeah. Don't you
so
find
he
that
didn't.
suspicious?
Yeah, so they
Yeah,
didn't
he's
send him.
super smart too. I can see. There's the people that all said they were in the gate program were all kind of different brain. Y'all operate on a different level. So
You can call us mentally ill. It's cool.
nah, I wouldn't definitely wouldn't
No, I'm
call
just
y'all
kidding.
mentally ill for
I'm just
sure.
kidding. We're
Some of
gifted.
y'all, some of y'all would call mentally ill.
So
But I
we're
would say,
gifted.
yeah, I think though it's like that gift and the curse thing.
Yeah,
The
it is.
more brain power you have, the more that brain power can turn against itself. So
Yeah,
like
that's
that
true.
whole thing you said about that turning up that certain money on whatever principle that was, like nah,
Hmm.
that's a mental illness. I
Yeah.
like bro, super smart, super cool, but nah, that was wild. There's no excuse.
We be our own worst enemy a lot of times.
Man,
So
listen.
that's why I'm gonna work through that. I'm gonna be like, I need to commodify this. I don't think I'm psychopathic enough or exploitative enough to become rich. So I
Nah.
think I've settled with that. I'm not gonna be
Yeah, you have
rich.
more of an aversion than you do because you like have the ambitions,
Yeah.
but you have stronger aversions than your ambitions. It feels like
Yeah, I just be
not.
playing.
Yeah,
It's more mental exercise than anything. So I don't
yeah.
eat myself from within. But I
I
don't
like
think I
it.
really want to be rich
No, I
rich.
don't think you want the trappings. I think like you said, the mental exercise. You stay in a gate program. You say, let's do these fun little tests. I'm gonna just push myself, see if I can move this object with my mind.
All right. I'm gonna try that. But yeah.
Shoot program, nigga.
Wait, we done with premium after today, so rest in
23-hour
peace.
lockdown. Yeah, rest in peace to premium. We about to leave premium StreamYard. We're gonna be back with the duck, sucking a duck.
That's gay.
It's very gay. I'm not
Well,
happy.
maybe you'll get an email about another
A promotion that'd be dope. When I went to cancel, it did not offer me that. I was like, boo.
Oh really?
Yeah, I was like, y'all just gonna let me go? I was like, all right. All right.
Damn.
Y'all just gonna let
Well,
me
let me
go.
see. I'm find a coupon, but then that would be a whole nother
New account. Yeah.
account, right? Yeah.
I did go try this other thing because I always wanted to try Riverside FM because they're supposedly really
Yeah.
good. Well, but they have a terrible streaming setup.
Dang, not
It's
StreamYard.
so
No one
limited.
see that girl
Yeah,
trying to like take over the whole,
yeah.
just dominate so that they know. That's probably why they probably got ahead of their competition and felt like
Yeah,
this was the time to leverage that.
yeah. Because
Yeah.
other people, I don't think, are trying to make the little small implementation tweaks. Because StreamYard is very active as far as the community.
Yeah, you come on about every month or so, especially after they raise
Something
their
new.
price.
Yep,
They've been
yep.
changing something
Got
every
to.
time I come in here.
Yeah, buddy.
And
Yep.
they're taking the stuff that some of the other services offered that they didn't.
Hmm.
Like this little scene on the side. I know Restream had
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
And the chat popping up, Restream had that. So they're
Hmm.
definitely getting the stuff that their competitors had. So
It makes sense if they can keep it stable. I
yeah.
mean, it's the most complete as far
Mm-hmm.
as I don't have too many issues with it. All the
Yeah.
other ones have something that's a major flaw,
Yeah.
almost to a deal breaker. The
Or you
second
gotta
best is
host it
Easy
on your
Look.
computer like
Oh
OBS,
my
and that's
god,
like way more
yeah,
detailed and
yeah.
annoying and
Then
yep.
trying to get people in is terrible.
Yep. Yep. Gotta do Discord or something random.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And that
for
means you got
sure.
to have people in your Discord that you may not want there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So just drop it for randoms.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
Okay.
right, man. I enjoyed the convo, man. Hopefully, man. I don't know. Taking the dickless off, I think maybe that'll help. Maybe, but that how much
Oh
you
no,
said dick
I
today?
was just curious to know because I know incels is like one of the words that people flag and
Yeah, but
stuff.
that's one of the. I got a big thing on incel. I got a big hit on incels before, so incels
Yeah, so that's
is
not a
cool with
problem.
me.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
curious to see, like if it does affect it, if a name they feel like a name is, and like
I
I don't know
think
what this is.
I got a bad feeling it's me with the dickless by God's design because that's gonna any of the pseudo Christians. That's gonna run off a lot of those.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm
Well, if
thinking.
it's there, as long as it's not a like it cannot be pushed because it's offensive content. That's what I would think it would be worried about it.
Yeah,
It's one of those things where like sometimes if you're live and it's worried about it, I
yeah,
think it doesn't push it until it gets a transcript after.
yeah.
It takes some time, and then once the transcript is like, oh, this is fine, then it'll like push it. But sometimes I don't think it will until it can do that.
Yeah, on a lot of my stuff, there's been a lot of I don't get the same treatment. I don't know what happened or what. I've checked my settings and it's not the settings. There's
Mm-hmm.
something about the conversations I have that it does not do a lot of transcribing for me a lot anymore,
Oh, really?
and it doesn't offer me the AI thing on my channel.
Oh, I wonder
So,
what you did. You in
but
trouble.
I checked my settings and both it's
But you
enabled
know what? Lately,
transcription
I
and
haven't
AI.
been able to get my transcript either.
Yeah, okay.
Like you used to be able to go in after so
Yeah.
long and
Okay.
get it. And I haven't been able to find my transcripts either, which is why it's been hard to get my time stamps.
That sucks.
Yeah. So,
Okay. Well, we'll get ready to get out of here. Thank you and y'all for kicking it with us and everybody else to stop through. I know y'all long gone, came through, left, did your thing, man. Appreciate all of y'all. Bree, I'm gonna let you do your thing, man. I'm not sure why. Last thing, why did you put me over here? Because you moved me. You were over
oh,
here.
I just be moving stuff sometimes. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
go
I'm gonna let
back.
you end it.
Okay. Well, guys, have a good day. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, it's no outro either. Bye.
Nope.